Okay, how many people participated in the Hackers Got Talent last night? Okay, all right, got a few, that's good. Welcome to the Sunday party. I'd like to start off by just telling you, keep your phones on stun. We don't want to have any interruptions. If you have any comments or questions, we have 2 microphones. We ask you that you use the microphone so the live streamers can hear your questions as well. Exits are in the front and back. We have 4 exits, bathrooms around the corner. You should all know this by now because it's Sunday, right? It's the last day. So welcome. Right now we're going to talk about bureaucracy hacking with Adam Hesch. Adam is a U.S. Navy veteran with a business operations background across startups, big tech, and defense tech. Having always wanted to be a hacker, he found unexpected success in the areas he least expected: policies, people, and processes. He currently leads the operations at All Points Investigations, LLC, a private investigations firm with a focus on aggressive open source and cyber investigations. Welcome.
Thank you. All right. Well, good morning, everybody. You're here for a talk about bureaucracies, so you all must be suckers for pain. I'm not sure. I'm thrilled to be here. I saw the post in the 2600 Facebook group about submitting a talk. This topic I've been wanting to talk about for a few decades, to be honest with you, and I saw an opportunity to submit and got accepted, so I'm thrilled to be here. As John said, I'm a U.S. Navy veteran, worked for a few years at Facebook, a few smaller startups, an organization called the Defense Innovation Unit, and always felt myself a little disenchanted with how big organizations are advertised and then the reality when you get there and you end up feeling like a cog in the machine. So I found different ways to make a difference in big organizations, which is what my talk is ultimately all about. So I hope you enjoy it. Looking forward to it. Started my career in the U.S. Navy. This is the first ship I was on, the USS Oak Hill. We're on deployment in Latin America doing counter-drug operations. Spent about 6.5 years in the Navy, 2.5 years at Facebook. I don't have any Facebook pictures. And then this is a fancy video as a part of an organization called DIU, the Defense Innovation Unit. Organizationally, we were a direct reporting unit to the Secretary of Defense. That might make you think that we had a lot of pull and influence. The reality was a bit of the opposite. So what is bureaucracy hacking? This is the definition I came up with: a method of exploiting multiple vulnerabilities in organizations and social systems to create new value in a way that reconciles individuals to one another, themselves, and their purpose. The second part of this sentence is crucially important, and I'll speak more to it at the end of my talk. It has to do with something called Purnell's iron law of bureaucracy and why I disagree with it, and fundamentally why I think when you join an organization, you need to view the organization you're joining and yourself through a different lens. So why bureaucracy hacking and organizational exploit chains? I think hacking is really freaking cool. Favorite movie of all time is The Matrix. I think I've seen it 27 times. It really impacted my life philosophy. I never got into InfoSec or CyberSec professionally. I took one class in high school learning the Perl programming language. It was the most fun I've ever had. I remember the satisfaction of populating an array and thinking like, this is amazing. So I've always had an appreciation for automation. And if you can automate routine, then you can put your creativity as a human being to use on solving important problems. Secondly, I think there's a strong analogy of finding vulnerabilities in a system that you can exploit. A lot of overlap philosophically. Lastly, I think they both do require thoughtful, strategic, and oftentimes meticulous planning to pull off. I mean, a bureaucrat, that word has a certain emotional ring to it, the idea of breaking through red tape, so on and so forth. Quick definition, for the audience here, you probably know a lot more about exploit chains than I do, but for folks in the audience or beginners who might be interested, exploit chains, also known as vulnerability chains or cyber attacks that group together multiple exploits to compromise the target. I found a wildly interesting analogy through formal Navy training on risk management. When I was in the Navy, they used what they call the Swiss cheese risk management model. The idea is, if there's a safety incident or another kind of incident, then all these safeguards you're supposed to have installed all failed. In this particular example, there's a lot out there. There's a human element, technical, management, governance, and risks. What's very interesting is the bottom right, you see vulnerabilities. Well, same lingo as putting together an exploit. So this is a continuance of the analogy, and I think a very powerful one. Beyond this, when it comes to risk management in the Navy, there's what they call a risk matrix. And the idea with the risk matrix is if something happens, you want to put controls in place to lower the impact and the probability. If you're a bureaucracy hacker, you want to maximize the impact and the probability of being able to execute. So it's a very useful framework to just reverse engineer for your own purposes. I came up with a specific framework. I am definitely not the first person to have used the term bureaucracy hacking. My framework, as it worked for me, it's like the quote, I think, from Charlie Munger, I forget what it is. It's no model is perfect, some are useful. So I'll speak to it one time, and then I got feedback from a friend to not dwell on it during my talk because it gets a little academic and dry. My basic framework for putting together an organizational exploit in a bureaucracy is beginning with a specific, crisp idea, making sure you've thought through the logistics and execution, making sure you have supporting policy or an individual who's got approval authority, obtaining stakeholder buy-in who might influence who can give you approval, looking at metrics or values. I kind of hate metrics personally, but you need to play the game. And so if there's metrics they're trying to increase or decrease, it's like the stonks meme, make sure they go up when you're telling your story and pitching your idea, or appealing to a certain sense of values if there's nothing measurable. Removing friction, mitigating risk, using a communication protocol. I think there's another interesting analogy with communication protocols. How do you speak the language of your target audience depending on where you are? And then the final approver, or as I like to call it, the final boss. So my first story is on October 20th of 2016, I walked into Facebook's Global Security Operations Center. When I took that role, it was physical security, my first role out of the Navy. I thought it was just going to be cameras and badges and access control. I was intrigued to find out we did more than just that. And Facebook actually has an Amber Alert system. When the government pushes an Amber Alert to find a missing kid, Facebook does as well. And I was really delighted to learn that when I worked there. One of my life's missions is to reduce the amount of cynicism in the world and to challenge people to look for the good in other people and other organizations. Facebook Meta now, has screwed up a lot, and the US government has screwed up a lot. And as someone who deployed overseas, I'm no fan of a lot of aspects of our foreign policy. But I also went on a deployment where we gave a ton of wheelchairs to kids who couldn't get around. And you see the looks on their faces, and we're just humans connecting, trying to do good. So when I discovered that Facebook has an Amber Alert system, it's like, wow, okay, we can use some tech for good here. So we receive alerts from NCMEC, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And that night, we got like 5 of these for the same little girl getting trafficked up the eastern seaboard. And it's heartbreaking when you see this stuff. I worked the night shift. I went home. I went to bed. I woke up at 11 a.m. reading the news, and I see there's a little girl who got rescued in Memphis, Tennessee. And it was a clinical technician in the hospital flipping through Facebook. She sees this Amber Alert, and she walks out of the hospital break room, and she sees this little girl get rescued. One of the reasons I'm a proponent for bureaucracy hacking and why I particularly think it's relevant for young people joining organizations is the difference you can make as a beginner. The next day I walked in and I asked my boss, Alex, I watch the news, I know a little bit about, acquisitions, and I knew we bought Instagram 4 years before I started working. And I said, Alex, I know here in the GSOC we push out these Amber Alerts for missing kids on Facebook, and that's great, and this totally rocked my world in terms of seeing the good that can be accomplished with tech. I said, who pushes out Amber Alerts on Instagram? He's like, I don't know. I have no idea. And I asked, and nobody had ever thought about it. And I figured we've owned them for a couple years. I don't really know what infrastructure means, but I can make certain assumptions. We've got servers around the world and data centers, and we push out feeds and data. Can't we use the same thing to get more eyeballs to help with this? And nobody had thought about it. And so this was my experience bureaucracy hacking at Facebook. It was like, well, I'm a knuckle drag and physical security bubba. I don't know anything about design or software, whatever the case may be. But I am full of too many ideas. It's like Carl Jung, the psychologist, said, you don't have ideas, ideas have you. I'm possessed by my ideas, and usually I keep my mouth shut, so I'm not the good idea fairy with all the bad ideas I sprinkle across the organization. But I figured we can do this. We can make this happen at Instagram. So I met the team at Instagram, the trust and safety team. I put together a pitch deck. I did market research. I created cheesy little wireframes, just used Microsoft Paint and cut out what it looks like on Facebook and throw it into a picture of a cell phone with Instagram, and there's your wireframe, for me. So I put together this whole deck, met the team. They were thrilled. They added it to their roadmap. I left in 2018. They had to keep delaying it. But a couple years later, the PM who I worked with, a press release came out. Her name was Emily Vatcher. And in 2022, this happened. Amber Alerts were launched on Instagram to help find missing children. And so my message for young people about to join a large organization is 100% chance you will get crushed by the machine. And a lot of people will not stand up for your good ideas. But I want to teach people a methodology for bringing those ideas to fruition because they matter. And if you can think about the execution plan and who's going to care, you'll find that there's bureaucrats at the top with a softer heart than you think, but you've got to find a way to reach them. In the Navy, I was on the USS Oak Hill. It was an LSD, a dock landing ship, and the way it works, I've got other pictures later on I'll show you. You've got a big open well deck. It goes up and down with a ballast system, just like submarines. You can flood this on purpose, and craft can go in and out. I was the weapons officer, which meant I was in charge of leading qualifications for small arms, the M9 and the M16. These are my sailors setting up targets, goofing around, having a lot of fun at sea. You see the stern gate lowered into the water. It was a really cool view and kind of freaky, to be honest. And so my experience bureaucracy hacking on this ship had to do with kind of morale. When you're out to sea, like a ship is a floating warehouse with cabling and piping running all over Kingdom Come. And you're understaffed, doing maintenance constantly, and just keeping ships afloat is a miracle. It's a miracle of human endeavor because of what's required. And so I fell for the marketing when I joined the military. I'm going to be a junior officer and make a difference and lead troops. And you get there and you're just crushed by the reality of how little authority you think that you have to do anything, to actually inspire anyone. But sometimes a little crack shows up and you exploit the seam to do something cool and exciting. So as the weapons officer and ammunition, it was coming up on July 4th. I had to do these arduous inventories, pen and paper, because of course, nobody knows what digital transformation is in the Department of Defense. And I kept seeing these boxes of, they're called parachute flares. We had hundreds of them, red, white, yellow, green, blue. And the only thing we were allowed to touch was small arms qualification rounds. And I was like, it's July 4th. I want to put on a dang fireworks show. And the wisdom was that you're just not allowed to touch them. Those are just in case. And I was like, I think this is nonsense. So in part of my framework, I talk about communication protocols. How do you speak bureaucrat? So here's an example, in the 21st century, it's not like the Navy of the 19th century. You have to mother may I to headquarters to shoot rounds. Even your ship's captain can't authorize it. So I had to send this dang Navy official memorandum format every time. We had to, make sure our certifications were fresh and request the type and the lot number, and it was this whole templated thing. Mother, may I do what we're supposed to do as an operating force? It was ridiculous. Excuse me. And I have an affinity for other human beings. I'm very extroverted, and I always want to know someone's story and get to know more about them. And on the other side of the email replies, it was always a one-word reply. Approved. Who are you, dude? What's N41? It's an obscure office code in a dark hallway of the Pentagon. I wanted to bring this guy a beer and just get to know him. I don't know. I'm curious. Or if it was rejected, quoting some policy or whatever. So this is a picture of the flares I was talking about. It's a 40 millimeter grenade. There's an attachment on the bottom of an M16, or it's got a gun. You can shoot them out of yourself. And they look so cool. I wanted in on them. This is an advertisement for what they look like. I mean, fireworks, right? So I talked to my boss, and I said, Skipper, you call your commanding officer Skipper in the Navy. I said, sir, July 4th is coming up. We were deep in the weeds getting ready for this terrible inspection. The crew was exhausted. You can't bring pizza at sea. You can't bring beer on the ship when you're out at sea. I said, sir, I'd like to celebrate July 4th out at sea and shoot these flares. And he kind of just looked at me weird, like, when it comes to risk mitigation, I'm not really introducing any undue risk per se. We have the rounds, right? Everything, this could be a thing. I just need the thumbs up. And he's like, well, I'm not putting my name on the line. Like, go through the process, request it, but I'm not going to stop you. So I did. Normally you have to quote these obscure policy documents justifying the exact number of people who are allowed to be qualified. I thought it was enough to say celebration of the Declaration of Independence of our great nation. And, I didn't even think I'd get a reply. I thought he would delete on his keyboard and not even justify it. And I got my first sentence reply from this obscure bureaucrat hidden in the Pentagon. He said, "This is fantastic. Happy Independence Day to you and the crew." So the message is, there are bureaucrats out there, and they want to be part of the action as much as we do, but they have a job to do. They have to put dinner on the table at the end of the night. They've been part of the machine for so long. They don't want to challenge the status quo, so don't forget you can inspire somebody else by challenging the status quo. This isn't a picture of my ship, but this is kind of what it can look like. I found this online. It was so damn cool. We were on the bow of the ship as the sun set, just shooting off all these, I'm going to call them fireworks, even though they were parachute flares. Okay, this is, I'll skip this slide. This is the framework, and speaking to the framework I came up with. In government service, there's a term out there called graybeards that means different things in different sectors of our society. I use that phrase as individuals who have worked 30 years in a single career path, usually active duty. They leave on a Friday, show up on a Monday as a government employee, doing the exact same thing. They're great human beings. They know their discipline extremely well. They know the regulations on the back of their hand, but usually they're short, they're terse, they're gruff. The guy sending me the one-line email was probably a graybeard who'd been doing it for decades. And so I sort of had this sense of affection towards graybeards. Like, you kind of trust what they're saying, and you kind of want to impress them. I couldn't find the right picture that perfectly encapsulated them, so here's a few dudes with gray beards. And just in your mind, kind of chat GPT it and imagine what they all look like blended together. So as I said, I was in charge of ammunition, and this is the USS Oak Hill. This is the rear view of the stern gate down, doing some riverine operations. It was a lot of fun. This is a side view. It's a pretty big ship. The windows, which you can't even see because of my low-resolution image here, are as big as a big car window at the top, so it's large. And so when I was doing ammunition logistics, there were 11 magazines distributed throughout the ship. It's intended to embark 300 Marines. So you're not only carrying ammunition for the ship's self-defense, you're carrying ammunition for the Marine Corps. So you have a ton of ammunition. And it's a sensitive topic because of the hazards of ammunition, the cost of ammunition, the accountability, the reputation. Like, it's the job that nobody wants. And it's the job I got. So we were planning for what's called ammunition onload and offload. Before every deployment, you get rid of the old stuff and bring on the new stuff. I couldn't find a nice picture of an LSD pulled up to the pier, but here's a destroyer. So we were getting ready for ammunition onload, offload, getting all these boxes off the ship and bringing on all these boxes. And it's this arduous process. Like I said, the inventory sheets and the numbers and the lot numbers, and you can't screw anything up or straight to jail is what they tell you. So this is a picture of Yorktown, Virginia. There's a big ammunition depot. You see that there's nothing around the pier. That's by design, because if things go bad with ammunition, you want to make sure that you're safe and secure. So I'm planning for this big operation, and I look at this big, beautiful empty well deck on the ship. I'm like, this is perfect. Like, I'll get my crew, we'll get all the ammo out, while during the up from Norfolk to Yorktown. We'll stack everything in these neat stacks. We'll label them. We'll put labels on. We'll duct tape them. We'll put them on pallets with bands. Best operation you're ever going to see. Well, I mention it to everybody, and they look at me like I have a third eye growing out of my forehead. I'm like, I don't understand. They're like, it's not allowed. You can't break out ammunition per the regulation. I said, I think this is BS. I think you're wrong. Like, we can't be that dumb. I don't want to disappoint all the taxpayers in the audience, those of you paying taxes, but that's the reality. And so how does the Navy, the world's best fighting force at sea, handle logistics? They call it a working party. You make a caterpillar of human beings to move boxes. So this is a food shipment, likely, or supplies and parts, that the helicopter drops a big pallet of stuff and you bring it down to where it needs to go. It's quasi-efficient, I suppose, but the problem is, if you're moving ammunition around, per the regulation, you have to have a firefighting crew with fire hoses in case anything were to happen. So in terms of efficiency as an organization, no one's allowed to do anything when you're handling ammo. And I thought this can't be the case. So in my framework, I mentioned policy. As a junior officer in the Navy, you get handed, good artists copy, great artists steal. Now you know the Navy's full of great artists, because as a junior officer, you get handed a PowerPoint, and the last slide references all these instructions. You don't have time to validate them. You just hope that they're all correct, and you just carry on doing it the same way everyone has always done it. So I dug into the governing instruction for ammunition handling, ammunition and explosive safety ashore. Sure enough, it's not allowed. I was like, I still think this is wrong. So I keep digging. You'll notice it says ashore. Well, nobody had done their homework. There's a whole different governing instruction, ammunition and explosive safety afloat. And as you know, and we're a day late for deployment, and in DoD, that's like the worst. Like, there are whole entire staffs of people who do nothing but stare at Excel and the calendar and email you saying, why are you late? Why aren't you gonna make deployment on time? It's their whole job, and it can impact your career. So we were already late for deployment. So when it comes to bureaucracy hacking and getting in the mind of my commanding officer, if I can buy him some time and get us out the door quicker, probably gonna be thumbs up. Now I found the policy instruction that authorized that. Turns out the definition of a ship being afloat is once all the lines are off the pier. You're out at sea. Even if you're 2 feet away from the pier, all the lines are cast, you're good to go. So yeah, it's great, absurd. So I got permission to stack and pre-stage all our ammunition exactly as I had envisioned. Everyone was on board. And the graybeard walks on and sees these beautiful stacked ammunition. He looks at me dead in the eyes. And these are the moments I live for as a bureaucracy hacker, is that 2-second window where you've made this kind of a difference. He looks me in the eye and says, this is the best ship I've ever seen. So that was awesome. Okay. So I spent a couple years at an organization called DIU, the Defense Innovation Unit. I wish I had the time to tell you how our sub-team, we were a small team, hidden in a garage in Silicon Valley, like living the legend, living the story. It wasn't a commercial startup, it was a government team. And it was with some really good friends of mine who they were hackers. They did embedded systems exploitation for drones. Our story is mentioned in a book that came out called Unit X. Really cool stuff. So this is our shop. This is where we worked every day. So the story here of bureaucracy hacking has to do with a drone detection system that we created, we created, called Windtalker. Windtalker, we had a very small budget. This is the first prototype. I'm sure you can squint and figure out what all the components are. We had budget to build one. In fact, it wasn't even like a plan. One of our guys just built this in the corner. It's like, hey, look what I did. And so we built a UI for it. This is our UI called Doubting, and it's to detect drones. Well, we were a government team. By policy and law, you can't compete with the commercial sector. For good reason. The US government wants to promote economic growth. So if you're competing with a company as a government, you're putting them out of business. So there's a whole terrible field called tech transfer, which is getting government IP licensed to the big primes. So we had one prototype box and one rough UI. And in the military, you call them a dog and pony show, where you go show off your stuff to people who are never going to make a difference or really care about what you're doing. So we were in Augusta, Georgia, at this location for a team that we were on. That is Neil deGrasse Tyson. He was part of the Defense Innovation Board, giving a briefing and a demo of what we did. And it's one of these situations where there's all these bigwigs hearing your story, and they see the shiny display, and they have all these smart questions, and you try to give smart answers. And the reality is, like, how are we going to pay for this thing? How are we going to distribute it? How are we going to bring it to bear in reality? Well, there was rumor on the street. We talked to different DoD organizations, and one of them called DTRA, Defense Threat Reduction Agency. DoD is so weird. There's these entities with millions of dollars at the end of the budget year, and compared to the budget that gets passed, millions of dollars are called budget dust. And it's like, how do I access this elusive budget dust? I would like some, please. So I heard DTRA had extra funds, and we had another proposal in another folder for a DTRA proposal. And like, no one on my team was willing, and I'm not trying to disparage them. They were great engineers. And so it was like up to me as the chief cat herder to figure this out. I was like, well, we don't know how many systems we want. We don't know how much it'll cost. So I just made it up. I found a DTRA proposal with graphs and charts and put smart-sounding language with a table and an implementation. Like, I don't know what I'm doing. Former physical security bubba, but I can, I've learned some foreign languages in my past. I'll speak bureaucrat. I'll speak DTRA. I put this proposal together. And it turns out there are teams in DoD who are burdened with the problem of having money to spend and they don't know how to spend it. You know, you need these advanced contracting vehicles or whatever. So I gave them the answer, making up this proposal, and we got funding. And so here's V2, an improved ruggedization. We've got airflow in the box. It's got an antenna mast. Kept growing and scaling to a degree. We eventually had to commercialize it. But when the U.S. hospital ships were responding to COVID, they were using our system. So, and other sensitive parts of the world, very sensitive parts of the world, were using our quasi-production prototype boxes, and we found very suspicious flights, and we were able to keep important parts of this world safe as a result. So it turns out faking it until you make it is viable strategy for technology implementation if you work for Uncle Sam. Okay, the last topic I'd like to discuss is supply chain attacks. Again, I'm not a hacker, but I read the news. I have a rough understanding of a supply chain attack. The idea is if there's a trusted source of software that gives the stamp of approval when it gets shipped, you get into the pipeline, and so nobody knows where you are, and then it's devastating in multiple ways. A, it's what you thought was trusted software that's not, and B, it's being pushed out at scale. So how do you enact a supply chain attack as a bureaucracy hacker? I've alluded to it before. You just inspire the heck out of a bureaucrat who then you get on your side, who's then fighting your battle for you. My favorite story to tell, if you and I were to go out for a beer tonight and you were to indulge me, I would give you 45 minutes of a single story. My most successful bureaucracy hacking I did when I was 19 years old. I went to a military undergrad, the U.S. Naval Academy, and I really wanted to go train with the Army in Vermont. They have a mountaineering school called Army Mountain Warfare School. And beyond hacking and beyond lockpicking, I think the coolest topic in reality that exists is the physics of knot tying. There's different knots out there, and you can do, whether you're sailing out at sea or mountaineering, you can do remarkable things with a little know-how and some rope. And so I had to find a way to go to this Army training school, and I was less than a nobody. When you're a cadet, you know, you're lower than low. And I got to go, I put together this entire framework that I used. Imagine it was twice as long with more detail, and that's the process I got to go. And this is a picture of my workbook covered in pencil scratch. I got to go, and I came back. And, a quick vignette. I knew I was going to get a no. I was ready for the bureaucrat jujitsu. Okay, I put my entire proposal and plan, A to Z, all the research, all the letters, all the documentation in a folder, knocked on the door of this overweight helicopter pilot on shore duty. And it was like 2 dudes, and they handled the training for the whole student body. I knock on the door, he looks at me, "What do you want, Hesh?" "Sir, I was interested in training with the Army this summer," and he just cuts me off. He's like, "Look, man, people walk in here every day wanting to do this training, that cool training." He's like, "Do you see this office, this 8 square feet? It's 2 of us planning the schedules for 4,000 of you. It's not going to happen." And I was ready. "No problem, sir. Understood." I said, "If you don't mind, I'll leave my folder here on your desk by the door. If you have time to take a look at what I put together, great. And if not, no problem." I knew when he left that day, he was going to lock his door, see this fat, stupid folder, and be like, "What did this moron," you know, he's gonna look just so he can crush my hopes and dreams, because he's gonna think I didn't do my homework. I came back the next day, I knocked on the door. As soon as we made eye contact, his eyes got as big as saucers. And he said, "Dude, I had no idea the amount of work you put into this. I just needed one signature and I got to go. The school had already approved it." He was like, "This is awesome." He's like, "Don't screw it up." There's in the early 20th century, a Navy lieutenant stationed in China who saw how the British adjusted the elevation of their guns, which we weren't doing. His name is Lieutenant Sims. It's a crazy, interesting story. He was writing reports on how we needed to up our game, sending the reports to Washington and getting no reply. So he's like, "Screw this, I'm writing a letter to former Secretary of the Navy, President Roosevelt." He got a reply, or the Navy leadership got a reply, said, "Put this lieutenant in charge of all naval gunnery. If he fails to perform, cut off his head." So, you know, sometimes the senior bureaucrat gives you top cover, but you are on the hook to perform. So I did, I graduated, I came back the next year. I said, "Sir, I had a great time. I would love to run the training and selection program if you'll give me permission to get 10 more slots." He said, "Already beat you to it. You already have 10 slots next year. Don't screw it up." So that's a supply chain attack when it comes to bureaucracies. Couple quick, now we can dive a little bit into the framework, just some thoughts to think about if you work in a bureaucracy. I'll just cover each of these. Specific idea. What makes you come alive? When do you feel most energized? What's so obvious of an idea you think surely there must be a reason it's not been implemented already? You might be the only one with the idea. I'm thinking of the Instagram Amber Alerts. Finish this sentence. It would be amazing if our team lead approved our insane idea to blank. What frustrates you? If you were the CEO or the commanding officer for a day, what would be different? Logistics and execution. You've got to have a plan put together to make it easy to visualize how this is actually going to happen. It's the who, what, when, where, how, and resourcing, of course. It's always resourcing, time, money, and items. Policy and other permissions. Have you done your research to see if there's policy that might actually support, like the ammunition documentation nobody had looked into? Does another team have policy? So we use this in the counter-UAS world, the drone detection world. The Department of Homeland Security did not have authorization to put up sensors where they wanted to put sensors, but we did. And they could sign a memorandum of understanding or a memorandum of agreement with us to get access to the data. So that's how you squirm around these big behemoth organizations to do everything above board and legal. Can you get a waiver or an exception to policy? We leverage those as well. And can you influence new policy making? ID stakeholders. You know, the boss is going to have deputies that he trusts. If you've got a good relationship with those deputies, then that's how you can build that snowball of momentum. Who do you have the best relationship with? Who's the most open-minded? They may or may not be the same person. Who's closest to the boss? And who stands most to benefit from your idea? Who might be on your side? Metrics and values. Bureaucrats love their metrics, so play the game. What numbers can you move up and to the right or down if they're trying to reduce things like churn or drop off or abandoned carts online or whatever the case may be? And then what values can you appeal to? When I finally got that one-sentence reply for shooting the flares, spoke, I think, to a deep sense of wanting to, see something cool and impactful happen to improve crew morale around July 4th. Remove friction, mitigate risk. I could give a whole lecture on these, but basically, when you're talking to a bureaucrat, it's like in the wilderness, no sudden moves. It's like, don't do anything that could impact their rank, their reputation, their revenue, and do as much as you can to not inhibit their time, their energy, their effort, and their ego. Usually in bureaucracy hacking, you have to kind of subdue your own ego, make it sound like it was their idea. But if you're doing something that you believe in that's bigger than yourself, you can do that. This is a repeat. We covered that. Decision maker, what are their fears, concerns, and priorities? It's easy to get angry at the boss who poo-poos everything, but he's a human being. He or she is a human being, and they do have real fears, concerns, and priorities they might not even be expressing. Like I said, they've got to put food on the table. If they're in an organization, they might have less career mobility than you might believe that you do as a young person, and so they have to follow the rules, or they think they do. What are their core values that can be appealed to? Who are they when they're at their best, and how can you approach them from that assumption? When they're at their worst, how do you avoid, bringing the dragon out of them? Risk across safety, budget, reputation, ego, resourcing. How do you think through all these before you present an idea? Communication protocol. I think this is a very interesting parallel as well. If you're in the Silicon Valley, it's a pitch deck. If you're in the military, it's a memorandum. If you're at Amazon, I know they go by white papers. What's the tone? When I first called the mountaineering school, I took a huge risk because, like I said, I was lower in rank than anybody, and I purposely introduced myself using my first name because it's ran by Special Forces Green Berets, and they're a guard unit. So I figure if you're a guard unit and you're Special Forces, and they, because they're a higher level of training, they tend to be a little more relaxed. And you're in the mountains of Vermont where you get fresh maple syrup. We got fresh maple syrup every day during this training. I was like, you're probably easygoing, and there's two types of people in the military. People who play the game because they believe in the purpose, or people who live by the organization at the expense of the purpose. And they'll both give you a no if you don't approach them properly. So I was casual with him, and it worked. I got him on my side, and that's how I began building that case to go. So let's revisit the definition, the second part of it. Bureaucracy hacking, a method of exploiting multiple vulnerabilities in organizations and social systems to create new value in a way that reconciles individuals to one another, themselves, and their purpose. Well, if you're into etymology and word history, cilia is eyelashes. So to reconcile is to come face to face again. And so I don't know too much about Jerry Purnell. I know he was a sci-fi writer, and maybe here at Hope 16 I should know more about him, but he was also an industrial psychologist. And he's got this iron law of bureaucracy. And from what I've learned about hackers is if you tell them there's a system they can't get into, they'll get into it. And so if you're going to give me a law that says bureaucracy has an iron law that cannot be defeated, Well, let me read it to you first. In any bureaucratic organization, there'll be two kinds of people: those who are devoted to the goals of the organization and those dedicated to the organization itself. In every case, the second group will gain and keep control of the organization at the expense of the former is the implication. At first, this appealed to me because of my experiences, and then I realized this is a toxic principle in my mind. Because if you join an organization later in its life cycle, what is this saying about who you are and the difference you can make? I don't like that, and I refuse to let anybody control or influence what I'm allowed to imagine or hope for or try to bring to fruition in reality. And so the way we keep these systems fresh and do the right thing and keep their purpose, keep people close together and aligned for something that matters, is bureaucracy hacking. It's staying connected to the reason and using these different levers to exploit the system, to repair the system, and to not let it go to waste. So I believe in this stuff. Thank you very much. This is my email address. Love to talk further. Anybody interested?
So question. I know you talked about a little bit about knowing the people you're going to communicate with, what they are at their best and what they are at their worst. However, many...
Can you use the mic? We can't hear you. Can you use the mic, please?
All right. Better? Thank you. All right. So you talked about knowing people, the superiors especially, their best and their worst. However, in many organizations, you don't have that visibility. So how do you find out about how people, what their goals are and what their vision is and what they are at their best and worst?
Your question, let me make sure I get it right, is if you're too far removed from the individual who's has the ability to approve or deny your idea, but they're too far away, how do you
read the room?
How do you read the room? For the most part, this is a process that I think requires time and strategic planning. It's not something you can do very quickly. So typically, you have other individuals who maybe have been rejected for their ideas, and so you ask them, what was your experience and why did you get a no? Or he has maybe a trusted lieutenant. I saw this over and over again, and it's hard not to get cynical, but there's extraordinary bias. And if he de facto trusts one man or woman and doesn't trust another, you need to get in with the person who he trusts because he will listen to their idea. And someone else who might be perfectly qualified, if he's not listening to them and your idea matters, you need to find a way to navigate the organizational chart to get to him. So it's doing research with other folks who've talked with the boss, him or her, and learning if their ideas worked or didn't work and why, and who you can reach, who can be an advocate for your idea. I'll open any other questions. Otherwise, I really appreciate your time and willingness to listen. Again, there's my email address. Looks like we got a question coming up.
Just turn the mic on.
This one. Might need to.
Hello? Is it working? Okay. Hi. Yeah, thanks for the talk. It occurred to me that it sounds like that idea, it has to have this values alignment with someone in that organization. But I'm sure there's people that have ideas that don't have that alignment or they can't see that alignment. What's your advice to them? And or has it happened in your life? And can you give us an example?
I don't know if this will answer your question. You tell me. You've got to believe that your idea is bigger than yourself, so you have to present it in a way where you can really de-escalate your own ego, and you have to Trojan horse it there. I just wanted to go run around the mountains with the Army. But if you read the proposal letter that I put together, it used all the flowery language: joint operations, joint training, quoting policy and doctrine on the joint force and how this is a boon for the Navy and it's a boon for the Navy. It's not about me. I just want to run around the woods with these guys. So you have to present your idea. You have to couch it in language. You have to hide it in the Trojan horse of how do you make it look good for the organization or the boss. And I'm not trying to be cynical about it. It's true. So it's all marketing and branding and positioning. So you have a vision. You need to make sure you achieve your vision. But how can you frame it in different ways to, and I'm happy to speak to a specific example if you have a specific idea in mind, but otherwise.
I'm just thinking about you want to get something done because the organization has resources. right? And it does connect to a bigger purpose, but maybe not the purpose that you could find in that organization, right? You might find people that like could help you along the way, but I don't know, like, are there some ideas that you can't get done in certain organizations?
I mean, I would never want to admit that because I believe in the impossible. Probably true. Do you have a specific example?
Not that comes off the top of my head. I was
Sure.
hoping that like, maybe you might have a thought.
Yeah. I mean, in general, it's just how you position it, and how can you maybe you can add other ideas to it that serve the boss, so he approves one part of the idea at the expense of and allows another part of the idea because it serves his agenda.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Cool. You have a question online? As part of your physical security work, how often did you see simple people-based bureaucracy attacks like tailgating, following someone through a door after they've already used their key card and other types of attacks?
Sure. Tailgating is pretty common, and I think that's that convenience versus security idea. And I think behavior change in a population is like the most important part of security, physical or cyber, and the hardest to accomplish. So there was lots of tailgating, and the hard part with Facebook is it was like, appropriately so, security was an HR function. You wanted people to feel a certain way, but you really weren't allowed to be particularly confrontational. So if someone was tailgating through a door, you might radio a guard to coach them not to do that. But it depends 100% on the priority of security to the organization. And I think we could have done a much better job. And I think you make people realize that the impact on them is real. If someone's tailgating, they just got to get to their computer to get their project started. But they don't realize that if somebody is tailgating who's like an active shooter, then that's a problem. And so it's all about the culture and how do you elevate the security culture to make people realize we all have a role to play. So I saw it a lot, and it was discouraging, to be honest with you. Is that it? Awesome. Thank you all. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. If there's others in the audience, come up to the mic so I don't cut you off if you
I had to think about it. So
sure.
I work in public education, and I am finding I'm in the position where I have ideas I want to implement. I usually can get my admin on board. My issue is dealing with my peers. There's a lot of people, other teachers are saying like, you can't. I guess if you can speak to your experience about when you're not, you can get support of the bureaucrat, but not your peers. Do you have any advice of how to reconcile that, how to deal with that?
Can your peers poo-poo your idea? Can they influence it?
They're like, that's not going to work. And I'm like, yeah, but you've never tried it.
Well, so I understand they can disagree with it, but can they actually get in the way of an idea that you're trying to implement? Do they have the ability to can you give your example?
So one of the things I want to do is make sure my students have access to being able to use sensors to collect their own data. And there have been a lot of people that are like we're never going to get funding for it. How are you going to get access? But yeah. Sure.
So what I'm hearing you say is you have a brand new idea that no one's ever done, and people are just discouraging of the idea.
Yeah.
First of all, screw them.
Okay.
No, you deserve your ideas to come to fruition if you're looking out for young people. And I would say it depends on, it really gets down to the brass tacks. Do you need funding? Where's the hardware coming from? Mm-hmm. What's the implementation plan? Do you have time in your schedule for the year? I assume that you've got that all worked out. And if you do, again, it has to come down to the opinions of people don't matter. So screw them. The ability for someone to thumbs up or thumbs down your idea completely is what matters.
Yeah.
So you want to be focused on who can actually get in the way of implementing your idea. And for people like that, you want to look for precedent. Have other schools done it? Have postgraduate institutions done it? Have after-school programs done it? Where have they gotten their funding? Where have they gotten their hardware? What does an outcome look like there? What are the data privacy rules and regulations? And can you adopt a system that somebody else did? So precedent matters big time, and then finding a way to couch it in something that will serve them. The principal maybe has a vision for next year, and it's whatever the vision is, Trojan horse the sensor idea for your class into what the principal wants, and then they're going to give you a yes. So ignore the haters and then execute, and you're going to do great.
Thank you.
For sure. Cool. Thanks, y'all. Have a good rest of your day. Hey, thanks, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah. Said it's all types of hacking.
Yeah.
People just gravitate towards it.
Yeah, it's
So it's funny you mentioned Amber Alerts.
Yeah.
I'm an old programmer.
neat. Yeah, I
In
love it.
2003, I contacted the National Center for Missing
Yeah.
Persons and said, listen, you have these Amber Alerts that you're posting on TV. I said, I built websites. I said, give me an API or an RSS feed. I can post this on all these websites that are on.
Love it.
They came back to like, no, we don't do that. It's like, of course, years later, now they do it, but it's like 2002 could have had,
Yeah.
built that momentum.
Yeah.
But,
I feel like software engineers are quick to have a vision for a brighter future.
yeah.
You gotta like
Avi, are you hearing this video?
No
video?
there's no sound.
No audio?
Do we need to plug it? Well, we're starting.
All right, welcome everyone to our second session of the day, Hacking the Future at the Tesla Science Center. I'd like to welcome Michael Caprio, Jeffrey Velez, and Ed Wilson.
Check, check, check.
Test.
There I am.
Ah, okay.
I speak loud. I'm from New York. No.
Hello. Can you hear me? Sounds good.
So mic check from me.
Well, I'd like to just start off by saying how happy I am to be back to Hope. It's great to see old friends. It's great to see new faces. This has been my first Hope, I think, since the pandemic. So it's nice to be back. And I'm also really excited to be a part of this presentation today. So Tesla Science Center, we're going to talk a little bit about that today. Our slides are called "The Future is Ours," and I'm just going to let Jeff do the quote on that one because he was really good. Explain why the future is ours.
Love it. It goes back to a lot of things for Tesla that still to this day just resonate and resound around the world. The quote of his was, no, I'm all messed
I know I
up.
put you on the spot. I'm sorry.
I'm on the spot. I didn't expect to go first, but let the future evaluate each one according to his works and accomplishments. The present is theirs. The future, for which I have really worked, is mine. That was a direct quote from Nikola Tesla. I've said it a billion times, and I still always stumble on it just because it's pretty profound, you know? If you think here's a man who was just so far ahead of time, and he just knew that the current generation just didn't get it, and you know what? He didn't care about it. He wasn't looking at their present. He was looking towards the future. He was looking towards our future and realizing, you know, what could be done and that he would be vindicated and the truths of his sciences would hold true. And so we're really grabbing onto that and trying to use that as our focal point to hack the future, you know, with the Tesla Science Center, because Lord knows we need it. You know, the world is in dire straits right now. This is the community of people that we really feel are most Tesla-minded, the hacktivists out there, the tinkerers, all the thinkers of the world. I'm really blessed to have been able to be part of this organization. I'm going to go a little more into, when I talk, I have some pictures of just past events and my little history of building up with everything. So I'll talk more about that later, but I've just been blessed to be doing exhibits and stuff for Tesla since 2013, maybe, and I see the impact it has on the community. You're out there at STEM events and you see these kids' eyes, it's like magic to them. It's like, I feel like a wizard. I'm just like, you can't get me to stop when I'm doing the events because the energy back from the audience is just so palpable and just addicting, really. It's the greatest feeling. You really feel like a showman. And then I stop and think to myself, this is what Tesla was doing also. He was doing demonstrations, large-scale demonstrations of all his equipment and apparatus, because community didn't get it. It was still magic to them, and it's still magic to us today, which is great. We have amazing advancements in technology, but the world at large isn't really thinking about it. They're just using this magic black box, and they don't care about what's going on in that, and that's going to be a huge detriment to us unless we can grab the community, grab everyone, and get them thinking and innovating and just using their brain.
Well, I think you captured that perfectly. I'm going to just, let's see if this will work. I think I have to turn off the screensaver on my laptop.
There we go.
Gosh, good.
Thank you.
Magic.
See, nothing ever goes right for Tesla,
So just to start, we're going to, I guess the clicker's not working. Just a quick introduction. So Ed, feel free to start off.
Hi, I'm Ed Wilson. I am the resident ham radio nerd for the Tesla Science Center. We're here at the Ham Radio Village as well, so if anybody's passed by and talked to me, you might have heard me talking for hours and hours and hours about my love of ham radio. And that's how I got involved with the Tesla Science Center. I met a new ham radio operator on the air, and I helped him out, and he's become a great friend of mine, Jeff, and Jeff introduced me to the Tesla Science Center, and I've jumped in.
But what was the connection? How did it start? We were, and it kind of goes into what I'm going to talk about a little bit later, but I'll just do it super, super quick. We were on a net. I had problems with my setup because it was really janky, and he stayed on after the net. Any questions, any problems? So I went in, we started talking, made contact, talking about Suffolk County Radio Club. So I sent him a very professional email, not from the Tesla Science Center, because I didn't want to lead with that, And he writes...
I need to interrupt you first, because he had a really crappy signal, and I talked to you about your signal, and I was like, what is your setup? And he's like, I just have a mag mount antenna sitting on my end table. I said, all right, go in the kitchen, don't let your wife see you, but go grab a cookie sheet and slap your antenna on the cookie sheet, and your signal's gonna work a lot better.
So it improved it. I've got a little bit better setup now. But sent him this email, professional just about Suffolk County Radio Club, and then he replies back, oh my God, I thought I knew you from somewhere. He had remembered me from one of the HOPE conferences, the HOPE 2020. That was my first talk where it was all virtual. And then so here's this amazing, great connection over the air, over electricity, just a single spark, a single connection that has spawned. Look at this, we're here today. Now he's the president of the Tesla Science Center Amateur Radio Club, and we're just building and growing on all these different facets, and it's all Tesla, man.
Yeah, so
Sorry.
There's only 4 members of the Tesla Science Radio Club because we're trying to get ourselves together, and 3 of the 4 members are in this room, 2 of them up here, and in the 3rd row we have Denise. So, but we're doing some awesome stuff with ham radio and the community. I'm proud to be a part of that. I'm proud to be here for my 3rd part, partaking in the panel on Nikola Tesla. And I was just up here preparing, and I'm thinking, I'm like, my first time in this auditorium was probably about 1980. I grew up here on campus, and I watched the Muppet movie in this movie theater as a little 7 or 8-year-old. And this being here at St. John's is amazing because my first introduction to 2600 magazine was here on campus as well in the early 90s. So it just, everything kind of comes full circle here. So I'm happy to be here. I kind of came to Tesla Science Center just in the last couple of years. I moved out
to the North Shore area near Shoreham, New York, and I was shocked to learn I literally lived like a 8-minute drive away from Nikola Tesla's laboratory, which I had heard about from the internet back in 2012. And of course, the Oatmeal webcomic and the Let's Build a Goddamn Tesla Lab and the historic crowdfunding that happened with that at Indiegogo at the time. But I am by nature a community organizer. I'm a person who wants to see science. I want to see hackerspaces. I've participated in these things, since I moved to New York. I'm an engineer. I went to WPI, so I'm kind of like all about, there's historic tradition in all of these things, and it's so amazing how you can almost always trace it back to Nikola Tesla. I mean, he really defined our modern world. So it's like, for me, it just feels like I'm in the right place, and this confluence, this perfect storm of things has happened, to put me here to help make things happen for the Science Center. Could we have the next slide, or is this going to work? Oh, it's not on. It wasn't turned on.
No, I don't know if the clicker.
There we go. No, it worked.
Okay, there we go.
So just a little bit of background. If you've never heard of Nikola Tesla, or you have no idea what we're talking about regarding his laboratory, just some quick facts. I'm not going to spend a lot of time, reading through everything. We'll just, I'm not a person who reads slides, but we put all the information up there so people could have it. In short, really everything in this room, everything that we use all day, every day, comes from Nikola Tesla. He predicted smartphones. He predicted the internet. He created our system of power transmission. He discovered many things and was never credited for them, just because he was doing so much and so many different things and exploring in so many different areas that other people, like for example, Rontgen, who is credited with discovering X-rays, Tesla sent him X-ray photographs after Rontgen published his papers. So Tesla was already creating what he called shadow graphs. So it's just incredible to think that here's this person. Why are we not hearing about him? Why are we not talking about him every day? Or why is it Con Edison, right? Why are we not having Tesla, better represented? And now we have the Tesla vehicle, but that's even worse of a problem, because when the founders of Tesla named it after him, they were of course engineers. They revered Tesla. Nobody else knew about it. Now the first thing anyone thinks about is a car. Or the companies. So I say to them, I work at Tesla Science Center. I actually have to say I work at Nikola Tesla's lab first, and then they say, and they're like, well, is that related to the car? So it's always, it always comes back to that. So it really speaks to how people can be erased, over time if they don't follow the narrative that everyone else wants to be created. So why are we doing all this, and what's so important about Tesla Science Center really is that we're here to change education, to make things more holistic, to really capture the spirit of Nikola Tesla in all of his explorations, in all of his work and his legacy, and bring it forward to today. We need to revitalize everything. Our education systems are not working. Our STEAM education is not working. So we're going to try a different way. We're going to try to do things in a very unique and innovative, hands-on approach. One of the things I learned when I went to Worcester Polytechnic Institute, they have a very unique educational curriculum. They run on quartermesters, so we are working in very accelerated and very intense classroom environments, and everything is a hands-on project. Everything is project-based. From the minute you walk in the door, you're working with a team, and you are learning through practical application. So this, I think, is like the true path of engineering, and one of the things that I hope to bring to core programming at Tesla Science Center. And here's an example of one of those programs, something that we launched last year, and something that I have a background in or had worked in previously. We founded Space Apps NYC in 2012, myself and others, to be part of NASA's hackathon. And it's something I've spoken on at other events. I've spoken on this at camp in Germany, and just that space is such an exciting thing right now. And technology-wise, science-wise. We're discovering so much every day. Space exploration is one of the coolest things ever. It's completely heartbreaking to see how NASA is being gutted like a fish when everything that they've done has been given away freely, free data, free open source software for the world. It's one of the only government programs in this country that actually gives everything away for free to the world. You can use NASA imagery and data for any purpose, including commercial. If that's not open source, open science, open data, I don't know what is. So this was a fantastic event. We ran it at Zebra Technologies, one of our annual partners at the Science Center. It was 42 high school students. In fact, I'll just go on to the, sorry. So I put this in last night. Why space, right? Nikola Tesla, he was an electricity guy. It doesn't make sense to do space science, right? Wrong. Nikola Tesla was all about flight. And his earliest childhood days, and one of his last patents, in fact, was for vertical takeoff and lift. He was trying to design flying machines. He tried to create a vacuum-based engine that would be a flying device as a child. In fact, when he was 17 years old, now this is a picture of him at like age 23, but when he was 17, he envisioned orbital rings built around the Earth so that people could travel up to them via space elevator, sit on the ring, let the Earth rotate below them, and then go back down again. And having traveled, he was already visualizing these things in his mind at that time about outer space. Even really like the invention of the polyphase induction motor, it could be credited to his thought of flying around the Earth, or the sun revolving around the Earth, and thinking about how a polyphase electrical motor spins and how an orbit works around the Earth. Like all of these analogies were working through his head. So there's that. In 1898, he built the first robotic drone, radio remote controlled device to sail in waters. We are using Curiosity rover on Mars today, so we wouldn't have, he pioneered all of these technologies, robotic remote control exploration devices. And then, of course, in 1900, when he started his wireless energy transmission experiments in Colorado Springs, he very well may have been the first radio astronomer, perhaps getting signals from space, from interstellar clouds of dust and gas. And that's a picture of his Colorado Springs laboratory, which also, of course, was demolished and destroyed.
Quick interesting fact about that, he wasn't sure what he was receiving. He knew it was coming from outer space. He wasn't sure if it was from an intelligent species or something, but he thought it was because it was coming in pulses that he could define and actually get. The media lambasted him for it. Oh, Tesla's talking to Mars and blah, 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 blah. Really ridiculed him and started that moniker of, the mad scientist, whereas years later, when it did come to fruition, then they were actually taking it seriously, like, oh yeah, actually we're getting signals from whatever different parts, but I just thought interesting the negative aspect put on him when he was right all along.
And again, like corporate controlled media, right? JP Morgan, all these other folks, Edison fighting against him. These were PR wars. This was propaganda. Like he was being decried as a mad scientist for saying these exact things, when years later, Edison and Marconi were both saying, oh no, there's signals coming from space, right? So when they say it, it was good, but when he said it, he became a mad scientist.
Thank God we don't have those problems today with the media, right? Everything's good.
But even being portrayed as a mad scientist, like that shows his cultural impact, right? We think of Jacob's ladders in the movie Frankenstein. Guess what? That was what Tesla was doing and on his tours when he would show his technologies, and when he lit the Chicago World's Fair with George Westinghouse, that inspired L. Frank Baum to write about the Emerald City in The Wizard of Oz. And H.G. Wells was inspired by Tesla talking about signals from Mars. So this man was a massive cultural icon, as well as being technologically influential.
Wireless technology.
Thank you, Tesla.
I didn't replace the batteries, I'm sorry.
So this is showing last year's space science program that we ran at the Science Center. We did have 42 high school students participate, almost half we're going to work towards improving that goal. We're running the program again this year and expanding it. So last year we were grant funded to only be for high school students. We had 2 sessions on 2 Saturdays in September, and then had the Space Apps Challenge at Zebra for Space Apps Brookhaven. That's like there's actually 4 sites in New York this year for Space Apps if you're interested in becoming a space hacker. There's Space Apps NYC, there's Space Apps Yonkers, there's Space Apps Long Beach for Nassau, and there's Space Apps Brookhaven for Suffolk County. But you can see the numbers for yourself. We're expanding space science in Space Hack to 4 Saturdays, all 4 Saturdays in September. That's starting right now. By tomorrow, the registration links will be up if you know any high school or college students. We're not limited in high school student participation this year, but we're going to be talking about radio. That's going to be one of our classes. We're going to talk about astronavigation and teach the students how to use science visualization software for planetariums. We're going to be teaching them about data, and we're going to be teaching them a 1-day coding workshop class from a holistic approach, starting with computer architecture. So that's our space science program. And Ed, do you want to talk any more about like what we want to do with? I know you haven't seen the slides, so when do you want to kind of interject stuff about the radio club?
College by winging it. Yeah, we can.
Because I'll just launch into the video next, but if you want to talk about, we're talking about education.
Just a couple of quick things. One of the things that I'm going to do once we have our visitor center open, which should be hopefully sometime next year, which I've been saying for the last 4 or 5 years, but it's happening.
Hey, you stole my line.
Yeah,
I was
we're
going to
going
use
to have
that.
a visitor center sometime next year, and we're going to have an active amateur radio station, ham radio station in it, and we're going to have some meeting space so we can explore building a community on Long Island with some hacker and maker spaces and radio people and some volunteer groups from within the community can all get together and help bring other people into the community. We'll learn a little bit more about wireless technology and the awesome white hat hacker that Nikola Tesla was.
So
Wait, can I interrupt you one more second?
yeah, go ahead.
So about 3 years ago, so 2 hopes ago, we were here and we were talking to Emmanuel and we were talking about the relationship of the Tesla Science Center and Hope in 2600 Magazine. And at some point in the very near future, we're looking to, and Jeff and I have spoken about this, I don't think we've brought you into the loop on this, Mike, but at some point during one of the Hope conferences in the very near future, we're hoping to have a bus trip out of here on Thursday prior to Hope, going out to the Science Center, getting a tour of the center, and having lunch and getting back here and doing all sorts of cool things. So.
You know, it's been very difficult. We've had the property since 2013. I'll just be super quick on this one. We have no buildings that are open and accessible still. And fire rocked us, set us back even further. We've been towing the line of we'll have a visitor center next year since I've been towing it since 2013. But it really, things are lining up. And you know what? Everything happens for a reason. Everything in its right time and due season. And I think that time for us is now. Everything's just progressing in just astounding ways. This last birthday expo blew my mind, totally blew my mind. I was stuck at my table the whole time. There were so many people that I didn't even get to experience it. I watched the video. I'm like, oh my God, we had that. Oh my God, we had that. It was just nuts. So.
Yeah, it's really exciting. I mean, we are breaking ground on the visitor center finally. So next year there will be more grounds that are going to be open. There's going to be a full visitor center that we'll be holding classes in. We'll have a small exhibit in. It will be open to the public. The Science Center will be open to the public next spring. That is in stone. So.
And that is the if you build it, they will come moment for us that I've been just waiting and dreaming and praying for even before I got involved with the organization. I'll explain a little bit of that when I chat, but definitely.
Well, yeah, so we'll show the video for the Expo. So this every year on Tesla's birthday, we have the Nikola Tesla Expo, which is a showcase of technologies, history, all related back to his legacy at the laboratory. And the last 2 years, we've had a drone show. So I'm just going to play the video. We had 2,400 attendees this year, which was magical. It was wild. So you'll see that in the video next.
want to thank everyone that came here today for the Nikola Tesla Expo.
Our way of celebrating the wonderful things that Tesla has brought to the world and sharing it with as many people as can join us.
A nice fundraiser and activity for the community to support the Tesla Science Center.
Why are we here? Because this is hallowed ground. The historic tower base that Nikola Tesla built along with his friend, famed architect, Stanford White.
This facility being the last real Tesla site in the world, I think it's just so important for the technology and the man.
The Tesla Center means to me an opportunity for learning, for inquiry, for creativity.
What's happening here today is magic. The people who run the Tesla Science Center are very interested in energizing our youth.
We can create a science center where young people come and get inspired.
As a Long Island attraction, this is just a major thing. Kids can walk up, look at amazing technologies and history. Funding the Science Center is really going to be key, because if you take a look at the 5,000 people that are here today, think about what they would get if they could actually look at a science center and look at the details, look at what it was that Nikola Tesla did, learn that much more about him. The last thing you want is his history to be lost.
Our mission is a global mission.
That's something that we really need more of in this world, is that we work together and that we can create good for all of us.
Nikola Tesla was a global figure. He was a lover of humanity. He knew that his inventions would change our lives. As much as it mattered to the local community and the Long Island community, the world saved this location. I think we'd be standing here looking at the finishing touches on the lab if that fire didn't happen in November of 2023. The fire added an additional $3.5 million of cost. We now have to raise another $10 million. It's imperative to make sure that we at least complete the exterior of the lab building before the end of the year. We're going to continue to raise funding.
When I look around and I see all the people here, I have great hope.
Funding this is really important in many ways.
Community members that want to help with the mission,
Donate through our website,
Go to TeslaScienceCenter.org.
as well as our Facebook page and other social media. Give us a call, send us a message, get in touch with me. I'll be happy to help you.
Can we all hold our thoughts there? Can we just do a quick introduction of who Jane is real quick?
Oh my God, that's Jane Alcorn. She is amazing. She is the woman who's been at the forefront of the Tesla Science Center for decades. She's been trying to save that property since, I don't even remember exactly when, but well before we've had the property, you know. So many different things have fallen through the cracks of them potentially getting it or getting a part of it, or just, you know, and it always just fell through, you know, until that chance encounter with Matt Inman and Operation Let's Build a Goddamn Tesla Museum, and here we are, you know, just making it happen, and it's just super.
She's been at it for 30 years, literally.
Can we just add in how when you meet her, what you have to do when you meet her?
Yo, hug her?
The shaking or the shaking of the hand and hugging her?
Yeah.
Why?
She is a hugger. She's a wonderful. She was my entry into the Science Center too, because I was looking for. I wanted to get involved in the community. I knew that this is a science corridor. I saw, and I was fascinated by Tesla. I wanted to be involved with the Science Center, so I went to a film screening at the Cinema Arts Center in Huntington, and she was there. I just said, "Hey, can I help? I want to do hackathons. I want to bring space science to Tesla Science Center." And she said, "Okay, let me get you in touch with the right people." And here we are.
But let's go back a little bit. But she wants to shake your hand or hug you because she had the privilege of meeting Nikola Tesla's.
Oh, William.
You know the story better than I.
Goodness gracious. So William Turbo, and I'm going to actually talk about it a little bit. He passed away, rest his soul, in 2018. He was the last living relative of Nikola Tesla's. his great grandnephew or something like that.
Who had met him.
He had actually met him when he was 8 years old at the New Yorker Hotel. So he actually remembered specific things about the room set up that nobody had known, just from firsthand experience, William Turbo. And he was instrumental. He was the Tesla Science, I forget. He had his own organization where for years he was trying to champion and keep Tesla's name around, you know, because he was written out of the textbooks truly until Tesla Motors, kind of, you know, and that at least started getting the name back into the media, for better or for worse on that. But so she had met him, and just to be able to touch him, and when I first met him, it was like, oh my God, that's Tesla DNA, you know, right in front of me, the real deal, like he is a real boy, like, and so to me, even just shaking his hand was just
does anyone still need the information up here? Take a quick picture. I'm just going to switch off back to the slides. And we do have socials. You can find us on Instagram. You can find us in a number of different areas. So you'll see that video will be on our YouTube and across a bunch of different other platforms. So back to programs. The way we see it, there are needs across the board. We need to increase scientific literacy with public educational events. We need to improve classroom instruction and supplement the education that K through 12 is getting with, you know, more access to technology, engineering, and science, and professional entrepreneurial development. You know, workforce development, people who need skills, who need to transition into our current and future technologies. I swear I can't use that thing.
Finally gave up the ghost. If we had wireless technology from Tesla,
I'm going to drive
need
from the
that.
podium.
Yeah, that might be the
Lectern.
safest bet. Yeah, these
So while
AAAs
they're
are
fixing
toast.
this, if anybody has any other questions later on, we'll be at the Ham Radio Village. If you want to stop by and say hello, and we'll talk a little bit more about Nikola Tesla, feel free. We're right across from registration.
Yeah, and I'm not going to read these slides again. Like, this is just some ideas and examples, like showing the things we're aiming for the future. We've created a 5-year plan for core programming. It kicks off when the Science Center is officially open, but we're still doing other programs, like we are doing the Space Hack, we're doing the Space Apps Brookhaven. We will be doing other events, but there will be a very large event when we actually open in the spring next year. So you can just advance to the next slide and the next one. So just examples again. These slides will be made available. But this is a great slide to look at. You know, we have expanded so many partnerships in the last couple of years. You know, we've probably doubled the number of logos on this list, and we're going to grow more. You know, we have really wonderful relationships that we've opened up with Brookhaven National Labs. You know, we have a lot of people, and we have a lot of puzzle pieces, and we just have to fit them together. Amen. You know, and that's what we're doing. Having Space Force on board this year was fantastic. They are also going to be a part of our space science programming this year. So there will at least be 1 or 2 sessions where a Guardian or Space Force folks. In fact, the person you saw in that video was retired Colonel Sean Barnes. He's an LIU graduate. He stood up Space Force in 2019. And his talk at the Expo was really fantastic. I mean, it is so vital what we need to have for security in space, not just from you know, other nation states, but just in general, like from nature. You know, the sun is an incredibly powerful thing, and it will drag our satellites down into our atmosphere. And you know, we need to be able to respond to. I mean, you know, Tesla's blessings could also be a curse for us, because we have gone and turned the world into a place wrapped with wires. And if we get a really bad solar event, it will destroy everything. So we have to have defense for these things, from space weather and related stuff. So, it's wonderful to see all this happening, and I think at this point, like Jeff was saying, it's just a matter of time. The perfect storm is coming together, and the lightning will strike. So, next slide is take another picture here. We want to invite everyone to join us. Please, we need technical people, we need volunteers, we need engineers, we need scientists. We need ham operators, we need educators, we need anyone who can do anything in the space of any background, any diversity of thought, diversity of action. We are having a picnic on Saturday. Please come. All you have to do is register to become a volunteer. There is no commitment. We just want to build our community. And if you scan the first QR code, sign up, scan the second QR code, and just RSVP, and we'll have burgers, dogs, vegetable skewers. It is also a potluck if you want to bring your favorite dish. But please come. We would love to have you.
It's right on the property. If you've never been there, perfect time to come down and check it out. Because we're not normally open. Like we said, we don't have any open buildings, so the site's usually locked up, except for special events or private tours or anything like that. So definitely an awesome time to get down there before our next events. Yeah, so I'm going to jump in. Let me do a quick swap here.
Grab a snapshot of, oops.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. If you didn't grab a snapshot, we'll hook you up afterwards.
How many people in the room are local to New York City, Long Island? Quite a few, yeah. So come on down on Saturday. We'll get a behind-the-scenes look about what's going on there on our campus. It's a really magical place to be. You can feel the energy as soon as you step foot in there.
So I have a question online, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please.
Glad to hear about the visitor center. Are there any drawings, plans online to see what it's expected to look like? And how firm is the date for next year's opening?
I do believe if you go to tscw.org, that's the short version of teslasciencecenter.org. On that website, there should be either press releases, which have visualizations of the Science Center, and just general conceptions. I mean, the site is actually a fantastic site. There's lots of information there. And of course, other ways to get involved. The property is actually, one of the reasons why we can do this is because it's technically on a separate parcel of land. It is certified for occupancy. The lab itself, and is just, obviously it's been burned, but also it had asbestos, it had black mold. Like it couldn't be. We don't have any CO for that. We do also have a CO for the water treatment plant, which we're hoping to turn into a hackerspace in the future. So just go ahead and visit the site. You'll find a lot of information there.
So don't want to drone on too long. I got a bunch of pictures and stuff. I just want to kind of go over the history of what I've been doing and parlay that into kind of what Michael's been trying to set up with our volunteer docent program, which was pretty awesome. I didn't even know what docent meant. So I'm like, donut? Dos Equis? What are we talking about? I had to Google it to see what it is, but really fits the bill. Docent's a trained volunteer who acts in a scientific capacity for academies and museums and acts as a storyteller. So just kind of what I've been doing for many years. I've been huge fan of 2600 since at least 95. I think 1995 is when I first started going to the meetups in the city. I missed the first Hope in 94. When the second one came out, Beyond Hope, I couldn't make it, which started a whole slew of silly events where I missed every single one after that until, what was that, I think 26, no, I don't even remember which one, but I'm an extroverted introvert, so I'd make up excuses with my hacker buddies to not go, so I just didn't go, and life took over, and fast forward, all the way to 2011, one thing that is just amazing me, trying to bring all this together is how, one single spark, one connection can change the world. It really could, and that spark for me was an old boss of mine, John Compagna. He knew my love and at that time I was really bad about Tesla. It was almost very cultish. I've toned it down a little bit, but just a little. He knew my love for it, so he reached out to me and he's like, yo, there's this conference going on in 2011, or in 2011, I forget the name of the hotel. I think it's on there, but I didn't know about the Tesla Science Center at that time, and that's Jane Alcorn, and a whole group of folks. They've already been established for a while. So I went to the conference, and I just latched onto them like a tick, because here was this structured organization that was really trying to make it a reality of saving his property and even just bringing his name. It was my people. It was almost like when I first met all of my hacker buddies. It was these like-minded people who were always out there, but I had no connection to them until one spark brought us together. And then, so when I found out about this, I called Jane Alcorn. I left her the craziest voicemail ever because I was just so excited. I hung up and I'm like, I'm an idiot. What did I do? I just completely destroyed my chances. She called me back, and we must have spent 2 hours on the phone. I was just walking around the neighborhood talking to her, just our love of Tesla and pinging back and forth. And so I went to the conference, and then I met Bill Turbo, at the time, the last living relative of Tesla, just in the flesh there. So then I just wanted to do whatever I could for them. Things staled until 2013, when we had the crowdfunding campaign. We were able to buy the property. And so I started going out, even before we got the property, local, really small events, just little tables, just, handing out flyers for the Tesla Science Center. Let me see if, that is me at the conference. The only reason I'm showing it because I hate this picture. If you used to Google my name and Tesla, that would be the first hit. And I loved that I was the first hit, and I hated it, but I'm embracing it now. Yes, you can gauge it by the length of my beard. Let me stand up just so you can see. It stopped growing since, but just to gauge it from there. So that one spark brought me here, got me on the air. Behind me is Joe Sikorsky, Fragments from Olympus. My first time meeting him. Another like-minded individual. He's done a few different documentaries on Tesla over time, and then started just doing what I could to help with the organization, and love this one. So 2013, when we finally bought the property, as we were going through it, we found this beautiful mural inside one of the warehouses that someone had done of Nikola Tesla, holding these two spherical balls. And now the crazy link to that is the artist Dezen. I wound up connecting with him later on at one of the birthday expos. An individual was telling me the story about, my buddy and I, we came on the property at night with our phone flashlights, and they sat there and they tagged that up. And I'm like, I grabbed my phone, I'm like, you guys did this? And they were just so excited. And so I was just, I'm getting a little emotional about it. The board, Jane Alcorn and everybody, they loved it. They loved it. They embraced it. And here was just something, this graffiti, guerrilla art, and, but they were embracing it. They weren't seeing it, like when they were told about it, their first thing wasn't like, oh, somebody was on the property and vandalized and blah, blah. They saw the beauty in it, and to think that was able to connect with that artist later on at one of the birthday expos. And he didn't respond to us for a couple months because he thought we were trying to set him up, and catch him for breaking in the property. We're like, dude, we love it. Trust me, don't worry about it. So then I started going out to the events. This was one of the first Port Jeff Maker Fairs, which then leads us to another amazing spark, another amazing connection. So I hadn't done anything with the 2600. I'd barely read the magazines, since that time. Life took over, wife, kids, as things happen. So I'm at Port Jeff Maker Fair one day, and I look over, and who's walking by? Emmanuel and Kyle. And I start fanboying out. I'm talking with the Brookhaven Lab people, and she's like, oh, wait, let me introduce you. And she just blew up my spot. She's like, oh, that's the Tesla guy over there, Tesla Science. And I saw Emmanuel's eyes kind of light up, and I'm like, I got him. I got him. I can make a connection here. And we start talking Hope, and then I'm joking about, it's my tradition to not go to Hope, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, you should come down. He says, what if, you have your table there? We would love to have you in. And then here I am, just amazed by it. And then I went back to the board, and I wasn't sure how they were going to take it, because I'm like, there's this conference, Hope, and then one of them asked, like, oh, Hope, what does that stand for? I'm like, well, hackers on planet Earth. And they're like, oh, isn't that a pretty bad connotation? You know, is that who we want to be involved with? I'm like, these are exactly the people you want to be involved with. These are the Teslas of the future. You know, these are the innovators, the ones who are really out there. They're our peoples. So I tried to start doing every event that I could. Started handing out lots of Tesla money, of course, which some of you may have gotten over the years. In the original bank wrappers from Yugoslavia, you used to be able to get them a lot cheaper back then. And then Hotel Pennsylvania. So that was, what year was that? I don't even remember, my brain's fried, but whatever. That was my first hope that I ever got to, the 11th hope. That was I don't even remember, but it's okay. And then, so that was my first table at the Tesla Science Center. So the reason I'm showing you the table is for the docent program. What we really want to do is we want to train individuals, for you guys to go out there and do these tables also. You know, only one person can do so much and have so much bandwidth, and then if we can get other people out there and inspire them, all these little sparks that I've made have just been coming to fruition and really just pretty astounding and amazing and beautiful, seeing all of this come together just from all these little sparks, all drawn back to Tesla. Hack the Planet, of course. So just a couple of little slides from that event. That's how I knew I loved these people. It was a car boot from the lockpicking village. I'm like, you people are awesome. They're showing you how to break into a boot for the car. And I was just blown away by it. And I even ran into an old hacker buddy from the meets, from the old New York City meets that I hadn't seen since '95. We were both telling stories. 5 minutes, yeah. So let me, I might have to jump up there really quick, so I don't know. Or do you want to slide over for me? And then we'll shoot through them super fast. Kind of just showing the overviews. You can go on that one, switch. That was just a really cool thing that Emmanuel, and there's me carrying all my gear and stuff, trudging through, without a good, clear plan or setup, so doing that for all these years has just really worn on me and just gotten so difficult. That's why I feel bad. We don't have a table today for this hope, so I was a little bummed about that. But again, just logistics and timing, and you can go to the next one. Those are my kiddos. You guys were amazing at the first hope. The donations that came in for us, they had such fun just sorting the money and everything like that. You guys got them jazzed up, and that really shone through when I went back to the board, and they just saw, wow, this community is amazing. And that awesome gentleman right there, met him at the first event, Dr. Polymer, and have been seeing him at every single one. It's just been, again, this amazing spark. He offered to watch the table, so I could just take a breather. It was a 3-day conference, and the first day I was there from 10 to 11 p.m. because the vendors was open, so I'm gonna hold down the fort. You can go to the next one, brother. And then, so one of our birthday expos, you can go on the next one. Bill Turbo, like I said, he was huge with us. You can keep going. And then that was, so just go to show, I'm jambling it up all right now because we're running out of time, but we've been busy. We've been doing as much as we can. All these events that we've had without even a full functional property or a headquarters to really work out of. You can go to the next one. So some of our Tesla coils on display. That one was one donated. Quarter scale of the Griffith Observatory. We have that, that's ours. You can go to the next one. So just a couple pictures of some of the volunteers helping out in the water treatment plant. We've been active for back then, cleaning up the property and doing just what we can. The core volunteers that we have are amazing, but we need more help. You can go next. You can do next. Next. And then up to our next hope. You can go next. And then what was awesome about that hope also was we did a little cross promotion with 2600 that time for our birthday expo. So if you go to the next slide, you might see it. There's my kiddos there. You can go to the next slide. Next slide. To be sponsored by 2600 doing my thing was just, again, this full circle, awesomeness. And to be doing it at Tesla's property, was just fantastic. You can go next. Next, just again, just set up showing just all the stuff, the heart and soul that we put into it, trying to make these events and these exhibits happen, bring it to the people. You can go next. Next. I added too much into this. There you are. Yeah! Dr. Polymer helping me out. Next. Yeah. You could just keep another one of Chris Wesselberg. But just really just trying to show is we're really just trying to build up a core group of people to help us get out there. My littlest one. An event that we did out in Oakland, which was another amazing Spark Connection type thing, because then that brought us to Greg Lay. Was that his name, with the 40-foot Tesla coil?
I don't recall.
So Lightning on Demand. We had at one of our birthday expos a 40-foot Tesla coil, and I met him, and we made the Spark Connection from there all the way in California, and so he's been a huge supporter of us now back at the Port Jeff Maker Fair. You can go next. During COVID, you can't see it too well. That's Michael Almereda and Ethan Hawke. We had a movie night drive-in on the property where we were filming the Tesla movie with Ethan Hawke. Next. Yeah. So you know what? What we can do is we'll just stop with the pictures there, Manuel, because they were just going through the pictures just brought back such a flood of memories of just how awesome this community has been, and we want to take it and just move that forward and just build something awesome, and that's going to start with you guys. And once that visitor center is open, that'll be it, and that's our dream, man. That's really our dream,
Take questions.
Yeah, take questions while we have a little bit of time.
Anybody, 1 or 2 quick questions?
Thank you for the presentation, very inspiring. I know everybody hates to talk about politics, but in today's reality, have you had to modify your programs in any way? Not so much like outwardly political, but educating people. Obviously, a lot of the donors you have are government agencies, and maybe trying to explain to people that government does have a role in supporting science and education, et cetera?
I think Michael can speak to that, but what I've seen is we've been trying to remain neutral in a sense, as everything is. Even with Tesla as a whole, we try to stick to the factual-based stuff of what we know about him. We can go on tangents of all the wild esoteric things that he's known of, but we try to stay to the facts with it. So we're just in a really weird time right now, with information and the way the government is, the way everything is, but...
We're fortunate that we don't have any reliance on government programs right now. The IMLS, the Institution for Museums Libraries, that cut was devastating. There are museums closing all over the country right now, and it is wrong. I'll just say that. That's my own opinion. Doesn't represent the Science Center. I do believe it's wrong. Yeah.
That's why even with the defunding of all these programs, we need to be that step up. We have to prop up the community and be able to inspire and educate the kids, because otherwise this programming that's coming down, it's not inspiring and it's not educating. It's leading in a certain way. And again, that's my viewpoint for it. But
Well, thank you,
I
everyone.
think that's it. If anybody wants to chat some more, we'll be at Ham Radio Village across from registration.
hack the planet.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, welcome everyone. I'd like to introduce for this hour Aman Abhishek. He's a PhD candidate at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. His research is about people organizing with communication and media technologies to fight for justice. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for joining and being here. My name is Aman, and this talk is based on a project that began 3 years ago. What I'm going to share is based on fieldwork and interviews with more than 80 people, including activists, journalists, lawyers, human rights professionals, and other people. So the first thing I want to clarify is what do I mean by counter-surveillance? It's the idea that instead of the powerful surveilling the weak, such as states and corporations surveilling people, what if people surveilled states and corporations instead? So the goal is to monitor the powerful so that we can better understand them, expose their wrongdoings, and seek justice. Some people, including at this conference, have also used the term to mean how surveillance can be circumvented or resisted, but that is not my focus today. Also, the activists that I'm going to be speaking about, they don't themselves use this term, but I think this term is a good descriptor of what they're doing. So just as technologies of surveillance can take many, many forms, there are innumerable ways in which people do counter-surveillance. So scraping government websites to compile databases or creating archives of leaked government data are some of the ways in which you can think about counter-surveillance. I am specifically focusing on the use of cameras by anti-occupation activists in the West Bank. And these activists have been doing this for almost 20 years. And they document violence from Israeli settlers and the IDF. But before I get into the details of this context, I want to take a step back and get into what does it mean even to use cameras to expose injustices. So we all certainly remember what happened in 2020 with the video of George Floyd and how monumental the role of the video was in leading to massive uprisings in the US, but also outside the US, quite globally. The person who took the video was there on accident, and what she did is representative of an instinct that is becoming quite common. And this instinct is that the police officers, not the police officers, but police officers in general, might be less violent if they see that they're being filmed. And there's a general feeling that surely if there are videos like that, then they can be used to hold perpetrators accountable. So cases like George Floyd's video suggest that videos of police brutality matter a lot. And these videos can be a useful tool for activists because they can generate tremendous public outrage and mobilize people. And also, authorities do seem to care about getting exposed, because if they did not care, then why would various government institutions try to prevent people from filming? Or why would state-sanctioned actors, perpetrators hide their faces by wearing masks? So it does seem to matter. But on the other hand, videos of state violence barely seem to matter. And the most obvious example is the genocide in Gaza, which has been live streamed for almost 2 years. And Gazans have been filming what's happening around them, hoping that it would stop the death and destruction, but that hasn't happened. So even if you go back to George Floyd's murder, it's important to remember that there are so many cases of police brutality that are filmed and not much happened. Nobody really seems to care. So overall, videos occasionally matter. On top of all of this, there are also cases where perpetrators are themselves filming what they're doing. So rather than feeling afraid of exposure, they want to celebrate their impunity and also generate fear among the victims. This happens across the world, and it has happened in Gaza, where IDF soldiers have filmed themselves committing crimes. So I wanted to highlight this big picture before I start talking about using cameras for counter surveillance, because there is no certainty that visuals of injustice will lead to justice, and the case that I'm going to talk about is no exception. I will explain what doing counter surveillance with camera means in this context, but I want to be really clear that I'm not claiming that it is revolutionary or that it is going to become revolutionary in the future. So here's the overview of what I'll be talking about. So first, I'll give you the context. I'll explain who is filming what. And in the second and third sections, where I describe what activists are doing in terms of using the cameras and then how they're using the video, the main thing that I'm trying to do is, by explaining that, I want to explain how things are in the West Bank, how institutions work and how power works, because we can use the success and failure of counter-surveillance to understand the larger picture. That's one useful way of looking at it. And in the last section, I will talk about the significance of this activism. So the context, who is filming and what are they filming? So this activism takes place in sparsely populated rural and agricultural areas of the West Bank. The Palestinian communities living in these areas are small, and they largely rely on farming and shepherding for livelihood. So I'm going to show you some pictures. These pictures were taken by photographer activists or photojournalists. They were not taken by the activists that I'm talking about, who are more using their smartphone cameras and handheld video cameras. So this is in the summer. The landscape is dry. There are sheep in the background. And this is in the winter. And in the background, the buildings are what is the settlement, and the Jeep is an IDF vehicle. Okay, so this activism, I already explained the region, what it looks like. The people filming are Israeli and international activists. They're behind the camera, and I am going to call them solidarity activists. They're in solidarity with Palestinians. And they're mostly Jews. Solidarity activists are a very small group, and my estimate is that no more than a couple hundred are regularly active. The Israeli solidarity activists are a minuscule part of the Israeli society, Israeli population, and the mainstream Israeli society considers them to be radical leftists, anarchists, traitors for supporting Palestinians, and other things in that vein. Most international solidarity activists that I came across were Jews from North America and Europe. So we know that Palestinians are filming all by themselves all the time, whether it's in Gaza or in the West Bank. My focus is on situations where solidarity activists are also involved in the picture, where they are definitely the ones holding cameras, in addition to Palestinians also holding the camera. And this adds an interesting dimension to counter-surveillance, the fact that solidarity activists are involved in the picture. It gives a point of comparison, and that will become clear in a second. So when Israeli security forces and settlers target Palestinians living in these areas, solidarity activists and Palestinians use cameras to deter and document the violence. So deterrence part is really important. They're hoping that by pointing the cameras, they can change the behavior of the people being filmed. People meaning the settlers and Israeli security forces. Afterward, they distribute the videos and images as widely as possible. They give it to journalists, human rights organizations, they go to police stations, they file legal complaints and things like that. They share it on social media. Some activists also catalog and archive the videos. So there are more than 440,000 Israelis living in the West Bank. in what are called settlements, and these Israelis are commonly called settlers. So what does the violence look like? So this is an image of settlers. They're typically armed. So Israeli settlers can destroy Palestinian property, could be solar panels and water tanks. They can set fire to structures, vehicles, crops, and so on. They can steal and kill livestock, destroy olive trees and water wells, and these settlers are mostly armed. They can purchase guns legally, and they display them openly when they are in Palestinian communities. And often enough, settlers assault Palestinians, sometimes killing them. And settlers can also seriously injure solidarity activists. That also happens. Settler violence is unofficially supported by Israeli authorities because either settlers are not punished or the Israeli forces actively join settlers in targeting Palestinians. When it comes to the IDF, soldiers could be demolishing homes, schools, water wells, or confiscating cars and other property belonging to Palestinians. The IDF justifies its demolitions by saying that Palestinians build these structures without a permit. But Israeli authorities also systematically refuse to give permits, building permits, to Palestinians. The Israeli NGO Peace Now found that in an entire decade, starting from 2009, there were only 2% permits that were approved out of 4,500. The violence from IDF also includes assaulting, arresting, and killing Palestinians. So this is a friend of mine who's standing on top of his demolished home. One more thing that you would see in these pictures is that the activists and Palestinians are not the only ones filming. The soldiers are filming, the Israeli police is filming, the settlers are filming, everyone's filming, and they're trying to use it however they can to their own advantage. I'm not getting so much into what they do with the videos in this talk. I'm focusing more on the activists. All right, so the official violence by the IDF and other security forces works hand in hand with the unofficial violence by settlers. So in this image, the person on the right in civilian clothes is a settler, and the others are IDF soldiers. So as the really prominent Israeli NGO B'Tselem puts it, the Israeli, quote, the Israeli apartheid regime and its representatives actively aid and abet the settlers' violence as part of a strategy to cement takeover of Palestinian land, unquote. So going forward, when I say state violence, I'm also including settler violence in it. And here's an example of what it means to aid and abet settler violence. And I'm not showing this because it's unusual. I'm showing it because it is very typical. So you can see from the title of the story, Palestinian man was shot by a settler, and the IDF came and arrested this man's son and put him in a military prison. And the person who was shot lost his leg. And this happens very, very regularly, these kind of incidents. So the state violence in these regions is slow and grinding, and with enough pressure, Palestinians are forced to leave. So here are people from a village called Marillac packing up their belongings, and this village no longer exists, and it's a recent picture from this year. And this is what used to be one of the villages. So since October 7th, almost 2,500 Palestinians have been forcibly displaced, according to B'Tselem's data. And even before October 7th, and I think this part is important to note, settler violence was highest in almost 2 decades. And this violence is different from what you would see in the coverage of West Bank many times. So it's different from full-fledged IDF invasions in Palestinian cities in the West Bank, like Jenin, which look more like this. There, the violence is extremely deadly. It involves Israeli tanks, ground troops, and recently drones. There are also Palestinian militant groups who are armed. The destruction of Palestinian infrastructure and Palestinian casualties in these attacks are heavy. And the area under the attack, under IDF attack, is essentially like a war zone. So solidarity activists are not active in these areas. They're more working in agricultural, slow grind, state violence context. The violence in the regions that I'm talking about happens in close quarters, where Palestinians and solidarity activists often know and recognize individual settlers and soldiers who terrorize them. Settlers often come from nearby settlements, which in some cases could be right next to the Palestinian village. Okay, so how do activists counter-surveil, and what does that say about the laws on the ground and the map of Israel-Palestine? So consider this situation. A pair of solidarity activists leave from Jerusalem at 5 a.m. to reach a Palestinian community in the West Bank. They have smartphone cameras and are accompanying 2 Palestinian shepherds who expect to be harassed or attacked by the IDF or settlers during shepherding. Consider another situation. Solidarity activists are doing overnight shifts in a village of 50 Palestinian residents. There is always a pair of solidarity activists in the village because settlers and soldiers are attacking very often, and the village is on the verge of leaving. Activists have a bag with a handheld camera, a body camera, and batteries. So the question is that why does the presence of as few as 2 solidarity activists matter? Why is it worthwhile for Palestinians to invite these solidarity activists? So the answer involves understanding the legal geography of Israel-Palestine. And in simple words, that means understanding what this map means on the ground. So I'm going to pause here for a couple of seconds, and I want you to notice the map on the left has, it shows West Bank and Gaza, of course, and Israel. And within West Bank, you see these patches, these yellow patches, surrounded by the sea of blue. So the blue areas are under direct Israeli control, and the yellow areas are under indirect Israeli control. Indirect meaning that Israeli authority is still supreme all across the West Bank, but in the yellow patches, there is some Palestinian authority. But I'm not referring to Palestinian Authority, the organization just generally. And then on the right, it's the zoomed-in version of the West Bank, where you can see all these red dots. There are checkpoints. The boundaries with the red line is the separation wall. So the West Bank has different laws for different populations. Palestinians are under Israeli military rule, which means severe restrictions on freedom of speech and assembly. Palestinians are tried in military courts, where the conviction rate is more than 99%. There is this thing called administrative detention, where Palestinians can be held without trial and without having committed any offense for years, because they might commit a crime in the future, according to Israeli authorities. So Palestinians in the West Bank have obviously not chosen to be ruled this way. In simple words, they are under a military dictatorship of Israeli authorities. And there's a separate system, the civilian legal system, for anyone who is not Palestinian, like a settler in the West Bank or an Israeli from Tel Aviv who's visiting the West Bank, or even an international. The civilian legal system in the West Bank consists of civilian courts and civilian police. This implies that Palestinian in the West Bank and Israeli in the West Bank committing the same crime, the punishments would be very different and would be much more harsh for Palestinians. This is why So many organizations, people have called this a system of apartheid. So on the leftmost, the ICJ refers to International Court of Justice, and then there's a report from Amnesty, Human Rights Watch, and Al-Haq is a really prominent Palestinian NGO, and that report is worth reading because it ties apartheid with bigger questions of settler colonialism. So back to counter-surveillance. The idea is that Israeli and international activists can film relatively more safely than Palestinians. They can question the IDF more forcefully and face lesser consequences. Settlers are relatively more hesitant to attack solidarity activists because these activists can file criminal cases in civilian courts. When settlers attack Palestinians, it is extremely difficult for Palestinians to access the Israeli civilian legal system, and file a complaint. So this is not just about the right to film and legal disparities, but about life and death. It is rare that solidarity activists are killed by the IDF or settlers, which happens more often with Palestinians. So counter-surveillance here is not only about systematically using cameras to film state violence, but also putting the cameras on bodies that are more protected from state violence. So counter-surveillance, because of this, is reflecting apartheid laws. So you can think of this counter-surveillance infrastructure as being mobile, in the sense that solidarity activists move with cameras rather than cameras being fixed in specific locations. This is very different from governments installing surveillance cameras in public spaces. And although Palestinians and solidarity activists do install cameras in villages, these cameras are easily destroyed by settlers and soldiers. They can be stolen and confiscated, or they just turn it away. This is because states can protect their own cameras, their surveillance cameras, because they are state property, and disrupting their function is a crime. Whereas cameras for counter-surveillance cannot be protected in this way at all, which is why people also resort to filming in secret, including Palestinians. In a sense, one of the safest places for putting a camera in a Palestinian community might be on the body of an Israeli or international activist, which is a stark example of how extreme the power asymmetry is. And I want to be clear that cameras are only relatively safe with solidarity activists, who can also be arrested and beaten, and their cameras can be snatched and stolen and smashed in front of them. And international activists can also be deported. So in this image, the person holding the camera is an Israeli activist, and what is happening is that the soldiers are saying that this shepherd cannot go to his own private land for grazing and so on. There is some argument about what land. So IDF soldiers basically arbitrarily prevent Palestinians from accessing their own land. So this Palestinian activist is showing documents which should convince the IDF that this land belongs to Palestinian and he should be able to access it. And in the background are two solidarity activists. And this is a Palestinian man getting arrested, and the activist is filming. So the next question could be that what is the geographical scope of this mobile counter-surveillance infrastructure? Like, where would it work within Israel-Palestine? So the geographical limits are defined by the areas that solidarity activists can access, which is essentially the same as the areas that Israeli civilians or settlers can access, because this whole thing is a civilian activity. So let's start with Gaza. So during the 2000s, solidarity activists were active in Gaza as well, because at that time it was relatively more accessible. A famous example is the American activist Rachel Corrie, who was killed in 2003 by an Israeli bulldozer as she was trying to prevent a demolition. She was 23 years old at the time of her death. So during this period, there were Israeli settlements inside of Gaza. With time, Gaza became increasingly enclosed, and the settlements were removed because protecting them became a security issue. Once the border of Gaza was sealed, Solidarity activists were unable to access it, and the kind of counter-surveillance that I'm speaking about ended. In contrast, West Bank is not sealed like Gaza. The situation there is that the state of Israel has confined Palestinians in small areas. These areas are made increasingly smaller by creating checkpoints and walls and seizing Palestinian land. The land that is gained from this process can be used for making settlements, roads where Palestinians cannot travel, whereas Israelis can, and other kinds of infrastructure. Israelis can therefore move very freely throughout most of the West Bank, while Palestinians cannot. So my point is that counter-surveillance depends heavily on mobility. Solidarity activists can travel easily from Jerusalem to a Palestinian village in the West Bank because they can use the infrastructure that has been created for Israelis. This infrastructure is designed to exclude Palestinians and to limit their mobility. And restrictions on mobility are another reason why Palestinians cannot do counter-surveillance in a way that solidarity activists can, even though Palestinians are filming all the time. So this is a zoomed-in view of the southern part of the West Bank, and the legend on the top left is basically marking all the closures on the map. So there are checkpoints, there are partial checkpoints, there are earth mounds, which are basically dug up land that cannot be crossed using a vehicle. There are roadblocks, there are trenches, and so on. And all these closures definitely, they're meant to prevent Palestinians from moving freely, and they facilitate movement for Israelis. So before I get into how activists use the visuals, just a few more important things about this activism. The network of solidarity activists is very well organized, and it's very decentralized. So there are training sessions for newcomers where they focus on things like how to film and the right to film, and how solidarity activists are in a different legal position than Palestinians, basically everything that I've been explaining. And the importance of being culturally sensitive when solidarity activists are in Palestinian communities who have invited these activists, and many other things. The logistics of running shifts across multiple villages can be quite complicated because activists need to be moved from one village to the other, and they need to be transported back home, and there are only so many cars, and then there are spreadsheets to plan all of this. Another thing to note is that this activism is heavily dependent on trust and friendships between Palestinian communities and solidarity activists. Palestinian communities trust the core solidarity activists, and these core solidarity activists recruit more activists. This is how an activist from the US ends up in a Palestinian village and is sleeping in that Palestinian village without even knowing anybody in that village from before. Also, this activism makes it possible for solidarity activists to spend a lot of time in Palestinian communities, which creates even more friendships and trust. So this whole thing, this whole setup, is very different from showing up at a demonstration in a public space. It's very relational. So really big quantities of visuals are captured every single day. But a lot of it is discarded because activists they start filming preemptively in case something might happen, so it's not useful footage. And a few activists take it upon themselves to collect what is useful and create little activist archives. Obviously, one of the main things they do with the visuals is share them on social media, and there are expected challenges like account bans and not enough audience engagement. But I think the way this is still effective is because these social media accounts and public group chats act as a small news ecosystem where journalists and human rights organizations and diplomats and all kinds of people get on-the-ground updates, even if the engagement on individual posts is not that high. Then obviously, activists try to give their visuals to journalists to get news coverage. And journalists typically use visuals that show egregious violence, like shooting, But most of the visuals that these activists are capturing only show harassment, assault, destruction of property, demolitions, and those kind of things, which is not a news story for most outlets. And one more issue is that settler violence is so constant, it is so regular and just happening on a daily basis, that it means that professional journalists feel that there is no news hook or a new angle to report on the story. It's already been reported on. Another challenge is that professional journalists prefer to witness events themselves that they're writing about, because then they can write with more authority. For example, if a journalist sees a video of settlers beating Palestinians, then they would write something like, according to eyewitness video. But if they saw it themselves, then maybe the language would be different. It could be more direct and more certain. But journalists are obviously not in these places for long enough to witness much themselves. So Israeli authorities, like many other governments, game this whole thing where they can issue a statement contradicting the video or saying that we are investigating, and journalists end up including it in their statements because they're trying to be balanced and they did not witness the incident themselves. So these are some of the hurdles that activists face in getting their visuals in the news reports. But the success is that journalists end up relying on activists in other ways. So I already mentioned that many journalists follow activists on social media, which helps them stay updated. But more than that, they end up relying on activists to even travel to these remote villages, find Palestinians to interview, find translators, and so on. And sometimes activists themselves are translating. So because there are always small groups of solidarity activists leaving from Jerusalem and going to the West Bank, or leaving from Tel Aviv and going to the West Bank, journalists can just hop on without arranging their own transportation, and they can rely on activist judgment on where is safe to go. And activists, in fact, even organize tours for journalists to visit these villages. So basically, journalists end up relying much more on the counter-surveillance network itself as opposed to the visuals, which are useful sometimes. When it comes to using the visuals for in legal channels, like legal accountability, it's usually not effective. So let's focus first on settlers. Let's say that there's a clear video showing that settlers are attacking a Palestinian. Since settlers are Israeli civilians, a formal complaint against them has to be filed in an Israeli police station. Now, Israeli police stations are located inside the settlements. So a Palestinian who has been attacked, who has the video, cannot just walk inside the settlement and go to the police station and file a complaint. First of all, it might take hours to get to the police station because there are so many checkpoints in the West Bank. And then settlements are surrounded by walls, and there are armed guards at the gates. This entire architecture is to prevent Palestinians from entering the settlement to begin with, because they're all seen as a threat. So when the Palestinian arrives with the video at the gate of the settlement, the security guard at the settlement's gate might say that the Palestinian doesn't have the permission to enter the settlement. That's it. That could be the end of the story, because it's too burdensome for this person to come again. Or the police could tell the guard to tell the Palestinian to come another day because there is no Arabic-speaking police officer at the police station, and the story could end there. Or at the police station, there could be hours-long wait and all kinds of humiliation. So maybe a police officer eventually listens to the Palestinian's testimony, but they can simply refuse to look at the video. It doesn't matter how good the video is. Or if they look at the video, maybe it doesn't matter anyway because Palestinian is now under arrest and has to pay a fine to be released. And I know this sounds absurd, but it happens all the time. And it is kind of similar to a Palestinian, the story that I shared where a Palestinian is shot and then ends up getting arrested. So if a Palestinian doesn't get arrested and is able to give a testimony, the likelihood of the police doing anything is really low. So Palestinians go to the Israeli police as a last resort, and doing this might lead to retaliation. Israeli authorities could cancel their work permit, which allows them to go to Israel and have a job because wages there are higher. So, there are apps created by Oh, I was supposed to show you this before. But what activists do with the visuals basically speak to the legal institutions, is what I've been talking about. So there are these apps created by organizations like Open Archive and Eyewitness to Atrocities that are made with activists in mind who use cameras for documentation, and they are supposed to keep all the metadata so that it can be used in legal proceedings and prove that the video is authentic and things like that. But in this context, barely any activist is using such apps because the Israeli system is not questioning the authenticity of the video. They basically discard most of the evidence against state violence anyway, so it doesn't matter. That's not the debate yet, but nobody knows. Maybe later on things could change. So the big view of what's happening in the legal system can be understood by looking at some reports by the Israeli NGO Yesh Din, which collected data for the last 20 years on all these legal cases. And what they found is that in 94% of the cases, the case files of settler violence was closed without an indictment, which basically means that the case didn't even get to the trial stage. The police basically decided that we're not doing anything about this. And since 2005, there were only 3% conviction out of all the cases that were opened. So these numbers, also the 3%, is only for cases where Palestinians actually managed to file a complaint. There are so many other cases where they never managed to file a complaint and convince the police officer. And Yesh Din, the NGO, was actually actively helping Palestinians in the process of filing a complaint. So the actual conviction rate is worse than 3%. And holding IDF soldiers accountable is even harder. Israeli institutions use an IDF soldier's claims as facts, even if there are witnesses and videos that contradict the claim. So there's another report by the same NGO where they found that the conviction rate for soldiers was 1.5%, and the punishments were very lenient, according to the NGO. So the videos generally don't really help in holding perpetrators of state violence accountable, but many activists pointed out that they're useful for something else, which is that they can show that the accusations against Palestinian or solidarity activists were false, and they can reduce the punishment. So activists call this the defensive function of using cameras. So there is this example that I can show you where this Palestinian man, Hafiz Huraini, was working in his field when he was attacked by settlers who broke his arms. And he was defending himself, and in that process, the settler was also injured. So in the Israeli news media, immediately after this incident, Hafiz was portrayed as a terrorist who attacked settlers, and this whole thing was an act of terrorism. And Hafiz was set to be convicted in military court, and the punishment will probably be like being in prison for the rest of his life or something like that. It turned out that a solidarity activist had filmed the entire incident. And that video ended up playing a really useful role in preventing Hafiz from getting potentially a life sentence. He was still in prison for around 10 days, but that's much less. So now I want to talk about the significance of this activism. And I think it comes down to what do we mean by something like this mattering. So in the beginning of the talk, I mentioned that visuals of state violence sometimes matter a lot and sometimes not at all. And it's true here as well. Too many Palestinian villages have been ethnically cleansed, even though solidarity activists were there, and they were holding cameras and they were intervening, and Palestinians were trying their best to hold on to the land. But there are also many, many cases where the peak in violence somehow subsided and the village survived. And I also mentioned that there are numerous cases where Palestinians were able to avoid legal persecution because a video showed that they were falsely accused, and that is a very significant victory. Also, whatever news coverage or public awareness these visuals do generate is a victory. So the fact that this footage ended up in award-winning documentaries, so No Other Land, if you haven't seen it, you should watch it. It's an incredible film, and it describes some of the activism that I'm talking about here. So the fact that these kind of films are watched by probably millions of people across the globe is definitely worth celebrating. Yet it's not enough. Counter-surveillance basically helps Palestinians in these areas resist dispossession, but it doesn't really guarantee anything. But then you could say that about all activism. Positive outcomes are never guaranteed, and the whole point is to act against injustice, because if nobody acts, then nothing will change. The other thing is that success and failure are not permanent, and they shift with time. So Palestinians and solidarity activists say that even if visuals matter only so much right now, maybe they would matter more in the future. They hope that someday these visuals and testimonies will be used for accountability and justice, and they will be used to write history and to remember the lives and culture of Palestinians living in these areas and their struggle. And this feeling that they have stems from the fact that Palestinians are resisting erasure at a very fundamental level. So you might have heard the phrase, a land without people for a people without land, which implies that there were no Palestinians when the State of Israel was founded. Similarly, one of the former prime ministers of Israel famously said that there was no such thing as Palestinians. So these are some examples of the very existence of Palestinian people is questioned. And this is why it took so much work for the ethnic cleansing in 1948 and the Nakba to be recognized internationally and to be understood. So counter-surveillance in this context is also about writing history. I feel that one of the biggest achievements of this activism is how it affects the participants. So using cameras and trying to intervene in violence from settlers and soldiers, and seeing Palestinians' lives and their struggle, and trying to do something with videos and failing a lot. All of these things teach solidarity activists how power works in Israel-Palestine, and how institutions work, and how settler violence is part of state policy, and many other things. So participating in this activism is very much a radicalizing experience for outsiders. And it's not just that they're filming things, they're also becoming spokespersons, and they have stories to share, and they bring Palestinian voices and perspectives into spaces that Palestinians don't have access to. This is a remarkable achievement because Palestinians are fighting to be seen and to be heard and believed. So it really helps when others speak in solidarity with them, and it doesn't matter whether they speak with or without images. And it matters a lot when Israeli Jews and Jews from elsewhere act in solidarity with Palestinians because of how anti-Semitism has been weaponized in this entire context. And then, of course, there is a long history of Jewish opposition to the State of Israel, so that also feeds into this activism. So counter-surveillance becomes a way for outsiders to be with Palestinians physically in these communities and to spend hours and days and months with them cumulatively, and to act in solidarity with Palestinians and to see the situation for what it is, even if their cameras can capture only some of it. So this may be the biggest victory of this activism, even though it's definitely not enough. So here are some of the resources. You can obviously take a picture. And I have listed the Instagram handles of some of the activist accounts that I think you all should follow in order to understand. So this is, I'm focusing specifically on what's happening in these regions and settler state violence. So these accounts will give you information about that, but also more. And then in the others list, the Conquer and Divide is a scrolling story format, and it's really, really well done. Forensic Architecture and B'Tselem made it together, and it will explain a lot about what the map means, what the patches mean, what the walls mean. And B'Tselem has a running list of incidents of settler violence. I did not show any videos because there is so much out there. If you follow these accounts, you can see them on a regular basis. And if you want a more comprehensive kind of database-like account, then you can look at B'Tselem's website. And I wrote this piece recently, and I wanted to end with this. A friend of mine, his name was Auda Hatalin, and he was an activist, and he lived in the West Bank in this area called Musafariyata, where basically no other land is also based. And he was killed by a settler on July 28th, so almost 3 weeks ago. And then, so he was shot by the settler, and then his body was taken by the IDF, and they would refuse to give it unless the family agreed to not bury him in the village and to have a funeral which would be limited to 15 people. And there were protests in many demonstrations, more like small-scale demonstrations in 10 or so cities around the world, because Auda was a really prominent organizer and a political educator, and he spoke with and explained so many things to so many international activists, Israeli activists. And one thing that he would always say to me and many other people was that he wants his story to be shared, and he wants us to talk about what's happening in areas like Musafariyata. So the IDF wouldn't give the body back, and they returned it after 10 days, and the funeral happened in his village, Al Khair. He was buried in the same village, but they still restricted people from coming. And the settler who killed him was released immediately, and he returned to the village after a week on a bulldozer. So that kind of like, speaks to the level of impunity that settlers have. And following his murder, there were IDF raids every single day for many, many nights, and up to 15 Palestinians were arrested. And all of this is not unusual. It's really, really typical, and there's nothing exceptional about this case, which is quite heartbreaking. So I'll end there, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have.
So we have a question from the online chat. How can others help the activist filming efforts, such as donating money in ways that won't lead to confiscation by the Israelis?
Could you repeat? I'm sorry. Could you repeat? Was there a question?
How can others help the activist filming effort, such as donating money in ways that won't lead to confiscation?
Sure. So if you follow these accounts, because there are different donation drives that come and go. So if you follow these accounts, you would find information about ongoing drives, and that's my answer. Otherwise, read more, talk about it. You could go and do this activism. If you follow these accounts, you'll get more information on how to join, and yeah.
Hi. So thanks a ton for the talk. I know this is a difficult area to work in, obviously. And I was curious, you mentioned a lot of stuff on like archiving and using this as history, right? And I was curious if Palestinian videos are often used, or it's mainly done by like the counter-surveillance people who are like the Israeli people, for example, who go in and take the videos. Are those the main ones being shared? Or like, because like it sounds to me like the Palestinians themselves are probably taking lots of useful video, but it's harder for them to theoretically distribute it to the world, et cetera.
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think that's why it's very interesting to look at solidarity activists, because it gives a point of comparison. So like you said, obviously Palestinians are filming all the time. They're also trying to archive, but they are facing much higher level of challenges. So a Palestinian NGO, first of all, doesn't have the same kind of resources that an Israeli NGO has. Like B'Tselem was able to distribute video cameras in the West Bank and protect itself and get funding and all of that. Whereas a Palestinian NGO, Al-Haq, got raided by IDF and has been, I think, designated a terrorist organization, which all of like European countries condemned because it's a really well-reputed organization that works with international courts and whatnot. So when there are funds getting seized and raids on Palestinian institutions, then it becomes really hard for them to create an infrastructure like that, which is why so much of the documentation work that is more formal and more resource intensive is done by organizations like B'Tselem. But there are so many efforts. I mean, there are efforts to archive stuff on social media all the time. As there have been in the case of the Syrian civil war and Ukraine, so those kind of efforts obviously exist. The fact that I'm focusing more on solidarity activists and Jewish activists doesn't mean that there's a whole big world out there that is not, that I didn't really talk about.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this. I think this is one of the most important things anyone has presented this weekend. You mentioned the importance of trust between Palestinians living in their local communities and the activists who are coming in to help protect them. What about trust among the activists themselves? How do they bring in new people? Are they facing infiltration from Israeli security forces or, surveillance? Of course, we're here at this, computer security hacking conference where I think we're all very familiar with all the electronic surveillance capabilities of Israeli companies and government.
Yeah. So trust within the activists themselves. So basically, this activism is really out in the open kind of activism. They're not trying to, they want people to know what they're doing because they think that they're not doing anything wrong, and they want their videos to be shared. They want people to join them. So it's a very open structure. So infiltration doesn't make that much sense, although it does happen. It happens in the sense of like trying to get someone to say something in order to malign them, in order to arrest them, or to kind of dox them on social media. Like Israeli right-wing groups try to film solidarity activists so that they can be doxed on social media. They try to film international activists so that they can be deported. But hacking usually, I haven't come across cases of hacking because these kind of things suffice. And there are other things like they can declare what are called closed military zones. So if solidarity activists are in a village and the IDF wants them out, they can just say that this is a closed military zone. If you don't leave, we will arrest you. And that's a legal mechanism to get people out. As far as the trust within activists and how do they recruit, there are like forms that you can fill out and whatnot, but it ends up being that someone knows someone vaguely and they bring them in and, so on. Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's all the time we have for questions. You can actually ask the speaker outside.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
There's a speaker. There's a quick question in the chat. You can type here if you want.
Sure. You want me to respond here or?
You can respond on this if you
Oh,
want,
okay.
or you can respond if you're
Sure.
on Matrix already.
Yeah, totally.
talking? Is it any good?
Hey friends, we're going to get started here in a little bit. If you could find your seat, mute your phone. If you got a ham, turn it down. Anybody who's planning on taking photos or video, please be aware of the people around you and respect consent with photos. We'll get started here in a little bit. Thank you. I'd attach you. Hello, friends. I have a treat for you today. We have a panel on the computer underground scene, past, present, and future, featuring our panelists TMZ, Skyper, Panther, Bill Buddington, and Jeremy Hammond. Let's give them a warm welcome, please.
Yeah, I just start this, and this was not in order, so I think we give each of us will introduce ourselves so you know who's who. And yes, this is about the past, present, and the future. And I think we are trying to break this into really two sections. The first section is where we want to talk about the past and the present, but most importantly, we want to focus on the future, and we want to brainstorm with you guys together how we can build a better future using technology. Where the computer underground is going and where the computer industry is going, and yeah, how we can make the world a little bit better. So I think we start with some very short introduction, and I start first. I'm Skyper. I used to run a secvault.net where I gave root shells to hackers, and restarted that a few years ago just for fun. And I worked for THC in Temtazo, and I was the editor of the Frag magazine from 2001 onwards until 2007. And yeah, I give it to Panther.
Hi, I'm Panther. I'm an old assembly C, C++ coder. Worked at some very early security software companies. I was a reverser for a while. Played with phones in my early days. And then I went to Wall Street, and I've been working on building low latency trading networks and application software.
Bill?
Hi, I'm Bill Buddington. I work for the EFF for about 12 years now. I started in the kind of political radical leftist anarchist scene in a few decades ago, and kind of got into hacking from there, doing security trainings for those who are at risk of mass arrest or were involved in defense of the earth, defense of animals, and so. That's where I started teaching PGP. That was a long time ago, and also have been interested in that and making sure that everyone's safe ever since. So.
Hey y'all, how you doing? My name, Jeremy Hammond. A late addition to this panel. Thanks for the invite. Yeah, so I mean, I was growing up in the 90s and 2000s and stuff, a little different generation perhaps than some. Hacked This Site, Hacked This Zine, was editor of Hacking Magazine for a couple of years, above ground. Got involved in Anonymous, most notably decentralized hacktivist networks, underground. Excited to be on this panel.
I am TMZ. I work with Tempout Magazine Health Research Group. I'm also current editor and the staff of the Frag magazine. I'm into computer viruses, low-level assembly stuff, and yeah, that's it.
And so this is a very open panel. We really want you guys to get involved. This is a unique opportunity here to ask us questions and to be part of this discussion. And we are going to ask each other some questions, but maybe there are some questions that you like us to discuss, and there are some topics that we don't have the same opinion, and these are the interesting topics. So try to pick those where we differ. And I think the first thing that my question to this panel is, what was hacking like? Why did you start hacking when you were young? So I asked Panther first, why did you start hacking? What triggered you?
I'm from the early 80s crowd, probably the oldest one here. Back in my day, phones were expensive. Any phone calls, I call, if I wanted to call, I'm from the Bronx originally, so you want to call New Jersey, it'd be expensive, but call from the house, a payphone, whatever it may be. Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me now? All right, sweet. So I'm from the early 80s. Back then, phones were expensive. Grew up here in the Bronx. If I called from 718 out into Jersey, it would cost me a small fortune. Minimum wage back then was probably $2 and change. So I started learning about phone systems. In the 90s, software was expensive. So I learned how to reverse things. I happened to work for some security companies where we had access to a lot of OS source code and other applications to test for compatibility. My specialty was removing the copy protection. But the thing that started me in this whole thing is one of my dad's friends had a deck writer. It was actually an AT&T line printer with a keyboard on it at their house. Their phone rang, and it started putting caller ID information out. I mean, back then we had the borough white books. They were huge for phone numbers and stuff. You never knew whoever called your house. That interests me in that, and then the school I went to had a deck writer, and the first system I logged into was an Amdahl they made super computers back in the day to play Star Trek, and I worked from that. And it was just, it's all ANSI graphics, but that evolved into a whole bunch of other things. So I went from that. I like to play with things, so it was a mixture of screwing around with electronics. Some of it may have been things to deal with the airwaves, like DirecTV, cable boxes, not for money, but just for the challenge of seeing what I can get out of the device. But also learning how to, and teaching others, how to remove things. So software tools back in the day really didn't exist, not for the stuff you wanted to do. So we're working with things like Periscope, Soft Ice. Those are expensive. So remove the copy protection, pass those around. And also back in the day you want to be like the first people that had particular wares. I never wanted my name on stuff. I just liked the challenge of removing stuff. We used to distribute software by driving to other people's places and putting it in the mailbox. So the BBSs were always the first ones to go out. My friend's brother is in one of the ANSI groups. He used to do the screens. Anubis or Inky, he was in two different groups. But I never wanted anything to come back to me on that part of it. But it was the challenge of doing it. 2600 magazine, the first time I got it, I got a P.O. box in another town. It still shows up on my background reports that I lived there. And I never lived in Sandy Hook, Connecticut. You go to the 2600 meetings in the early days, people were afraid to talk to each other because you didn't know if somebody was a phone employee. I was telling Skype and the rest of the crowd, when I grew up, I was afraid of the phone company. I was not afraid of law enforcement. I was afraid that the AT&T or somebody's going to pull up in a van, kick my front door down, take all my possessions, and separate me from my parents. That's changed now. People are afraid of the law side of things. I don't think many people are afraid of the phone company. I guess that's the start of it. Yeah.
Yes, I like to say something about these phone companies, and for the younger generation who have grown up with the internet, is the phone companies back then, they were the major player. They decided who had access to information and who hadn't. You had to pay them to get access to information. Every 10 minutes or so you had to pay. And so they were often seen as the enemies, and they were the scary guys. They were the guys who tapped your phone lines. They were the guys who knew who you were communicating with. And so we were paranoid. We were afraid of these guys. And I think that was very important to hear this, because this is now forgotten. Like, phones are not really used anymore. Everybody uses the internet and WhatsApp and Signal, right? But back then it was the phone companies. And another thing that I just realized when he was talking about is how many of us from the 90s and early 2000s come from the ware scene and from the cracking scene. This is where most of my friends learned their skills that then transferred them into exploit development and hacking and research.
So I grew up not too far from here in Suffolk County, and back then I did not have a car or a license, and I grew up with I remember the internet coming around, and we didn't have a computer until like 97 or so. So we got a computer for the family, and I had to share this computer with my dad, which sucked. And I was like, well, this sucks. I want to get something for my own. And That's how I kind of got interested in systems building in general. Just kind of putting together, it was like, like, oh, I didn't actually put the heat sink, paste on correctly, so it like burned out my processor, and I'm like, fuck, need to do something else. And so getting into systems building at first, and then this world opening to me. I was a pretty antisocial kid. I didn't have a lot of friends. So what I did was find friends online in online communities. So I went on IRC and found friends there. I went on Mushes, Muds, and Muxes, and these are like the text-based adventure, role-playing adventure fantasy worlds, and just kind of started exploring and meeting friends across the country. They like, oh, in Montreal, or this person on IRC is somewhere completely different, and this world opening up to me that I didn't have, but I was because I was stuck in this one suburban context. But it presented to me the whole world through the screen. And so it was from there that I started getting curious about what you could do. We had AOL, so started looking into little like proggies and stuff, and those including like Sub 7 and Back Orifice and those kind of things, which were kind of script kiddie like tools that would modify certain configuration settings within the internet service providers of the time, the big platforms, internet service providers of the time. So those, I remember changing my screen name on AOL to my dad's screen name just to see like, oh, what happens if I like change it back to my screen name, and both of them change, and I'm like, shit, I fucked it up now. Having to explain that, then slowly starting to get it. I remember going to CompUSA in like '98 or something, and buying a disk of Red Hat Linux 5.2, and that was like first introduction to Linux and kind of the world of the command line, etc. And so that's where my journey started. I kind of went on from there, and I got involved in political activism and started sharing my knowledge there as well. So yeah, for me, I was like half grew up with the internet. Like I didn't have the internet when I was a kid, but like by the time I was 17 or 16, we had it, and I was kind of involved in that 90s / early 2000s kind of early hacking scene. We talked a little bit about, in preparation for this panel, things like the exploits market back in the day, like full disclosure and Millworm and things like that, and I think that'd be fun to go into. But yeah.
Yeah. Computer Underground. When I was young, I'm a little bit younger. I was born in '85, really the same birthday as the Conscience of a Hacker. Resonated immediately, right? Coding in QBasic, Windows 3.1, DOS days, that's where I got up. And we didn't have the internet either. We were just scrapping parts together to make computers. I had a $1 kickdown from my mom's work. I'd visit her every other week and use the internet to download like the latest QB code and talk on FNet and learn. I was learning by asking stupid questions and coding and stuff like that, and we'd make little websites and share our code and really push the boundaries, honestly, of what QBasic could do. I was stuck with it way too damn long, that's for sure. But yeah, I definitely resonated with the inherently anti-authoritarian nature of hackers. I'm not talking about software developers. I'm talking about those that realize that laws aren't real, that any wall is there's a way within the cracks that you could exploit and find a way over or through, or so. And I resonate with that because I was also hanging out with squatters and train hoppers and just political activists and so forth. I grew up in the Bush years, and that was eye-opening, radicalizing experience, right? You realize that society is a lie, right? But the truth is there, that's why it allured me to hacking, and I pay homage to the greats, the reading text files, coming up with others who had also had a lust for forbidden knowledge that was there, the sharing of it, just it felt liberating. And it was kind of maybe an optimistic view of things at the time, considering where we're at now. that there's like utopian tech liberal vision, right? That like if information will be free, we'll all be free, all that stuff. But honestly, it took a lot of knocks to my head and learned the hard way that we're not all on the same team, really. Like hack the university computer science website just to show it'd be done, get kicked out of college, right? Okay, so maybe this whole full disclosure white hat shit is for the birds, you know what I mean? But I know that the hacker spirit is there, you know. I'm like, because while they're the 9 to 5 in it, like doing it for a paycheck, like I know the hackers will always find a way to crack that shit because we up all night doing it for fun or for the lulz or for freedom, you know. No regrets though. Prison back, still out here. To the best that we can, we're no longer underground. We're up here on the stage, right? But like, so we're gonna try to represent that we can. We're no longer anonymous, but like, we're actually wondering what y'all got to offer. But that's what I got right now.
So I grew up in Brazil in the 90s and early 2000s, and I remember that my family got the first, family computer, as many of you also had. Almost in the end of the 90s, we also had, difficulties accessing internet in Brazil. It was very expensive, dial-up only, obviously. So I started getting into computers by trying to fix some of the problems that I had with the family computer. And my first real contact with the scene was with the local defacing group, called Silver Lords, from Brazil. I used to join their IRC, and I learned a lot back then, and they also introduced me to other internet forums and other channels like FNet. But my English skills were not so good back then, and as they got progressively better, I could also branch and try to, understand other topics. And the thing that really fascinated me were computer viruses back then. And I started to read and join the channels with people from 29A and related groups. And later, like VX7's forums, I met a lot of people there. And, at some point I was reinstalling Windows on my family computer 3-4 times a day because, I had to test my tiny little creations locally. There were no such things as VM, so you have to reinstall the thing, put the floppy disk, do the little edits, assemble it, run it. You obviously save to the floppy disk before so you can continue. So, days and days wasted to write 5-6 lines of code sometimes. And and I also, again, as my English skills got better, I got involved with other things as well. I've learned about the existence of Rack magazine as well, and I've been reading ever since. And my first real moment that everything kind of clicked in my mind was when I got this magazine from my uncle that had came with a CD that had I think it was zip Slack, a Slackware distribution built in. And I remember that I spent almost 2 weeks trying to understand how to make that work. And after I got it working, my focus shifted completely into Linux. And but I still did some work with Windows. I wrote some packers and some cryptors to get better a little bit about encryption and polymorphic techniques and things like this. But my main drive for growing up was 100% computer viruses and infection techniques.
So for me, why I did these things in the past and was fascinated about this was most of the other children in my class and in my school, they were nice to hang out with, but they were also rather boring. I really found people on the internet, or before the internet, FidoNet and BBS, they were just interesting to talk to. They had great knowledge. They wanted to find out. They were explorers. They wanted to figure shit out, and I liked that. I was fascinated by that. I was fascinated to speak to people from around the world that back then was not easily possible. And I was fascinated by cracking games and figuring things out. I think, the research idea behind things that really drove me into this computer scene. Yeah, that did it for me.
To speak on some of those cultural aspects, I think I remember, like, you know, and a lot of panelists mentioned IRC as like one of their first experiences where I remember kind of the flooding of the channels where basically like a particular jerk or whatever would like enter the channel and then like flood it with like ASCII art of penises and like whatever, and like then you have to like ban them based on their IP usually, and then they kind of like, oh, you can get around that by like if you have a dynamic IP, just switch, like, you know, signing off, switching off, and then re-entering the channel or re-entering with another base username, not Nick, but like your username. And, you know, that kind of being like, oh, wow, like there actually is I think that's kind of obviated a lot in the current day when you have online communication platforms which you don't see things like your IP address, for instance. I remember playing Star Wars Jedi Knight, I think it was, and like you have to enter I'm serving up, you know, fighting as a Jedi server, and this is my IP, so I have to like directly connect to that IP on a certain port in order to play that game, and a lot of that is like obviated by, you know, the fact that we have Steam or whatever now, and just being interested in, these you know, jerks are subverting the mechanisms by which they got banned from the IRC channel by switching their IP, by these like clever technical techniques that was like super interesting to me at a very early point on the onset of like, oh, okay, you can like, these technologies aren't perfect, you can just kind of get around them, like, cool.
Yeah. This was how it was like. That's how we started, and there's some commonality in this somehow. I think maybe we can have another question. How it was in the olden days when it became a little bit more commercial, when we transitioned from companies publicly claiming we don't hire hackers to now we do. And how full disclosure happened, and how responsible disclosure happened, and how it was like. So, who would like to start? Go for it.
Somebody can hear me online. Can you hear me online? We'll find out. All right. Yeah, 1 second. I have a question. So, my first job, I was hired out of college as a junior. The head of Union Carbide's head of cybersecurity was one of my professors in a night class at college, and he brought who would become my future boss, and he owned a security company in Connecticut, and I was challenging him on some of the answers or some of the statements he was making based on stuff he actually read in 2600. As far as how factual the things were and what the techniques were. And after class, I got pulled aside, and I figured this is when the professor's going to throw me out because I'm always late because we're out playing hacky sack and aerobic. And the guy asked me, hey, do you have a resume? So I had this crappy dot matrix printer looking resume jammed in a bag, pulled it out. It said that, hey, I worked at UPS, I worked at a grocery store, please hire me. And they took a chance on me. They ended up hiring me. Moving forward, I ended up working for another company that came out of a military facility. We developed Is it working? All right. How's that? All right. Okay, good. Sorry. Worked for a place that came out of a military facility, developing software design in-flight weapon systems. And I was in charge of the security for that platform. While I was there, I was very active on VolDev, FullSec, full disclosure. My name would be popping up everywhere. And then I made a comment on there using my work email address, because at that time I didn't really give a crap. And I said, hey, you know, I'd be willing to hire hackers. And in mid-90s, this was not something you'd publicly really say. My next 3 job interviews through my career progression, that email specifically was brought up in every one of my interviews. It still exists out there. Losing track of what I was saying. So I did that. That exposed me. Going forward, I've always been forthright in letting them know my background, because I don't want this to come back and haunt me later as hey, HR found this thing. We know so-and-so, this thing happened, you may have ended up in DC, blah, 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 blah. So that's that aspect of that. And in the current state, I'm more vocal outside. I'm active in makerspace. There's a lot of people in security in there. There's a lot of hardware hackers, a lot of software developers. I started as a software developer. One of my big frustrations getting into real security. When I left my first firm, my second firm, I left there because I thought there were too many corporate people in cybersecurity. This is the early 90s. A lot of people from ITG were popping in. I saw people from Nokia popping in, Ericsson, some AT&T people, ITTG or ITT popping in, some UUNet people. And I thought it was polluted, and I wanted to get out of it and look for something else. I'm still in cybersecurity today, no matter how much I try to stay out of it, because it keeps following me. I think the thing to be a hacker or be in the cybersecurity space, you really got to be passionate about it. It's not just about the money. And I'm gonna throw the political slant on here. I think the pandemic screwed this industry, because I think too many people went out and got certificates online and don't know what they're doing, and now flooded the industry, caused salaries to increase, and there's a lot of layoffs going on. I think it's hurting people that have the skill sets, and I'll end it there.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I had a very similar experience. When I was young, I couldn't tell my employer that I was a hacker or even worked in the industry. That was like a big no-no. I mean, there's no way that would happen. And you couldn't tell anybody really beside your closest friends who you met online and who were hackers as well. It went to the extreme that even my wife didn't know that I was into computer hacking. I told her I was doing video editing, and that's why I needed 5 screens and all the computers. And to the point that she told everybody else that I'm into video editing. And other parents were asking me, oh yeah, so I work in video editing too, maybe we should talk about that. And it's like, oh, no, I actually, I don't know about anything about that. But yeah, when it came to, we talked about disclosure, but it merged a little bit into hackers, are they good, are they bad? I think that keeps changing every few years. There are 5 years where hackers are seen as good, yeah, we hire hackers, and then it's again, hackers, no, thank you very much, you're out again, and then you're in again. So that's how I see it, just keeps coming around.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because, you know, and also the word hackers in general has such a different meaning from what it had in the early days. Like a lot of, oh, I'm a node hacker, which means that like you're a node programmer. You're like scripting software, you're making websites. I'm like, oh, I'm hacking on Node or in Node.js. That's like, hacking has come to mean a little bit just programming in general, which is a weird turn of events. And it doesn't necessarily have that same subversive kind of connotation in all contexts. I think it does here. I think that people here, when they think of hacking, it's kind of that original mindset of like trying to find loopholes in the security systems and in hacker job, like in just kind of like information security in general. That's kind of how it's understood. But or like just as a verb, I'm hacking on something, you know, just means I'm working on something. So it's kind of become this super term that doesn't necessarily mean anything anymore, for good and bad, I guess. Right, exactly.
When you said that, I immediately thought of like from hacker spaces to maker spaces. So I kind of have a different perspective on this thing. You know, when we was hacking stuff, we were targeting white hats. The corporate security types were going after their emails, we're going after all their keys, because we saw it as selling out. And I still feel that way. And I say this because, for example, like last week I was at DEF CON, right? It actually still describes itself as the world's largest underground hacking conference. Listen. Right, and so I feel similarly that, like, for those who have a love for staying up all night hacking some shits, right, might feel a little bit distasteful. But then, we didn't choose this society or this economic nightmare, economic model capitalism. So I feel like hackers have always tried to find a way to fit in, which, we're outcasts, right? And so, yeah, we're criminalized, and a lot of job people just, look at us like, I have had difficulty, I work as a back-end web dev, in my previous years, not anymore. I haven't been able to get jobs since I've been out, and so it still is very much a harsh environment, and I'm not complaining because, like, frankly, there's 2 million people, in prison right now, and, something like 8 to 10 million with felony convictions and some form of carceral control that have, there's no future that capitalism is providing a ways to make your living. So I identify more with the scammers and the crooks, like more so than like these corporate security types or military contractors at FedCon. Yeah. Make hacking a threat again.
I think they said everything, but yeah, there's an edgy image from 80s and 90s that we all grew up with, like seeing hackers being associated with. I guess it's still like a lot of people found the scene to be inclusive in a way. The underdogs and things like this, they found their space there, and it's obviously becoming more inclusive with recent times, but. I think the world has shifted as technology is more and more important than everywhere. The edginess of the hacker starts to disappear a little bit in some of these more corporate environments, right? So the corporations, they shift this mindset of like looking at hackers purely as a criminal or like people doing wrong things, and as trying to like recruit them as assets. And yeah, I guess looking at it now, it's kind of an obvious shift. Like I said, the technology is everywhere now, so the corporations really need this kind of individuals working for them, because if they don't, the ones that are not working for them, they're are most likely maybe attacking them instead. So yeah.
Yeah, I can see. That's kind of interesting from the perspective of the fact that there is an exploits market now, like an exploits market that didn't exist when we were kids, and just kind of growing up and seeing that people are breaking into systems, people are developing remote code exploitation, and buffer overflows and things like that, and then releasing them on lists like full disclosure, and that being the predominant way that people that a vulnerability with an application is discovered. And in 2008, I took this offensive security 101 course. It used to be called Hacking with Backtrack or Exploitation with Backtrack, which is then turned into Kali Linux in a later date. But like now you have, and then that kind of was a way to lead you through the methodology of doing a buffer overflow attack, for instance, on x86 at the time. And now there's this vulnerabilities market that you can see on like Zerodium, and gives you like the running rates for a zero-click RCE within iOS. And those vulnerabilities are hoarded by governments and corporations that sell to governments, usually predominantly, like Cellebrite, like Graykey, fuck them. And there's this hoarding of vulnerabilities, and then conditional release to, for instance, in the government, you have these vulnerabilities equities program, VEP. It says, okay, we're going to keep most of vulnerabilities, but we're going to selectively give out those, Fortinet, you've had an exploit, here, take this, we know this exploit, and you get to fix it because of our good graces, this being the kind of dynamic at play now. And I think it goes to the detriment of us all, because it means that those are not being fixed. Not, we are as people, as citizens, as hackers, as users, not actually helping we're not getting our systems fixed ourselves, and then we're just selectively, okay, this selective targeting can be done by, on a particular individual instead of having us all better protected. So I think that's kind of a threat that right now didn't necessarily exist back then.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting, and we're moving slowly on from the past and coming to the present, and then we're focusing on the future, where we really want to spend more time on later. But I think at the turn of the century, it all started, there was a lot of full disclosure happening, and this has completely disappeared. Right now there's a lot of money involved. Exploits have been weaponized. You get paid good money for exploit development, and corporates like to keep it secret, and there's responsible disclosure. So there was a huge shift from full disclosure to where we are now. And as Bill just said, some vulnerabilities are not fixed because they don't want them to be fixed. So perhaps some part of full disclosure was not such a bad idea. At least shit got fixed. Yeah. Has anyone any questions for the past? Yeah, hit it. Come here, get a microphone, or shout very loudly.
For questions, yeah, come on over here. And I have like 4 questions online.
Awesome, yeah, let's do it now.
Do you guys take a couple questions now? How do you?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah,
Right.
anytime, yeah.
Cool. Let's do a couple rounds of questions, friends. Sorry, I had to take that mic, so over here.
Thank you so much for this wonderful panel. I have a 2-part question. Jeremy, I apologize, I already asked you the second one. But so there's a lot of reason right now in the world to be reflecting on what squashes radical insurgent social movements. And in this particular case, what has squashed and kind of led to the demise of any forms of productive insurgent political forms of hacking that coalesce and works within a social movement. And I think that there's a lot of factors to that. Obviously, one glaringly being repression and the asinine laws towards hackers and other political insurgents, as well as recuperation, but also internal conflict and harm and abuse. And so I'm curious about how you reflect on internal conflict and like drama and abuse and harm and divisions between hacking communities that have shaped how collective and community organizing, both in things that maybe are more explicitly political, but also kind of on a more everyday kind of way, has shaped how hacker communities kind of come about and actually end up losing its potency as a creative political actor. And how do you reflect on that in the past? How has that impacted you and your relationship to hacking community? And what can be learned for the future? Has that changed? So that's my question. A related question that's a little bit more blunt is very related. Is when was the first time that you saw doxing happen, and both the actual practice of it and also like the phrase dropping docs. So related questions. One's kind of deeper than the other.
All right, thank you very much for this question, because I feel this is a question where we may have different opinions, and this is wonderful to figure out here on stage. So if you ask me about conflicts inside the community and how some hackers went after other hackers, I'm strongly against this. For me, this is hacker cannibalism. I think there are much larger problems in the world than hacking other hackers. And I think that it's just a waste of time. I much prefer to fix the big problems in the world than the little fights between hacking groups and who's the better hacker and who's the less white hat and who's the most black hat. It's really not interesting to me. I think it's a waste of good resources. But maybe we have some other opinions on that. Maybe Bill, Jeremy, or Panther, or TMZ. Hit it.
Yeah, so I grew up in the, you can hear this, right? Okay. So I grew in the 80s. The division between even just individual hackers was pretty extreme. So I don't think it's any different than somebody picking on somebody in a playground back in the day. But the people didn't share information. It was very, very tenuous. The first DEF CON I attended was either 3 or 5. I think it's 5. Other people are saying I was there for 3. I don't think that was the case. But even when I went there, I knew people, but I had never actually met them in person before. And you're kind of reserved at first. Like if you went to your first 2600 meeting and you're new in the scene, you're probably not really telling people what you're doing or what your capabilities are. You're trying to learn from it. And in the 80s, it really wasn't like that. In my first job, I got to work with a guy named Captain Zap. We were hacking some MBS systems for a client, and he went and doxed his girlfriend. So it was a combination. Nothing against the legal part of it, but it was stalking, and he was screwing out some information on her. What's that?
What year?
This would have been 1986. So yeah, I'm old. I was still in college, but I was working for these guys. I was hired as a penetration tester. So for me, it was VMS and MVS back in that day. So that was the first time I'd seen things get doxed. I know Fighter got doxed out in San Francisco a few years ago. And I know a bunch of people have recently got doxed. I know there's somebody here who's been probably doxed about 5 times that I'm aware of from some conversations I was having last week in Vegas. But I think there was an apprehension of sharing information. So we were a group that used to throw parties at the Alexis Park, and we would purposely invite groups that we knew didn't get along, because they knew that if they came in, we'd never invite them back. And I think we got known for that. Nobody really actually knew who we were, but we always had this suite that we were throwing these crazy parties in. But we were purposely bringing people on. So we had LOD, MOD members and stuff in there. We knew what the past was. The level of stuff that went on, like in Operation Sun Devil, that predates, that's after my early days. There weren't a lot of laws in the 80s. It was really around the phone company and credit cards. So what would happen, what I would occasionally see happen is wares boards would get taken down because people would throw, if I wanted to take your wares board down, I'd put credit card numbers up there, whether they're valid or not. And then just say, hey, credit card numbers are up there, and they come after you. So.
Great questions. Some deep stuff. If I may, to start off with a really relevant George Jackson quote. You might have heard it. Settle your quarrels. Come together and understand the reality of our situation. Understand that fascism is already here. That the people are already dying who could be saved. That generations and more will live poor, butchered half-lives if you fail to act. Do what must be done. Discover your humanity and your love for the revolution. Now, a lot of stuff there. As far as when we were anonymous, we were actually very deliberately trying to, I think the words were like, unite all allied battleships, some shit like that, right? That everybody could anybody could claim the anonymous banner or whatever like that. But the reality is also that, yeah, no, it's a vicious scene that does eat itself at times, and that there is high levels of burnout, both in like hacker scenes and of course social justice scenes. And so I like to think something that's relevant here that I brought up at a different panel. Every time there's like these large protests, like at the Republican National Convention or J20 or the G8 type stuff, there's a multitude of different coalitions of groups protesting against a common enemy, but we're all not all the same necessarily. We certainly don't always agree on their tactics, right? But some folks have put together the St. Paul principles as like some mutually agreed upon principles about embracing a diversity of tactics. that we won't issue like public condemnations of like certain tactics, but we'll try to also maintain a separation of time and space so that everybody can feel comfortable to act in the way that they feel they could take the risk levels that they're comfortable with. And so I think that's actually kind of relevant. Now, as far as the doxing, like, no, that is like, listen, like famously, like Sabu, the informant in my case, was supposedly caught by like Backtrace security who had like tried to de-anonymize Anonymous and like tried, because it was like petty rivalries or political differences, would try to de-identify or de-anonymize people, and that, yeah, that's not cool at all. The person who ran, one of the LulzSec, Ryan Cleary, actually just out of pettiness and bitterness, dropped the IP addresses of everybody who's on those servers, like publicly, right? Thanks, no thanks actually, that is not cool, right? Because then you're, giving information to the enemy to sell out your own comrades and so forth. That being said, I was actually a prolific troll. IRC 2600 specifically, listen, for years I was getting G-line, but like you said, so I think that there actually is a tradition of critique which actually can inform and advance, and I regret nothing but about the 2600 thing. But years later, I think LulzSec, we were like, we don't have a server. Fuck it, let's just take over 2600 servers. We just had thousands of people just join 2600. It's all in good fun. But like, I think there are some guiding principles. You don't sell your comrades out. You don't give up information on the enemy and stuff like that. And doxing itself is, in of itself, a tactic that is very useful against. But you got to punch up. You got to go after those in power. Like what does someone say? Like transparency for the powerful, privacy for the powerless. Like, so go after CEOs. This year, Luigi. Or the Fash. Like they got names and faces. These ICE people. Like we could still tell that they're pigs, even though they're wearing masks. So that's all I got right now.
So like just a timeline of interaction of networked communication systems with social movements in general. The first thing that I can think of is Harry Cleaver and his work in southern Mexico during the Zapatista uprising in '94. This kind of synergistic moment where a lot of indigenous folks in southern Mexico came together in communication with the broader world in this kind of poetic language that communicated with the rest of the world about their struggles. And Harry Cleaver being an international solidarity person that kind of communicated those with the rest of the world. Then my personal story was on Indie Media's IRC channel back in the day, and that was how the news of the brutalizations in Genoa during the G8 in Genoa in 2001 were communicated. Like there wasn't any news covering it, but the IRC the social media center was across the street from where the Carabinieri were literally beating people almost to death. And across the street, they were saying on the IRC channel, hey, this is happening. People are being dragged out, bloodied, and dragged into cars. Get the word out. And at that moment, for me, was very important. I realized that no one else is going to get this news out, and it's being communicated on IRC. And if I am this person that can do something about it, right? I can actually let people know about it. So that was something that was really powerful for me in my political development. And I think that, another great example of the influencing of network communication systems on social movements is, of course, often brought up now is Arab Spring and Twitter. Getting being able to communicate with the world about the struggles that people in the Arab world were facing with their governments and kind of a range of political contexts. And so I think that sometimes these network communication systems formalize and hierarchicalize in a way that that cuts off that possibility. But I think that I'm just using this kind of term, network communication system, as a kind of more abstract way to say internet, but there are also interesting things that are happening now with non-internet network communication systems like long-range radios that can be used in protest contacts. For instance, everyone talks about in that context Meshtastic, Reticulum. These are like technologies that could really have liberatory effects, and I think that are exciting and could don't have these like centralized focal points that can be used for surveillance or spoofing, or because it's a everyone shares the connection kind of network.
Yeah, we want to talk about especially this Meshtastic and other communication platforms in the second part of the talk as well, where we need your help to see how we can make this better and more accessible to people, and just help them with technology. There was another question or so. Yes, awesome.
Well, I want to make a comment too. I sort of came of age in the 80s also, and I remember Stephen Levy's book. And don't forget the subtitle, Heroes of the Computer Revolution. We led a revolution. Computers everywhere, internet everywhere. Sometimes we forget how far we've come. And we did it working with my friends, and the thought of us turning on each other was kind of unthinkable, Even as far back as junior high, we were on a sort of oppressive mini computer that they carefully regulated our use and storage and CPU. So it was a county-based system, so we cheated. We created a fake high school. We named it Millard Fillmore High School, the most forgettable president. And that way everyone had all the resources they needed. And then we jointly decided to shut it down at the end of the school year. And they thought, oh man, they're letting us all go. And I said, no, they're unleashing us on the world.
Yeah. That's wonderful.
You wouldn't turn your back on those people, huh?
Yeah, but that's, don't forget how far we've come. And yeah, there's a lot of work to be done still. There probably always will be, but remember how well we work together.
Yeah, definitely. The strength is in the collective.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the greatest achievement that the IT underground or the hackers have done is when they were working together as one big team.
I have a question from the internet. First off, oh goodness, pronouncing handles is hard. Aesthetics, I believe is how this was, says hi to both Bill and Jeremy. And then has a very direct question for our friend Jeremy here. What happened at DEF CON this year?
Yes, Jeremy, what happened to DEF CON?
Well, I wasn't really going to get into it. But yeah, I mean, I spoke at DEF CON like 20 years ago, first time. I was like 18, young and dumb, right? Running my mouth. How far we've come, right? But this year, I did go. I was excited about it. More or less, like, I mean, we all knew, like, I don't pretend to be naive. I knew what I was walking into, of course, right? But I was just very disturbed by, like, how deeply enmeshed, like, with the military-industrial complex. Like, it was literally, like, sponsored by Anudrill, like, this company that makes those AI sentry drone towers and stuff on the border, right? Criminalizing and targeting people, literal AI weaponized imperialism, right? And to see, like, literally the NSA director, a literal forest-eyed general with blood on your hands, right? And you're a part of it. And I felt like I was in the nexus of tech fascism, which is everything that, like, hackers right now, especially right now in this moment, like, should be fighting against. Free Palestine. And for that, just saying that, and I gave them the benefit of the doubt of letting them finish their damn speech, right? Like, it wasn't even a disruption. It's like, but they can't take the heat, I guess. Like, but when they took their final shots and literally said, "Go Army," that was enough for me, man. Like, right now, no, we ain't doing all that shit, man. At least don't call yourself an underground hacking conference. But so yeah, I mean, like, it was also pretty cowardly too, because the goons at first, they were just like, "Oh, you're actually fine, but just stick around though." They had no official message from goons or DEF CON, right? We were just chilling for like a whole another hour, just going about our day. Yeah, I was there for about 2 hours total before they had like armed security with badges and stuff like that. Like, whatever, like, I reached out to them too, is like trying to even like say, look, whatever, man, let me come back to the conference. It's $1,500 tickets, you know what I mean? Like, but anyways, I regret nothing though. I think it's point of Fisher, I mean, like thinking about the Enerdrill dude, you know what I mean, and the Elon Musks of the world, but the Enerdrill dude particularly, like, you might even see at like DEF CON or these hacker conferences and stuff like that. He's, quote, like us, right? He's also making like N64 mods and retro Game Boy shits on the side while he's literally developing Skynet. You know what I mean? Like, so no, we got to draw a line in the sand. What side are you on in the hacker class war?
So I wanted to thank you for sharing your stories and talking about how you've evolved your relationship to working with technology. I'm reminded in the question about doxing about the fact that what's okay and not okay is not a fixed thing. It's not from tablets that Moses brought down or something. It's continually evolving. And the people who come to Hope, I think, form a community, and we share with each other values that are evolving. And I was reminded of an event that happened 13 years ago at Hope 10, because that year they invited Adrian Lamo to come onto the stage, which was the Hope stage exactly like this one. And Greg Newby and Emmanuel Goldstein invited him to come up because he was the asshole who turned in Chelsea Manning. But he was a well-known hacker in the community. And because he had standing and had done prison time for hacking the New York Times and all these other things, they brought this hacker on stage and they said, "Adrian, what do you have to say for yourself?" And he had this incredibly awkward description about how he thought it was important to turn in Chelsea Manning because he was going to save lives or something like that. And there was a long line of people lined up for the microphone who one after another said, "You're a fucking asshole." And it was like people just like established a sense of what's okay and what kind of behavior is okay. And the fact that that person turned Chelsea Manning over to the feds was not anything that anybody in the room agreed with. It was like giving a morality check on this person who was a kind of revered hacker who was on the stage. And I was reliving it because it was just like this, only it was at the Hotel Pennsylvania for Hope 10. And I was also thinking about the way Hope was back then. And the sexism and other kinds of like gendered stuff was terrible back then. I don't even want to think about it. But as a community, Hope has actually evolved, and the participation that has broadened, and the numbers of people who feel like they can come and participate has gotten better. And so I just wanted to say thank you and just bring up that reminder of that historic event, because sometimes this conference really does play a role in hacker history. And also thank the people who were participating this year, because it was difficult. They hardly were able to pull it off because we lost so many attendees because they couldn't come from Canada or Latin America. And people still did it. I was inspired when they had the opening thing and they said it was impossible, and then we did it. And so when you think of things you're about to do that you think of and people tell you they're impossible, then just remember Hope.
Thank you for saying that. I think that hacker culture in general has gotten better in terms of being socially aware, gender balance, but as the composition of this panel itself might show, we have some way to go. That's not to neg on the panel because we had someone who was a woman that wasn't unfortunately able to come, but yeah, I think that's true generally, that the sexism in hacker culture has, it's still there, and there's still transphobia, there's still racism, there's still all these factors, but I think that we have shown as a general hacker culture that it's not acceptable, and I hope that that's successful, that we've shown that. Yeah, that's all I have to say about it, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, everybody's welcome here.
You ready for more? Okay. Aesthetics also asks, how has big tech changed the underground, if at all? Feeling the last part might be a little tongue-in-cheek.
Quite a lot, I would say. Well, they are definitely sponsoring like a lot of projects and tooling and things like this and events, let's say. I think the shift on the industry of the hacker being also like an asset to the corporations, they kind of developed this like, I don't know if it's a technique or whatever. It's just something that it's much more attractive to a person to pursue this career in technology in big corporations and work for them instead of like dedicate time for the hobbies. I think people nowadays if there are fewer people that join the underground scene for the particular hobby or whatever, except that they try to get into it for the money and for a career path, which was not a thing back then. This thing didn't existed. Working in computers was something kind of new-ish, and it was not really like big corporations. Of course, there were tech corporations before as well, but they, like we said before, they didn't have the will to hire the hackers. So the place was, their place was the underground somehow, and now they're like shifting towards the surface.
I like to add to that in my opinion, big tech has made the internet and communication more accessible to many people. Without big tech, we would still be using IRC, and good luck teaching my mother how to use IRC. It's not going to happen. So I think with all the bad things that big tech has done, they also have done an incredibly good thing to make it accessible to many, many people who otherwise couldn't join the communication and do all these things.
I think the accessibility was driven by the profit as well, which is, in some cases, is a win, yeah.
So what do you see as the future of education for hackers? Meaning, like, there's some training tools available, like, back in the early 2000s, there was hackthisSite.org, and then recently I heard of a project in Arizona State University called On College. So what do you see as the future of education for hackers?
It's a very good question, and before I answer that question, I like to go back that back then we had a certain motivation to become a hacker because we were driven by curiosity. But this now, of course, has changed. Now, if you want to become a hacker, you really have three paths. You either do ransomware, or you do state actor and APT, or you do just hacking for the fun and for the artistic point of view element of it. And so growing up now as a newcomer, it's very different to when I was young. So how we educate these people now, I pass that question to somebody else, because how I got educated was by reading FRAC and working together with other people, forming small groups and just trying things out. But that might not work anymore these days because everything moves just much faster. Maybe you need an educational program and get educated with Hack the System or other platforms. So yes, please, somebody.
Yeah, like similarly, like when I was young and learning this stuff, learned by doing, asking stupid questions on IRC, like hackthisSite.org, like made that shit in like 2001. I just learned about SQL injection, and made the first challenge, and it was like it's a million hits. Then like a month later, it's like, damn, I actually don't know what I'm doing at all, really, for real. It's like, so what is it now though? Yeah, there's certainly like certificates and classes and whole career paths and degrees and stuff like that. And on one hand, like the technical knowledge is similar, like maybe you'll for the love of the code, but the motivations are different. Like you had said, like you might be doing it for curiosity, but now people are doing it for the paycheck. But I do think that like we really should credit ourselves for developing the infrastructure. Like look where we are now. We have almost every city and town has like a hackerspace where you could go and meet someone and like learn by doing. That's not like a class that's designed to shift you to a career. So it's still there if you look for it, I would say.
I also think that the most efficient method, like before, is the hands-on approach. Back in the day, the scene was not as inclusive as it is today, which was a terrible thing, obviously. Sometimes you had to earn some sort of respect by doing something or whatever to get somebody to even consider like mentoring you or helping you with something. So a lot of these learnings also came by getting closer to somebody else that was already like in a level that you wanted to achieve or something like this, and learning by watching this person or participating and with luck, this person will be nice to you. I guess it depends. But I don't think, even with it's nice, of course, to have these portals with all sorts of teachings and etc. We have YouTube videos and all those things. Naturally, not all of the content is good, but the good content does exist. But I still, at least personally, also believe that is a thing that you can kind of only get the full extent of the experience by doing yourself.
I'll also add just like the opportunities for being an autodidact now are so much more vast than we had in the past, where you'd have to dial into a PBS system that you knew the number for, or you had to ask someone on IRC to DDC, or was it DCC? No, DCC the file, or you go on Napster or something and you download something directly from somebody else's computer. I think that just YouTube resources, just for instance, are just so vast, and the ability to gain knowledge that is just openly published on a vast array of blogs, just telling about the methodology and how that's all available at people's fingertips and is able to be explored by someone who's curious, and there's less impediments to access, I feel like, in some significant ways. So someone who is curious and exploratory could really teach themselves a lot just based on that drive to learn more.
I'm going to add to this too. So I have 2 kids, and between my nieces, nephews, brother-in-laws, sister-in-laws, everybody wants me to teach them how to hack. So when one of my kids had asked me, "Hey, Dad, can you teach me how to hack?" I said, "Well, let's first learn how to build a box." So we built a Linux box. I had them put the thing together, put the motherboard in, put the chips, et cetera, load up Linux on it, and learn the OS. I said, what's the next thing we're going to do? We'll load some tools. What kind of tools we're going to load? And first response I got from them was Metasploit. I'm like, well, that's not really what we're here for. We're going to understand the OS. And if you go to, I know ShmooCon just ended, but the theme of ShmooCon was build it, break it, belay it. And I think that's really the pattern you want to follow. And that gets back to, I think the industry is polluted, but you really want people in here that want to do things. They want to understand things. In the early days, and even now, you want to be the less noisy person on a system that you're on. So if these guys are all breaking into something, and I'm in there too, I don't want them to know that I'm there either. So, but I think it's important to do that. So on that note, there's a group called Pros versus Joes that's at both at B-Sides. They do it at B-Sides Las Vegas. I don't know if they're doing it in other places. I know a bunch of people that have joined the team this year, but it's professionals, red teamers against Joes. So, men and women who've never done this before. I think if you Google search it, you can get all the contact info, sign up for it. I think it's very, very worthwhile if you want a hands-on experience of red teams actively attacking you while you're trying to figure out what's going on your systems. And there's no mercy in the environment. Because I'll tell you right now, one of the guys that I know is very, very capable was on the team and wanted to flip tables the first night he was there. He was that frustrated. But I think that's a really good experience, is the hands-on approach. Like, you don't want a brain surgeon working on your car, and you don't want an auto mechanic working on your brain. So, anyway.
Yeah, wonderful. So I think we're taking a few more questions for this first section, and then we would like to move into the future and think with you guys what we can use technology to make a better place. And just think about it that often it is harder to identify the problem than finding a solution. Like all of us, we didn't know how much taxis suck until Uber came along. all of us didn't know how much hotels suck until Airbnb came along. So once you have identified the problem, the solution is often easier to find. So let's identify the problem later. But yeah, more question to this topic.
So kind of building in the education space, I am a teacher, and so I'm kind of working within a fairly big system that has a lot of guardrails around what I can do. But I teach computer science, and I find a lot of students don't really have the kind of exploratory and like, let's try and figure this out kind of approach. And so I'm curious about your thoughts on how to build that and maybe how to, like, I guess the impact of things being so very closed off. It seems like right now everything is like trying to put a million walls between the user and what's actually going on. And so my kids don't know about like file systems or like folder structures because everything has always been in Google Drive and they've never had to interact with stuff in that kind of sense. Like they don't know how to save something. They don't know that you have to save things. And so I'm curious about like building both a really exploratory kind of mindset and then also how to engage students who just are really, really far removed from the actual meat of what's going on a computing system.
Yeah, so I think for most of us to get into this exploring was because there was a necessity. We had to save cost. We didn't have free phone calls. We needed to crack the software. And perhaps there's a way how you can recreate this necessity that they have to break out to the system to get access to certain things, and make it fun for them and gamify it, and perhaps also show them a glimpse of what they can do if they do understand what the file system is like, the power that knowledge gives you when you know these things, understanding every single bit of a operating system, how it all beautifully falls together, and you can just explore and do more things than not having that knowledge. But maybe someone else has.
So we're currently dealing with a situation in a lot of schools. They have contracts with school surveillance software installed on public systems, on the school-issued devices like GoGuardian and Gaggle are two of those companies. And they will monitor everything that a student types. There was a case, I think in the Southwest, where a student was getting a bad grade from their teacher, and they were like, like this teacher sucks, whatever, and they were just typing this in to an email that were like they're typing their thoughts, flow of consciousness kind of thing, and they were like, want to go shoot up, ha ha, like the school, ha ha ha, and then they deleted it, and it didn't even go into drafts. They were just like kind of just rolling off the top of their tongue, just kind of like being a kid, right, saying stupid things, and that kid got that day in school suspension, I think, or out of school suspension, suspended basically, and this huge punitive system relating, because of surveillance, fell down on their shoulders. And I think that on the one hand, that hampers the creativity because they're just like, whoa, we have this sense that there's always eyes watching us, above us, just kind of looking at what we do. And perhaps on a more hopeful note, maybe there are those creative students that are trying to disable the software too and get around those locks. Not that I, as an EFF employee, can encourage that, but that's a possibility that's happening. So I think that's the whole dynamic of like the surveillance over watching you, but maybe we do need to, and that necessity is there to fully explore what we actually want to explore.
I think one thing that might help is don't outlaw hacking in school. Encourage these guys to hack every single system that's there. As long as they don't cause damage and they report it, allow them. And I think it's true, but I'm not going to name the country because you're all going to hack that country, but I think there's a country in this world which allows you to hack any of the system as long as you don't cause any damage, as long as you report it, everything is in scope. And I think that really motivates hackers or new guys to just try it out on the real target. And why not? They don't cause any damage, right? They found a vulnerability, they report it, it's all cool, everything's in scope. And replicate that in school, replicate that with the students, and say, you know, if you want to hack a teacher, go for it. As long as you report it and you don't cause any damage, do it.
We're going to pause questions and let you guys get back to your normal prepared remarks for a little while, and then we'll get back to questions later.
They're going to hold on the questions right now and let us start. On the next
Okay, cool. We start the next section. So, welcome to part number 2. Welcome to part number 2 of our talk. And this is really about the future, where we want to work together with you guys. We hope you engage with us and table some ideas, table some topics, what we want to do. Before we had this meeting here today, we actually met up for an hour and we were brainstorming ourselves what we want to do. And we came up with 2 or 3 topics, and I just summarize them now, and then we can together decide which one we like to explore a little bit further, or perhaps there's another topic that we should discuss with all these great people here of great ideas. And so one problem that we have identified earlier today is that we really like to give power back to the people when it comes to passing laws, because at the moment the way how laws are being passed is by lobbying, really. You pay politicians. And politicians pass laws for 2 reasons. Either they're getting paid for it by lobbying companies, or because they want to please the voters. Now they can please us because they want our votes, but that's honestly not enough. You need to engage with lobbying companies. And so perhaps we can do something where we have crowdfunding a law where people can put in $1 or $10, and if a certain law is being passed, then you pay, but if it's not passed, then you don't have to pay anything, so you don't lose anything. So it's like, yeah, crowdfunding laws, that was one of the ideas. The other one was, incentivizing whistleblowers. And the idea is that there's so much bullshit in the world, so much lying and so much fake out there, that it would be just nice to know the truth. And somebody out there knows the truth. Somebody out there knows what's in the Epstein files. Somebody could leak it, but he doesn't, because morality on its own is not enough to do the right thing. So we could incentivize them. We could, again, do crowdfunding and say everybody puts in $10, and if the Epstein files are being released, we will pay. If not, no one has to pay. And you could do this with any kind of topic. There are secrets out there that we should know the truth about, that we don't. And we don't know the truth because a few individuals who know the truth, they don't want to share it because they take a risk. And they don't want to take the risk for nothing. So yeah, we could incentivize that. So how can we use technology to implement that? There's a legal challenge as well, but we can ignore that for now. We can solve it maybe with technology. Another idea, Bill mentioned that earlier, how can we use Meshtastic and other communication platform to help people who rebel against their governments or want to protest when their networks are being shut down, and how can we make this better? And then the last idea that we talked about is how can we mentor a new generation of hackers? And so yeah, these were our ideas, but perhaps you have some ideas that you like to be discussed here with us, with the community, that you think are important. So please do say. Yes, of course. Yes, please.
This was a question from before, so.
Yeah, of course.
But it was, I guess, where do you see the kind of the pirate scene fitting into kind of the overall hacker space? And it's like, it seems, it's kind of interesting that now we're almost in this, what the AI people want to be a post-copyright world after all this, but simultaneously there's a lot of attacks going on, especially in Europe, where people have gotten some pretty harsh jail sentences for old things. But there's also not really legitimate use for the pirate scene, whereas computer security is a real thing, but there's not really a use for that. I guess, do you see that fitting into the same area, or is it kind of separate?
I think piracy is probably coming back strong recently, especially like when we talk about like movies and TV shows. This decentralization of streaming services and all those things, something that came to be as something that will make our lives easier somehow for consumers, like a fixed price for like content, and now you have to have like 7 subscriptions, seasons, and set it all spread around. We also have this problem like in the gaming industry, where you kind of buying like a right to play a game for a full price for a, arbitrary amount of time. So what did they say? Like, if buying is in owning, so piracy is in stealing, right? So, I think the companies they're doing things they're not really understanding what the customers want. I think, and they're trying all the wrong things. I feel like everybody thinks it would be fair to pay a specific price for like a fair product, right? So a fair price for a fair product, and everybody that is able to, of course, like I was not able to when I was a kid, so, but now, I mean, I do, so, and I'm happy that I can contribute to this, but I still don't think this is like is respectful to the customers, the way that these corporations are approaching the content delivery, regardless of the content. So, in my opinion, this is just going to continue to grow. The population is going to get more angry about it if the things continue to stay like this. And this is a big opportunity, I guess, for hackers everywhere, because it kind of reminds me a little bit of the wire scenes from the previous times. It just seems like it's kind of coming back a little bit. So yeah, just reminiscing a little bit about it.
Yeah, great question. And also not just consumers, these big platforms are gouging consumers, but also creators, right? Content creators.
Yeah, more importantly even that.
Yeah, like, the Spotifys and stuff like that. But as relevance to, I think, is practically speaking, like how useful hacking could be to everyday people is beyond just like, consuming corporate media and stuff like that, which is cool, better than paying for it, right? But I also loved getting stuff for free, right? And that's something that's useful and relevant to people who otherwise couldn't afford it. Like you were saying, like, why did we get into this? Is because couldn't afford dial-up or whatever. We couldn't afford so we had to crack our way through. And so I'm thinking about how do we like contend with the laws, like you were speaking. It's just, and the question earlier about, it's just harder for people to commit crimes these days because of the advance of facial recognition and the AI multiplex and the NSA prisms and so forth, right? So when we were younger, we could experiment, we could have a little bit more freedom and get away with stuff. Right now, it's not so much. I do think maybe one way around that actually is to overcome the fear that repression causes you to not act, is to generalize it to more crime, right? Like, but one example though is turnstile hopping, right? It's just like kind of a collective agreement amongst everybody's like, we're just gonna get one over on them, and we're all gonna work together. We're gonna open the door, and if you see someone shoplifting, no, you didn't, And so, but ultimately, though, I think that there is an inherent contradiction with the law, like the forces of power and money are going to rely on the police, and if you become a threat beyond just mere survival, if you like start to question, they're going to repress you. So I think the only path to freedom is through the police, ultimately. Oh, and one more thing too also is to defend those facing charges, right? And those who are pushing the envelope, like beyond, like the Tornado Cash developer, right? Like is being prosecuted for just simply running this mixer, right? Mixing service and stuff like that. Not even implicated in any particular credit card crimes, but now he's charged with like facilitating terrorism and drug transactions just for creating this mixing platform and stuff like that. We got to defend people like that. You know what I mean? We got to, and ultimately beyond just fighting the police, I think hackers have been pretty good at moving past the law, like developing in such a way that they can't even criminalize it, right? Like, okay, like they, printed a book with the code for cryptography, right? It's like, what are you gonna do, ban books, right? Like, so you kind of make the laws irrelevant. So if you could, outsmart the law, but the only way through is through, though.
Yeah, I think it's a testament to resilience of piracy, how like even now the Pirate Bay still exists after like what 20 years or whatever, and the way they have developed it makes it kind of impossible for it to take down, and that's something that's like really interesting. And I think of like as a kind of common technological principle of like how do we circumvent censorship in a way that creates resilience, like in a way that, and I think like yeah, mirror sites are great. Also, and what we were mentioning, kind of the like long range networks that are, or those that kind of are configured to work with LoRa. Like, you know, I mentioned in my talk yesterday, reticulum, and reticulum is kind of this interesting concept that works over long-range radios, but also works over any arbitrary network layer and very easily. Kind of the network converges and allows people to communicate with a very low bandwidth, but with enough to get a signal out and to communicate with each other. And those kind of resilient networks that are able to get that signal out even in adverse conditions are so important. I'm thinking, you know, with you know, mesh networks, it might be adverse topographical conditions or physical conditions, but you know, adverse conditions can also apply to like legal or you know, adversarial conditions that are trying to shut you down, right? And so resilience that's built into the fact that bits are easy to copy, and I think that's one of our big strengths, right? That we're able to, you know, that increasingly over the past 20 years, storage space has become way cheaper than like exponentials of the, was it Moore's law? That like you have an increase of twofold over, I forget the time span, but it's, it means that there's more information being able to be shared more readily, and that makes our communications networks more resilient in some respects, right? But like, also you have this archiving problem where, hey, any disk that you have is extremely volatile and will expire over like, you know, the course of 10 years or whatever, and unless you copy, unless you're actively backing things up. So that's more and less resilient in a way that if you had paper photographs, you know, 50 years ago or whatever, then they are going to be there come the apocalypse 200 years. And now we have disk spinning, we're not first spinning disk, now a solid state that'll like also is easily copyable, but extremely volatile. We might have this situation where, hey, this weird blip that we developed technology, and then we like looking historians in 200 years looking back and be like, why can't we see anything into this period of time? Because, you know, storage media is so volatile. Anyway, maybe that's too futuristic, but
yeah. Well, I actually have a question for this panel, and it is where does everybody here see the computer underground, the computer scene, cybersecurity in 10, 20, maybe 50 years? Where will we be? Will conferences like this still exist, or will we all be corporate, or will we be overtaken by ransomware groups, or is everybody moving into APTs, or where will we be in 10, 20, or 50 years? What do you think?
So at DEF CON 10, the last day I left, I turned around to Caesar. I hadn't met Bats at the time. We were just leaving the Caesar's Challenge. I said, I'm not coming back to DEF CON ever. It was too big. And it was probably about 3,000 people at the Lexus Park-ish. And to me, it became way too mainstream.
And now it's 30,000, I believe.
Yeah, it's up in those numbers. So my nephew used to stay with us. He was like 14 when we first took him to DEF CON. It was at the AP, and he became a goon there. He was part of SMRU group, and he now runs pen testing team. He runs red teams. I had told him if there was ever a DEF CON 20, I'd come back. My phone was ringing off the hook between 19 and 20, and I was like, I'm not coming back. And I came back in 22, it was at the Rio. There were 18,000 people there. First day I was there, I wanted a cup of coffee. I waited in line for black coffee over an hour. And at that point, I was like, I'm never coming back. They eventually moved it. B-sides started popping up. So we started attending that, and then DEF CON was kind of like the side thing. And then Black Hat was the corporate for work thing. But I thought everything was way too big. One of the guys that travels with us to these cons started PumpCon way back in the day. That I liked because it was small, it was very intimate. There was a lot of talent there. Not saying people here are not talented. I think it was like a different vibe than you do at DEF CON. I feel like, and I'm not ripping on Jeff or anything, I understand the thing grew big. But for me, the last couple of years, DEF CON's like you pay a lot of money to go in and buy t-shirts and collect stickers. And waiting in lines. Something like this, something intimate. People around you probably have maker spaces that are around you. There are security groups within those. We have one up in Connecticut. There are a lot of groups through there. There are a lot of us in Wall Street, a lot of us working on different things because we like to tinker. It's not that we're printing money and making millions, but we have access to technologies that we couldn't get in other higher end companies, which is why we left the software industry. We get to play with all kinds of electronics. We get to build custom networks to other areas in the US, overseas, places that didn't have connectivity before, dealing with microwaves, dealing with lasers. All those kinds of things are out there. But back onto the con scene, I'm more in favor of the smaller cons like this. I loved ShmooCon because they limited it to 3,000 people. I think DEF CON's good because I hook up with a lot of people that I won't normally see because they're traveling internationally. But I don't know, I'm more for the smaller groups. I think you're gonna get more out of it. But the other thing too is I know there's a bunch of people watching online. Chances are people either in this room or people online may one day breach your network, or they may help you recover from a breach. So I would say go out, network with people, take time, introduce yourself, not in a creepy way, and learn. I'm friends with a lot of people from the older conferences. We had 12 of the 15 original people that I've been to the conferences with were with us in Vegas last week. And we've been friends for over 30 years because of this particular scene. So if you don't have contacts here, make them while you're here. I know it's Sunday. But anything else that you attend, reach out, ask questions, tell people things that you would be interested in learning. The other thing I would say is don't ever let anybody tell you that you can't do something. That's your limit, that you decide what your limits are.
Yeah, wonderful. So I've noticed the same thing happening in the community for the last 3 or 5 years. There's a bit of a renaissance happening where smaller conferences are cool again, where there are now conferences that are limited to 100 or 200 people only. Some of them are invite only. Some of them, they don't tell you where the conference is happening, or they tell you the city, but they don't tell you where. They tell you in the morning. And you're not allowed to record anything. You're not allowed to take any notes. You're not allowed to take any photos. And you don't get paid for speaking there. You just go there and you talk because you like talking about the topic that you're excited about, that you feel passionate about. And I like to see many more conferences like this. I love the community to build more conferences like this, where it's not just about the money, but just about the art of the hacking and figuring things out. So yeah, back to the question about where do people see the community in 10, 20, 50 years, or where do you want it to be?
So I like to think that the community is going to continue to grow in different ways, and I think also the necessity that we or you had to start hacking back in the day. I think the society is creating new types of necessity nowadays. So it's going to be the people that are going to be joining the scene, they're going to join for different reasons, and aside for monetary reasons, obviously, they're going to be drawn to the scene, hopefully, by like nice, interesting reasons. And I also think that the smaller conventions are also nice, of course, and I would prefer if more people focus on those or also create their own more niche conventions as well. I think this is pretty cool. And I think, yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking like if we're able to do what we're doing now, make the younger generation relate to what we're doing now, pass this along, like because every year we're passing something along somehow, in a way that attracts this younger generation, that speaks more of their language, because their brains are also evolving. They think differently than us. They were, grow up with different technology, with different influences, and we need to make this accessible for them and to spark this interest for them to carry this over as well.
Yeah, your question. I don't know that I could really speak about the future of the cybersecurity industry. I kind of not really in it. But I do like these conferences. First, I have mad respects to Hope and 2600, despite everything. I love this, and I've met everybody here who's great people, and y'all have enabled a lot, right? I do agree with what everybody else has said about like smaller, decentralized, start your own. More of that, right? Because a multi-headed hydra is strong. Generally, like, yeah, we are hidden sometimes. Repression breeds resistance, so there's going to be more necessity. People, as they build up these systems of control, people are always going to find the need to try to find a way to survive through it or destroy it. And so how do we do that? How do we pass on this knowledge, right? Through these conferences, yes. But one thing we hadn't really mentioned terribly much, but it is a continuation between the old and the new, is zines, right? That is the medium of the zine scene, right? That's how we define, it's how we share, it's how we explain. And there's, oh, and zines, yeah. And that could be text file zines, like a magazine, a self-published pamphlet, and the thirst is there. And there are so many parallels between, like, for example, like activist zine scenes and like hacker zine scenes. For one, the method is distribution, or also even like I remember in like the aughts and stuff like that, people would have like a public zine, but then there would be like a little secret section, right? You had to get invited to it or whatever. Or like now, like we have zines, and some of them are put on blast. Like we just handed out like 200 pounds of zines this weekend, right? So the thirst is there. But also, there's also offline zines that you can't find the PDF online, right? Or that someone's got to share with you a physical hard copy. So I do think that people are exploring alternative networks that aren't on the ClearNet. Like one thing I remember, like growing up and stuff like that, people were talking about the crew change guide for those who are like hopping trains and stuff like that, right? We're talking about people who are like, and people are doing this for hundreds of years. The hobos riding freight trains for migrant labor or just living in the cracks of the system. People are still doing it. A hand-to-hand zine that you can't even find online that'll tell you like what every train yard is in every city and what time the bull cops are like going to be out doing their patrols or what train goes where and stuff like that. That's type of like inside knowledge that people have just accrued with time and experience and sharing directly, but not putting it out there because, of course, if you share a trick with the world and post it, the trick might not work anymore for everybody, right? And so we do got to look out after those who really do need these techniques, depend on them to survive. As they used to say, keep it private, right? Or just not. But so I guess it's a combination of above ground and a below ground, underground organizing, right? Like that is a hell of a tension. We need people like the EFF out there, right? Technologists who are just like doing the advocacy work, who are so that there's a path for that, right? But we also need those who are up all night. You already know.
On a more somber note, I think that the ecological systems of the world are starting to collapse, and I think that we are going to see a greater balkanization of the internet as a result of that. And so I think that we need better ways to bridge long-distance gaps when they emerge because of some of those impending crises. And I think those crises are going to start cascading in a way that we haven't seen before. That is not hacking commentary. That is a kind of what we're going to start dealing with commentary, I think. So we need to start thinking about how we will respond in response to that, and just how we want to structure networks, because our world is going to become more volatile in a lot of ways.
So I realize time flies and we only have 10 minutes or so, 5 minutes. I think maybe we can all think about it, what our experience was, and then we can maybe take a few more questions. So I tell you my 3 tips how to become a successful hacker. And this is tip number 1 is understand the system. Any system that you want to hack, understand it fully. And I mean read every book out there about that system. Even if it's a similar book, read it. Try to identify differences and mistakes that the author made, how the systems are working differently. So really understand the system, learn everything about the system. Second one is group together. Find somebody who's like-minded, work together. And then third is don't be afraid to ask stupid questions. There are no stupid questions. There's only a question that you don't ask, and that's the most stupid thing you can do. Just keep asking questions in your group and develop things together. It really helped us in the many groups that I've participated in. So these are my 3 tips how to become a good hacker. Yeah.
I'm going to throw something random in here. So it's just a quick story I was telling these guys earlier. So my dad had a friend that every time I wanted to learn something new, he'd throw a manual at me. It was like, read. So that covers that piece of it. But here's the story. So last week, I reached out to somebody who was in the AT&T Alliance security team that happens to live in Vegas now, who used to hunt us down when we were younger. And we invited him out for lunch. So it's not his first time, because I've introduced him to other people a couple of years ago. We had him come out to Caesars. He was telling us stories. He's older now, he's in his 80s and stuff, so we've been probing him for stories each year. He was telling us a story. How many people here know what Alliance teleconferencing is? So he was involved in that. There was a woman that was a manager of Alliance teleconferencing, and every time she picked up the phone, the Alliance call would go dead. It took them 6 months to figure out what was going on. They had engineers in there. Anybody that went into her office picked up the phone worked fine. The way her nasal cavity was, she was actually making a 2600 hertz tone and dropping the line when she talked. So.
Yeah, that must have been funny debugging that. Yeah, do we have any more questions, or does anyone else want to maybe give some tips about the future community or so, or where we're heading, or any tips that we can share with these guys?
Just what gives me hope is solar punk. It's kind of rad, right? Yeah. It's like a anti-dystopian vision, like that encourages, I guess.
Is solar punk?
Solar punk, yeah.
Huh.
What is that? I don't know if I'm the one to define it on the spot, to be honest, but definitely check it out. It's kind of like I was at Chaos camp a couple years ago. It was awesome. Highly recommend. And they were talking about how, like, at a previous Chaos, one of the projects that'd be like, we're going to have hackers go to the moon, right? Was like a project that they had wanted to do, and then they kind of, like, after a couple of years, they realized, like, how kind of foolhardy, or how it doesn't, like, reflect the actual needs. Or there's a lot of other reasons that I'm not quite representing, but then they came back, like, the next conference and said, we actually revised our vision entirely, that like you had said, like, we made this world into a hellscape asphalt factory, that maybe what we don't need is, like, hackers on the moon. Maybe what we need is to, like, repurpose, like, the shells and the carcasses of industrial and find a way to live that is economically and environmentally sustainable and so forth. So it's something that does give me hope, like, because I like watch a lot of sci-fi dystopias and stuff like that, but I don't let that, like, discourage me from acting. And solar punk, I think, is a positive vision for the future. But I'm actually also more interested if anybody else has some future stuff, because we're a bunch of old fucks, you know what I mean? Like, if anybody has some vision of the future too that they want to share, please do.
Absolutely. I did want to dovetail off of that, and again, on the like kind of LoRa angle, long range radios are low power too, so that you can have like a little solar node powering a long range repeater, and it's basically a router, and you put it up in a tree somewhere and forget about it, and it's not drawing power from the grid, it's not contributing to ecological destruction or anything like that. It's just kind of repeating the signal, and you have some of these like integration between ecological and technical mindset that powers something new and creative and fun. And I think that's really fucking cool.
How does the panel think that we can pass on the knowledge, skills, and mindsets to younger generations who may not even be aware of ponds like Hope?
How to get the word out there that hackers still exist?
Specifically to younger people.
Younger people, yeah, of course. Good question. Who knows the answer? Maybe one of our people here in the audience knows the answer how we do that. It's a tricky problem.
I can mention a few things that we're trying to do with FRAC. We're trying to relate more with the tools that the younger generation are using. We're trying to be seen on places where we expect them to be present, like social media. We're trying to build a community, and a safe community for people that want to participate, to join and talk with any kind of level of member with different levels, different areas of expertise. And I think creating this kind of relationship and safe environment, it's nice. It's a start. And I think the visibility also helps a little bit, kind of going out more or less of the underground, not so much, but you know, I think that we learned this with Tempout as well, that there's a lot of young people that are interested in this and they didn't really knew where to go to until we showed up somehow. So I don't know if this is the answer, but it seems like there's some effect somehow. So something, it could be a start, I'm not sure.
Yeah, invite your friends along to come to conferences like this. Invite your friends along to publish in magazines, and just keep the spirit alive and explore and hack and tinker.
One more final comment is that there's these iFixit clinics that are popping up in every local context, and basically people bring their appliances, and then people collaborate to fix those appliances that have been broken. And it's a easy way for people that may not be economically advantaged to actually keep things running, and also to start thinking about how hardware hacking works. I think that might be something that that youth can get involved in to help their neighbors, but also to help their own knowledge and build out that knowledge.
I think the other thing that needs to be done is needs to be education between a hackathon and a hacker conference. Because people that go to hackathons for the first time and are expecting cybersecurity discussions are very disappointed and kind of drop out. So, because we were battling with this last year up in our area, so we campaigned to have B-sides moved to the city that we're in last year. We had it hosted in one of the universities, but we reached out to all the local schools. Regular colleges, universities, et cetera, but also community colleges, high schools, to let them know that we were having it, and the attendance was significant compared to the prior year. So I think it's got to work both ways, right? So I'm the guy saying, hey, don't make the conference too big. But if you're trying to get that community engagement, I think that's a good way to feed that in. Take advantage of maker spaces, hacker spaces that are in the areas. Talk to them and say, hey, listen, I know there was a teacher in here before, but reach out to them and say, hey, listen, I'd like to get some security thing going on. It doesn't need to be something big. They can usually host it at no cost. And I think that's another challenge is DEF CON was originally $75.
we used to go, we were told all the way up to 10 that it never go above 75. I understand cost increase, but if you're a kid, you can't go to a lot of these conferences because you can't afford it. Because now the conferences are approaching what the original Black Hat prices used to be.
Yeah. All right. Everybody, let's give our friends a warm thank you. Thank you so much.
Catch us at the Anarchist Assembly if y'all want to wrap further. We're going to be in a circle formation, not like this presentation, if everybody wants to share more ideas.
I think it feels awesome.
Yeah, let's go outside and let's warm up.
Oh, it's there. It's there. I made it in like a shit ton of papers.
Door work?
turn your hand down. If you're going to take a photo or video, please be cognizant of those around you and respectful of consent. We'll get started here in a little bit. Ooh, I am hot now. Cool. So, and those friends who are on Matrix, I am in the Matrix channel. I am ManChicken, so @tag ManChicken for questions. We'll save the last 10 minutes of our time together this session for questions. We'll get started here in a short while. Hello, friends. I told you it'd be just a minute. So I would like to introduce
Nice. Wonderful. Oh, it's so echoey here. Oh, it's like in the Alps. Wonderful. So, well, let's see if any of that, what our dear friend just told about me, is true. So, yeah, first, welcome to Hope. Hey. I've been coming to Hope, and I've been pretty much giving a lecture at every single Hope since 2006. So, hello, family. Some of you are pretty crazy and strange, but you're family, you know, that's what it is. So, yeah, my name is Johannes Grenzfurthner, long and complicated Austrian name, but as of today, you can also address me as Little Lord Fuckaroo if you want to do that. So I'm part of Monochrome, which is an art, technology, philosophy collective active since the early 1990s or the late 1900s. We are dabbling in art and all kind of stuff. The main problem with art for us is a lot of face palming, and art is a special place for special people in a really bad font. So we are trying to apply what we think could be political art or could be interesting for humanity in different ways. We also encounter more face palming doing that. So we coined a term called context hacking, which tries to combine two things, like knowing what the context is that you're doing stuff in, like art, activism, whatever it is, and applying certain rule sets from hacking culture onto that. And I really like the old term definition that a hack is a pretty good prank, that in the 1960s at MIT, when they were referring to a hack, it was something where you would put a Volkswagen Beetle on the roof of the biology department or something like that. And people would ask, what the fuck is that hack? And so that's pretty much like one of the oranges of the term. And I like that a lot. So sometimes you need a lot of adapters to get a message across, but eventually it will work. So, as part of Monochrome, I've been organizing a conference called Ars Electronica, which is a festival on sex and technology. We just published a little book this year about it. I have 2 copies here with me. We're doing a conference about alcohol and technology, about cocktail robotics, where we invite people since 1999 to build machines that serve or mix alcohol, or have bar conversations, or have other interesting technology in the realm of cocktail culture. I just recently made a film called Solvent. It's a very political film about a Nazi demon. It will be on major streaming services in the US in October. If you want to know more about that, you can take a picture of this. And more interesting probably for you, I also screened it here last year. I made a film called Hacking at Leaves about American colonialism, about the Navajo tribe, about hacking and hacking culture and hacker spaces. I couldn't find a publisher to publish the film because all people said it's too weird, and direct quote from a publisher, it's about Native Americans, nobody is interested in that. So that's America in 2025. So I decided to release the film for free on the Internet Archive next week. So August 29th, you can download it there, and thank you, Jason Scott, for making all of that possible. So, if you want to see a countdown with milliseconds when it will be launched, you can go to that website here. Okay, so why am I here today? How to be positively transgressive. So, when I wrote the description for the talk, I kind of like the idea, and I liked it that it's in the vein of a couple of talks I've been given before at Hope, but while writing it, I realized it's like not another talk about like why the fucking yes men are so fucking great. So hacking culture for good was still my premise, talking about transgression and subversion also, but I wanted to find a different way to frame that. Because what is subversion really? Historical tactics, data, situationists, hackers, pranksters, cultured scammers. Subversion is a way to expose power, blah, 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 blah. When the trickster turns fascist, we have that around a lot. Rise of the alt-right prankster, trolling, irony, weaponized aesthetics, memes, disinfo, blah, blah, blah. Okay, boring. We've been there, we have done that. So my approach today is to talk about language, because I think the main problem nowadays is like, how do you get concepts across, how you talk about stuff. Just a couple of examples. I like words. I'm a human. I'm also a pattern recognition machine in a sense. So I like words. I play around with them, and sometimes I make them up. For example, the mythical hormone of testosterone, where whatever gender you ever might apply yourself to, you think you can fix home appliances, but you fail. That's the hormone of testosterone, okay? Just like a silly little word I came up. But of course, there's also the whole debate about pronouns. And my approach to that is, fuck them all. Easy. Abolish them. One personal pronoun is enough to address any life form capable of producing language, and it should still be possible to identify people by sex or gender, but only as a linguistic exception, not as a part of everyday speech. Minds matter, not reproductive glands. So, I mean, I try to solve things easy, so why not? We can talk about that later, but like, I'm trying to play with language and thinking about how language is changing reality, and we have been in this debate for at least like 15 years, hardcore. So, internet, tablet, nice little cat. There are many like clickbait sites out there throwing glossaries at you, like the glossaries of dating terms and all that kind of stuff that people like to click on, and then you learn about like this microaggression or this or that, and whatever term they come up with. And so, for example, I came up with the term for cheating, and I called it engaging in emotional scaffolding. Why not? I could probably sell it to one of those websites and make a bunch of money with it, just like coming up with ridiculous terms. Or like problems in polyamorous relationships, Google Calendar fatigue. Why not? So our brain is capable of shaping reality, and all the debates about subversion and how to reach people is pretty much like trying to reach the emotional side of humans. So we need to kind of like redefine things. For example, there's global warming and climate change are the main terms about the quagmire that the planet is right now. And I was always saying, like, why not calling it atmosphere cancer? It sounds way worse, and it's communicating not something like fuzzy and warm, global warming. People are not against warm stuff, but they might not like cancer. So what I'm saying is the way that you frame something, that you call something, has an immediate impact on how the world will react to it. The whole stuff with artificial intelligence that we have right now. I mean, it's not intelligence, it's statistics. It's boring statistics. It's an autofill stuff pretty much like going on. So why even calling it intelligence? So, and I think that the journalists and people in the media sphere are to blame about a lot of that stuff. Or for example, a long time ago, someone called it email. And just by calling it email, the term becomes charged with symbols. Email advocates like mail, and mail, there is a privacy about mail. Like, you don't open other people's letters, you don't look into them, there's privacy attached to it. If you would have called it e-postcards, nobody would have a problem with that. But it's more likely to be an e-postcard than an email. So what I'm saying is, like, whenever you come up with something, and there might be some interesting people in there who come up with new products or new techniques or new algorithms, whatever it is, just like think twice about how you call them and what that means to people. So, cloud monopolies, why not call it server feudalism? Or terms of service is more like consent leeching. Or AI art is dream cannibalism for me. So I think there is power to that. Doom scrolling, I think we can do better than doom scrolling. I think it should be feed leprosy, or maybe ulcering or something like that. I don't know, but let's think about that. I'm just like spitting stuff out. So, the computer. I like it. I've been living with it for so many years. So I've been trying for this lecture to talk about what's important in the year 2025 and find 15 terms I made up just for you. And you'll probably need them, maybe, because I think it's 15 terms that might be valuable for the hacker community and in general, and they also might be valuable in general to talk about subversion and what we can still do to change the planet and the mindscape around there. For example, I would call for a new term called manufacturing dissent, because there is this old term of manufacturing consent that came from Noam Chomsky. And in the meantime, what's going on, and we see that especially in the US with the political establishment and the right-wingers out there, they are actually manufacturing dissent. And they're using certain terms and concepts from lefty politics in 1960s, 1970s activism. So not all dissent is grassroots. Some of it is manufactured by cheap plastic toys in a factory. Corporations, state actors, political lobbyists can generate fake movements that look like rebellion but are actually just controlled opposition. Example, AstroTurf campaigns against climate science, QAnon as a mass-produced insurgency. It's not dissent, it's dissent as a service. So I think this one could actually be helpful to explain it to some people. And my next term is what I would call toxic distrust. Toxic distrust is something that is especially prevalent in communities like the hacker community, because there is, of course, a really necessary level of paranoia you need to deal with all the shit around us. But sometimes that stuff can flip, and we have been seeing that, especially like with the high point, of course, the deep pandemic. So hackers thrive on skepticism, but there's a line where healthy distrust mutates into paranoia, nihilism, and conspiracy thinking, or conspiratorial agendas, let's call it that way. And once you no longer trust any institution, maybe even your own hackerspace or expert or your neighbors, you're like in a swamp of toxic distrust where it's kind of hard to get out, because if you erode the world in your mind, you're just like stuck in filth. You're stuck in the eroded leftovers of what used to be something like critical thinking, hopefully. Yeah? So examples for that, of course, like the anti-vax movement and flat earth forums, but there are so many examples for that. I think it is important to have a certain form of grounding of your paranoia. I know that sounds weird and strange and contradictory, but paranoia is nothing to be like happy about. Paranoia is like a strange, like it's almost like if you're in a relationship and you're constantly jealous, like paranoia is the toxic variant of having something like a skeptical mindset and trying to analyze the world around you. Okay, so question authority, yes, but if you are questioning penicillin, you're not a rebel, you're like, "Duh!" Okay, good. There are two computers making love to each other and they sing a love song to each other. It's a beautiful love song. So, I would call the next concept Zoombas or Zoomer boomers or Zombies. And not all Zoomers are radical progressives. Some are recycling authoritarian politics of their grandparents, but with TikTok filters and meme aesthetics. So Gen Z, treadwives, young crypto bros quoting fascist thinkers, quote, meet the Zoomer who thinks they are edgy for discovering 1950s gender roles on Discord. So there is, of course, also a technological side to that. I see a young generation at the moment looking at iPhones like they're magical talismans. I have a specific word for that later on, but in general, we have to talk about how to reach young audiences as hackers. And the question was already put forward at the previous during the previous panel. So, like, how can we reach people out there who are not really interested in what's going on, or have nothing learned anything than like normcore, or that are just like coming out pretty much like of the trauma of COVID. People who were like 12, 13, 14 years old during the pandemic. I have friends who have kids of that age, and they are a little bit lost. So just like, don't lose them to becoming zombies or something like that. Okay, so friendly computer. That goes right into techno-naivete, and I'm talking about young people who look like digital natives but actually are technologically naive. They know how to swipe and scroll and stream, but not how systems or infrastructures really work. So an example would be able to summon an Uber instantly, but helpless when they are trying to configure a Wi-Fi router or a printer. It's a strange form of what I call the Zoomer boomer before, or something like that, because I see that young people treating their iPhones like magic talismans, like little black boxes. They have no idea what's on that. I had a conversation with the kid of a friend who is 15 or 16 years old, and he didn't know the difference between software and hardware. I tried to explain to him, you know, like there are programs on your cell phone, and they blah, 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 blah. But we cannot forget that we have a generation out there who are pretty much like at the same technological like understanding level as my dad. So it's strange that I'm in a special, strange generation as Generation X, that I was able to go through all the iterations of technology and seeing a typewriter and using a Commodore 64 and getting a first PC and having to install Sound Blaster and kind of like learning by putting the stuff into sockets that what 8 and 16-bit means and all that stuff. I mean, I'm not telling you anything new here, yeah? But we are in a very like interestingly privileged position of that generation that we really can offer advice and offer knowledge to younger generations who sometimes don't want to tell us that they don't understand what's going on. We had the same stuff going on at the hackerspace in Vienna, where there were a couple of people hanging out, and after like half a year, they finally kind of like felt comfortable enough to ask us like really basic questions about programming and stuff like that. And before that, they were just like posing. They were just like, yeah, and like let's help those little those younglings looking for advice and maybe not all the time being able to ask for it. The youngling. Let's go to the next one. It's generational knowledge, not knowledge, but knowledge. It's that each generation thinks it's reinventing resistance, but forgets the lessons of those who fought before. It's cultural amnesia, history erased by the scroll. So TikTok activism repeating 1960s sit-in tactics as if it were new. There's nothing wrong with that. Of course, like everything is just like a repetition of stuff that has been happening before, but I think we could be so much more, let's call it, exact about what we're doing, way more efficient about what we're doing if there would be a form of being able to bridge the generational knowledge and help those folks with that stuff. So in a certain way, I guess the last 3 terms are introduced are kind of like going into an overall problem that I see, or some people see. I had a couple of discussions about that here at Hope already. So, punchline, they think they've invented protest, but they've discovered cardboards and Sharpies. Of course, nothing wrong with that, but I think we could be way more ahead, and we need it, especially in times of like fascism, like really showing its ugly little face more and more. Painting by numberism is the next one. Rebellion becomes a template, a kit you can buy at the mall, the aesthetics of subversion stripped, of meaning reduced to gestures anyone can mimic. We know it all, the punk fashion at Hot Topic, my favorite little shop at the mall, but also corporate pride floats, all that kind of stuff. So I remember back when No Logo by Naomi Klein came out, that was like 20, 25 years ago, I remember that the first people who read No Logo by Naomi Klein were the marketing agencies, because they wanted to find out how to create new marketing strategies without like looking like they are like colonizers of our minds. So it's quite interesting to live in a world that's dominated by late-stage capitalism, and it's, by the way, late-stage capitalism since World War II, because so many people use that term. But knowing that there are people out there trying to milk subversion, trying to find interesting people, interesting concepts. I mean, one of the first big graffiti campaigns in New York City was paid by Nike. And I'm, of course, not talking about the early days of graffiti, but the very moment that graffiti became something interesting and marketable, Nike paid graffiti artists to go out there and make a Nike graffiti campaign. So, I mean, of course it's happening. It's happening all the time. Just be aware of that. It's DIY, except someone already did it for you in Bangladesh. So we have to think about interesting new ways to be subversive, but at the same time, almost like incorporate interrupters into our strategy. So like, how can we do something? How can we create something subversive that is not at the same time the next marketing fad that can be used by big companies? So outraging for me is part of the content industry. Instead of rebelling against injustice, we just keep feeding the algorithm rage clicks. Outraging is when your anger is no longer political fuel, but someone else's monetized engagement. Examples, of course, Fox News, Twixer, On the Libs, YouTube channels, all that kind of stuff. But it's also happening on the left and in progressive circles. So how do we actually really reach people? Maybe we have to do that with our own infrastructure. Maybe we have to do that with our own software, our own service. But I mean, I understand it. I mean, I had like 10,000 or so followers on X until like a couple of weeks ago, and then X decided to kill my X account. I have no way of getting that back. And there's this like slight moment when I thought like, I should have known better. I should have known like it doesn't really work that way. You can't build an audience, or you can't build a critical audience on the backbone of someone else's business. In a certain way, I'm not really calling back the World Web 1.0, but I think it is very much important to find ways to kind of like merge the world of engagement of social media with something that is more stable and reliable and can be controlled by people you know. So I can't call anyone at X and say like, hey, that's probably wrong what you did, so let's do it. But I mean, they don't have money for that and they don't have interest in that. Okay, so punchline, they don't care who you hate as long as you keep hitting refresh. Just keep that in mind and reach out to your fellow robots. Disruptor porn. Disruptor porn for me is the fetishization of disruption as an aesthetic, sexy, provocative, but ultimately empty of political or social substance. I see that, of course, a lot in influencing out there. So, and there are, but of course, also a lot of startups claiming to hack housing or healthcare while just like repackaging the good old exploitation. It's porn for venture capitalists, all tease, no climax, and somebody else pays the bills. The dial-up process, well, I have to wait for a second. 1, 2, 3, there we go. Attention scraping. So what's attention scraping? Attention scraping for me is like data scraping, but for your eyeballs. It's platforms and influencers harvesting microbursts of attention and sell them on the open market. It's extraction capitalism applied to your focus. So TikTok's infinite scroll or clickbait farms your attention is their API call. So in a certain way, it is tied into the disruptor porn, but I think it targets a little different segment of the problem. And we just have to be aware that we might be caught into that. And then mom looks at you in the way she looks at you in this little picture and says like, no, don't do that, don't do that. Idolatry politics. I mean, I can talk about identity politics a lot and the problems with it and the positive aspects of identity politics. But what I found really interesting is that a lot of identity politics in recent years has become idolatry politics, so that politics mutates into mere fandom. Instead of debating systems, people worship personalities, leaders become idols, memes, collectibles. It's religion with hashtags. So, of course, MAGA hats, Elon Musk cults, influencer politicians, but also Jordan Peterson and Judith Butler. I mean, it doesn't really matter if it's on the left or on the right. There is a certain tendency to do that stuff because more and more people are reluctant to actually learn about ideology, learn stuff, read stuff, and they just like think of like, yeah, just because that guy or that person says it, or if I heard like a 10-minute video by someone on YouTube, I understand the world. No, those personalities profit from your attention, of course. They profit from every second that you view their content or you talk about them. So be aware of that. So the punchline would be we stop debugging the code of democracy or whatever political superstructure we're talking about, and started collecting Funko Pops of fascists. I have a really strange relationship to that, especially in the hacker world. I mean, I don't have to remind you of like our wonderful little cult leaders like Jacob Appelbaum. But so there is a tendency in humans of liking people who they adore, of people who know something they want to know. But I think we really have to be very much aware of the situation that the hacker community should be more about an exchange of things. Just like because I'm standing here on stage and I have a certain level of power now because I'm holding the microphone and I'm talking something, you still have the possibility to go or ask questions or something like that, and I will be sitting down there and listening someone else. So we have to remind ourselves that the really important thing about being human is not about idolization. It's not about like, oh, that guy wrote like 12 books, he must be so great. Most of that stuff is pure chance. Most authors, most writers, most people in high academia, they are only there because of certain levels of power, certain levels of privilege, certain levels of chance, that they were at the right time, at the right moment. So just like try to forget all that stuff when you're interacting with people and when you're interacting with knowledge and you listen to people. It's really important to not fall into that trap. So, and especially interesting for nerd communities, there's what I would call the irony drift. And the irony drift is when satire or irony drifts out of context and gets taken literally or exploited by actors who claim it's just a joke, the virus of irony that poisons discourse. And of course we have Pepe the Frog and edgy memes becoming fascist symbols and that kind of stuff, but we can also see that on a more a normal level. I mean, for Pepe the Frog and edgy memes becoming fascist symbols, we have, of course, like the internet is the only place where Nazis can say Heil Hitler, and people still argue if it was sarcasm. Of course that's happening, yeah? But at the same time, the problem of irony and the problem of like really marking something as irony or marking something as humor is really important. In the meantime, the biggest problem we have is this like Tower of Babel that we're in, but it's not a Tower of Babel of languages, it's a Tower of Babel of emotional states. So someone might be really into something, adore something, like something, immediately feels attacked by someone, makes a joke about it. So there is this like, almost like this like stepping stones of, in German we call it Befindlichkeiten, a Befindlichkeit. It's kind of hard to translate what Befindlichkeit means in English, but it's almost like this like a zone of landmines that we're walking around in, and we don't know on what psychological and emotional level we are entering in conversation with other people. And we kind of have to remind ourselves is we might step on a landmine by doing something, or we might actually be able to help someone else remove a landmine. So like, I'm not sure if that's an interesting or positive way of thinking of the world of like walking around and looking for landmines. Probably not, but let's frame it more positive. I think the world is an invitation, yeah? And the world is an open invitation for discourse, an open invitation for having friendly encounters with the world. And we have to remind ourselves in all the paranoia that this is really, really necessary. Even with the little frog who became a fascist. So we live in autonomy prisons, I might call it that way, the paradox of being forced into total freedom. Artists and hackers celebrated as autonomous geniuses, but left isolated, precarious, and powerless. So the myth of the tortured artist versus collective worker struggles in factories. Jason Scott keeps reminding people of like, join your local union. Hello, Mr. Top Hat. Yes, I'm a European. I like the idea of like we have to all join unions if it's possible. Just like remind yourself that you are being exploited because you love what you're doing. So many people out there tell me they get paid a really, really bad wage just because they like their job. Or they get tricked into, you know, like the old problem of command capitalism and the old problem that Foucault talks about, that we are all in a disciplinary society. We're all in a society where we understand the rules of society, and the more diffuse the rules of society gets, the more flat the hierarchies get in a company. If your boss is suddenly your friend, it doesn't mean that your boss is still your friend. He just plays the friend because it's better psychology-wise for the company, because you're easier to exploit. 5 more minutes? Okay, wonderful. Let's go. Yeah, I'm almost dead. Yeah, that's perfect. The willy-nilly nicheization trap is that countercultures and subcultures retreat into cozy niches that once promised freedom but end up becoming bubbles of self-glorification and paralysis. And I see that in the hacker community in some points. But the best example is punk after 1980, turning into a lifestyle enclave, hackerspaces reduced to hobby clubs, and completely losing this like wonderful subversive energy that they had before. Punchline, your safe space became your cage, but at least the stickers are cool. So, we're always there, almost there at the end. Dunning-Kruger worship. I'm pretty sure you know what Dunning-Kruger is, celebrating loud confidence over actual competence, the cultural elevation of people who don't know what they don't know. So tech bros explaining economics after reading one blog post, conspiracy influencers with more followers than facts. So why fix ignorance when you can monetize it, yeah? And that's, I guess, a general problem of data capitalism and control capitalism is you don't need any skills to sell a product. You just need to be loud, and you just need the perfect tool to get it out. But that is, of course, like not helping anyone besides your own bank account, and we see how that is working out. So, my final term is what I call empathy payload. It's probably the only positive term in my little realm here. And I'm not sure if it's an antidote, but let's call it that way. Transgression with values baked in. The prank, the hack, the intervention that doesn't just shock, but also carries solidarity, care, and progressive intent inside it. That sounds like old fuzzy-duzzy, dooey-ooey, hippie, whatever, but it is true. I've seen things like that happening. There's this old bumper sticker, random acts of kindness, you know, like commit random acts of kindness. And I still like that. So if there's one thing that is left of the hippie revolution of the 1960s, I think it's that bumper sticker. So we have to remind ourselves that if your hack doesn't carry an empathy payload, it's just skin cancer for humanity. Yeah? So we don't want to end up like QAnon, pretty much like racist malware that is trying to install in a lot of brains out there. So thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening to me. The future is garbage. The garbage is beautiful. Log off, but don't forget to save. Thank you.
There we go. Thank you very much, Giannis. We're going to start the question and answer portion of the program. We've got a good 12 minutes for questions. If you are on Matrix, please @tag manchicken so that I see your question.
Hey.
Come on.
Hey, Giannis. Hello. I really enjoyed your talk and a litany of all these talks of yours I've enjoyed over the years. And I'm not asking this as a rightoid, but all these terms are really clever, and I really enjoy them. But don't you think there's a danger where all oppositional camps, they define the other camp as being more top-down than bottom-up, and kind of negate the bottom-up phenomenon that led to the other camp forming, and that's kind of like a very powerful dividing force in our society right now?
Okay, I hope I understand the question. So you're talking about the dividing line between, we're looking like
the manufacturing dissent.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
It makes the communication of, let's say, the right wing in many places seem very top-down and manufactured, rather than representing any bottom-up grievances or aspirations of
Absolutely. Honestly, I mean, the whole Pippa the Frog thing came out of 4chan. So there is, it is a combination. Of course, what I'm saying with the manufacturing dissent element. It is more like that there are a couple of clever guys in those marketing agencies working for those people, and they milk and market that kind of stuff. They discover, oh, there is like a funny little fascist frog, and we use that. So I'm not saying that Pepe the Frog made Trump president, but there is an element of like using a meme culture and using what technically would be like subversive culture in the means of like making ultra right-wing politicians like the president of the United States or something like that. Yeah. So does that kind of...
Sorry, I'm just going to do like one clarification. I guess what I meant is like with phenomenon like Brexit or like recent electoral results, like the danger is that, or maybe there's a danger that the terms that we use, they become reductive of the other side, right? And because of that, any legitimate bottom-up concerns or phenomenon are sort of not addressed, and you know, like we don't make the right political coalitions or outreaches that kind of prevent suboptimal electoral outcomes.
I'm not disagreeing, like absolutely. So the main problem we have nowadays is the differentiation between, I mean, in general, we have the big problem of that we have something like micropolitics, politics that we can coordinate on a local level, on a small level, and then there's macropolitics. I have no idea of how to influence what Putin is doing. Like there's no way doing that. Yeah, I think it's probably important to remind people that on the micropolitical level, there's way more stuff that you can do, and there's so many people who say like, oh, they're fearing Thanksgiving because they don't want to talk to their parents because it's all about like, I don't know, like Fox News or something like that, yeah? But I think this is just like throwing away a lot of potential of actual real change. So there is, I think, I mean, we are all little grassroots generators, and we cannot forget that we are that and that there's potential to that, and we cannot just like leave it all to the algorithms. And so we cannot all blame it on Zuckerberg, but we should also blame it to a certain extent also to ourselves, because we are part of that. So it's, yeah.
Thank you.
I think it was on the slide titled, or the word idolatry politics, when you were talking about like ideology and how people don't investigate it. And there was a quip about Jordan Peterson and Judith Butler kind of being like two sides of the same coin. And I was wondering if you could kind of like explain that.
Not two sides of the same coin, but I would call it more attracting certain audiences, let's call it that way. There are certain audiences that Judith Butler is talking to, and there are certain audiences that Jordan Peterson is talking to. I mean, that can't be, I guess, denied. They have their yeah.
I took no offense there. I was just curious because I thought it was interesting.
No, I don't think they are like on one side of the spectrum or the other side of the spectrum. I'm not saying that, but it's quite interesting for me what names come up and what people and what academics are being referred to in something like mainstream TikTok posts or something like that. So I'm not talking about like high academia or something like that, yeah, but like who is like, or Slavoj Žižek would be a good example. Slavoj Žižek is this like almost like pop culture Marxist who is just like he's just like everywhere. So, yeah. And it's interesting to see why why is Judith Butler and Slavoj Žižek and Jordan Peterson suddenly like so visible? Why did that happen? And I'm very interested in those mechanisms.
Like they become cultural references without people really even understanding, like totally, or investigating what it is that they're talking about.
Yeah. But thank you.
Thanks for a great presentation. Great list of things to pay attention to and put names to phenomena. I'm just going to humbly suggest that the attention scraping, I think a better definition for that is the things that you're seeing in a lot of these modern, these AI squares on search engines where they keep you from going to a website with the information and they just show it to you on the same page that you...
Yes, wonderful. Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, thanks for the talk. One thing I was curious about, like you mentioned, you were just banned from X, right? And essentially, it's probably because you were working against their goals, right? And so I was curious if you had any advice on like utilizing these systems built by capitalism to reach a lot of people, but not necessarily reinforcing the business itself, right?
Oh yeah. The thing is that, so we're like, as our group, we're still running our own server, like mail server and web server, since like pretty much like the mid-90s or something like that. It's so interesting because we are trying to a certain degree to have our own home base, to use that kind of stuff, to still use mailing lists and something like that to reach out to people, because it's a way more direct way of like approaching people. At the same time, of course, we are on everything. We're on Facebook, we're on Blue Sky, we're like blah, 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 yeah. But at the same time, I kind of have to remind myself, this is not, don't build your world on someone else's service. You shouldn't. You might be really. I mean, Yasmin, who is sitting there in the audience, she's running the porn film festival in Vienna, and you couldn't. And it's a queer feminist porn film festival, yeah. And you wouldn't believe how many times her social media accounts get deleted. But at the same time, the target audience of what she's doing is like, you know, like 20, 25-year-old people who might be interested in that stuff, want to go to see like a queer porn film in the cinema in Vienna. Yeah? So how do you reach those people? They are on TikTok, they are on Instagram. So it's kind of hard to bypass something like that because it has such an accumulative force. So what do you do? It's very like it's a Sisyphusian. What is that the term?
Yeah, Sisyphusian task.
Yeah. Anyhow. It sounds weird. It's Greek, probably. Okay, but yeah, so what do we do? In the meantime, we realized that we even have the problem running our own mail server, that my email address, like the Monochrome IT email address, gets blocked by so many mail services because they think it's a spam email address. I mean, we never send out spam or anything like that. It's just like, you know, oh, it's not a Hotmail, it's not a Gmail. It might be spam, let's pre-flag it. So I sometimes don't even know if people get my emails because it might end up on some spam filter. So running your own infrastructure, running your own stuff is a lot of work. It probably takes 10% of our workload in our organization to run our own infrastructure, but we wouldn't want to miss it because there's no alternative to some of the stuff. We cannot publish some of the work we do on other platforms than our own web server sometimes because it's just like, oh, jail time, sweet jail time. So yeah, so there's another way. So I mean, I think just like my point would be just like to remind people that they should probably build a second standing, like maybe a second or third leg of digital presence that is very important.
Thank you.
Good question. Does anyone do that here already? Who has like a second or third leg of digital presence besides besides mainstream social media platforms? Okay. Huh? I'm disappointed that not more people do that, but we'll see. Maybe next year when we're all in camps. Okay, yeah.
Speaking of, if all the feds in the room could plug their ears for this next question, please. I'm very excited to read this question to you, Johannes. Johannes, how did you even get into the U.S.? Seriously, you've got to be like the most wanted target #1 for CBP and the Trump meme administration.
Oh, I'm on vacation. I mean, good. I'm not getting paid for any of this shit, so like, I'm not even lying. But honestly, I mean, there is a couple of people ask me, like, it is already my second time in the US in 2025, and people ask me, how is this impossible, and blah, 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 blah. Just remind yourself that you're talking to an officer, and an officer is a hammer, and the hammer is looking for nails. So just like be precise, be short, don't engage in any more discussion with the border control officer than necessary. Why? There are so many stories in the last couple of months of people who got like in detention or something like that. And if you look up and see what those people did, you just like think to yourself like, there needs to be something like power literacy. People have to be told how to talk to officials, how to talk to police officers, how to talk to Customs and Border Patrol. And I'm not even saying like lying to them or anything like that. Just like there is a certain level of courtesy, strange form of courtesy, but also a strange form of like cultural grammar, I would call it, in interacting with those people. Because they do a job that is trained to specifically filter out things. They try to look for things, and the moment they find it, they will not let go, of course. Yeah. So I think it's not a big problem to get into the US. Just like be aware that any crossing of a national border is a major act in your life. Just be aware of that. Stuff can happen. Remind yourselves that we have the nation state since the 30 Years' War in 1648 ended. And the nation state is a pretty solid concept, and it wants to solidify itself and grow and do all the wonderful things like wars and taxes and all that stuff. So, but that's it. We're not gonna see an end to that in the near future. So live with it. And be semi-happy.
Thank you so much, Johannes. Let's everybody give him a warm thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me, and the people who were at the desk here the fastest get 2 free copies of the Ars Electronica book. I'll put them here. Go grab them. Oh, yeah. Oh, gone. But you can buy them on Amazon. So, yeah.
Check 1, 2. from network.
Okay.
Look, open from.
Hey everyone. America was founded in an act of resistance against an oppressive government, and this will to survive has persisted ever since. For a movement to succeed, it must be easy to understand and accessible to anyone. And for a technology to help a movement, it also must be simple to use. The IceBlock app, which now allows people to anonymously report when they see ICE agents in public, accomplishes all three. Is this a tool that's a threat to public safety, or is this empowering those who need it most? Please join me in welcoming our featured speaker and its IceBlock's developer, Joshua Aaron, to answer this question and more. Hi, Joshua. Can you hear me?
Hi, Liz.
Awesome. All right, so.
All right. Are we going? Are we live?
We are live. Everyone's here. Say hi to everyone.
Good afternoon.
He can't see you.
I can't see you, but I'm so happy to be with you, and I'm sorry it has to be remote, but listen, happy to be there. And so, let me start off by saying, good afternoon. I'm Joshua Aaron, the creator of IceBlock, a crowdsourced anonymous platform allowing users to report public sightings of Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents to other users within a 5-mile radius of the sighting's location. I'm sure many of you are familiar with IceBlock, and hopefully a lot of you have it installed, not only for your own protection, but to help keep others in your community safe. After watching Trump's first term and then reading Project 2025 and hearing his campaign rhetoric, I saw the writing on the wall and knew I had to do something to help fight back. I was raised in a Jewish household, and growing up in that community, I had the opportunity to meet Holocaust survivors and learn all about the history of Hitler's rise to power in Nazi Germany. And when we see 5-year-olds in courtrooms without representation, college students being disappeared for their political beliefs, or babies being ripped from their mother's arms while they're screaming for their children, we are watching history repeat itself. Now, some have criticized me for making this comparison and using terms like Gestapo to describe ICE agents or concentration camps to describe the detention centers, and my response is always the same. If you know your history, you also know that the Holocaust didn't start with the death camps. It started with leaders dividing the people of Germany by making anyone who didn't look like them or believe in the God they believed in their enemies. From there, work camps were built, and those camps are very much akin to the detention centers we are seeing today. We have a camp in Florida called Alligator Alcatraz, and the right thinks it's cute to sell merch like hats and t-shirts while pocketing the money for the Florida Republican Party. These conditions are deplorable, with 32 people to a cage, only 3 toilets, and they're told to get their drinking water from the back of the toilet. We've heard the stories of these detainees being zip-tied, made to get on their knees and eat off the floor. And this is inhumane, and the worst part is that over 92% of these people have never committed a violent crime. Just this week, we learned that over 80% of the people detained there are sick with COVID-like symptoms, and they're starting to clear people out, though we don't know where they're being sent next. With regards to the Gestapo reference, we have masked agents in plain clothes or military-style gear who refuse to identify themselves, camp outside of elementary schools, knock down the doors of foster children, drag people out of their cars, and on multiple occasions arrest U.S. citizens because they refuse to look at their identification. They show up claiming that they have a warrant when it's nothing more than what is called an administrative warrant. And while technically a legal document, it's not the same thing as a judicial warrant, and it does not carry the same authority. A judicial warrant is issued by a judge or a magistrate based on probable cause signed under the authority of the judiciary. This is the only type that grants law enforcement the full legal authority to enter private property without consent. An administrative warrant is issued by a government agency, for example, ICE or OSHA or housing inspectors, under statutory authority and is not signed by a judge. It is typically used for administrative or civil enforcement and does not authorize forcible entry into a home or private area without consent. So while an administrative warrant is technically a legal document in the sense that it's issued under some law or regulation, it is not an official warrant in the Fourth Amendment sense. For entry into a private residence or to compel certain actions, only a judicial warrant signed by a judge or magistrate qualifies. They fully believe the law doesn't apply to them, and are now accusing anyone they falsely arrest, assault, or detain of assaulting them. That's how this administration can continue to go to the media with their false claims of a significant increase in assaults against ICE agents. In fact, let's veer off for a moment and talk about this increase. They started at 400%, but that didn't play well. So it went to 500%, then it was 700%, then it was 830%. And as of last week, DHS said it was up 1,000%. So where did they get those figures? The 830% DHS previously stated was due to a claimed increase for the period between January 21st and July 14th compared to the same period in 2024. The increased assaults are attributed to sanctuary policies rhetoric, mainstream media lies, and hysterical political rhetoric, which are claimed to be fueling the violence. These claims are made in the context of increased ICE arrests under the Trump administration, with some states seeing substantial increases. For example, here in Texas, we saw what they say is a 92% increase in average daily arrests compared to 2024. Even Fox News reported on X that DHS told them assaults against ICE agents and federal immigration enforcement are now up 690% from last year. While ICE has previously stuck to publishing percentages, the Fox News reporter was given raw data, reporting just 79 assaults against immigration enforcement agents between January 21st and June 30th, up from 10 that took place in the same time last year. DHS also reports that ICE enforcement operations are highly targeted and that individuals are not targeted based on skin color. I think we all know that's not true. Some of these assaults are as innocuous as brushing up against an agent's forearm or patting them on the back. In fact, a majority of these so-called assaults have been dismissed when they come before a judge. Everything they do is to stoke fear and encourage blind obedience to whatever they say. According to the Cato Institute, as of June 14th of this year, ICE had booked into detention 204,297 individuals since October 1st of last year, which is the start of fiscal year 2025. Of these bookings, 65%, or 133,687 individuals, had no criminal convictions. Moreover, more than 93% of ICE bookings were never convicted of any violent offenses. About 9 in 10 had no convictions for violent or property offenses. Most convictions, 53%, fell into 3 main categories: immigration, traffic, or nonviolent crimes. This is the same administration claiming violent crime is skyrocketing all over the country as a justification for taking over local police and deploying the National Guard on U.S. citizens, when violent crime is down by large margins. In fact, in Washington, D.C. alone, it's down 36% year over year. And this is what I mean when I say their rhetoric is designed to stoke fear and outrage while energizing their base. If one person ran a red light last year, and this year 3 people ran the same red light, I could say people who run red lights is up 200%. It's out of control and something must be done. But when you see the data, it all falls apart. Now, this administration is claiming that this app put ICE officers at risk. But the reality is that its ICE agents put the livelihood and well-being of our immigrant friends and neighbors at risk. It seems ICE has been handed a blanket authority to carry out these so-called raids in any manner they choose, due process and habeas corpus be damned. They flipped the script, making the perpetrators of violence look like the victims so they can continue to operate with impunity. Now, we are now only around 8 months into Trump's second term, and already this country and our government is unrecognizable. They flout the rule of law, they laugh at our Constitution, and they ignore any ruling from a judge that doesn't support their narrative. This is where ICE Block comes in, because it provides a necessary tool that anyone with an iPhone can use to protect both themselves and the people around them. So many of us thought that Trump was all bluster and there was no way any of this would come to fruition. But I'm here to tell you, believe him when he says something, because these people don't care about the rule of law or our Constitution. They have an objective, and until they are stopped, they will continue to do whatever they need to do to turn this country into a white Christian nation and enact their authoritarian and fascist beliefs. I knew I had to do something to fight back and help those most vulnerable. The initial release of ICE Block took around 3.5 months to plan and code, and on April 2nd of this year, it was released, to absolutely no fanfare, I might add. When I had finished the code and before submitting it to the Apple App Store, I reached out to a few constitutional and criminal attorneys to make sure I was on the right side of the law. All agreed that this was protected speech and had already been litigated numerous times over the years. Though IceBlock wasn't designed with Waze or any map app in mind, it has often been compared to such apps because the pushback we are seeing from the right is the same fear-mongering rhetoric that was used when the ability to report a speed trap was first released. People were told that law enforcement officers' lives were in danger if their publicly available location was disclosed. Now it's become just another crowdsourced feature that no one thinks about. When we see a speed trap alert, we slow down and avoid getting a ticket. This is the exact same principle with IceBlock. When you see a reported sighting, you avoid the area. It's why I continue to say that IceBlock is to inform, not obstruct. In fact, there were multiple cases litigated over this very issue, and all were won in favor of the people's First Amendment rights. There were only a few dozen users at first, but then I was contacted by a journalist named Nitish Pawar from Slate.com, who understood what I was trying to do and wanted to write an article about it. I was thrilled. I did the interview, but then nothing. I kept in contact with Nitish, and 2 weeks later, the article was released on a Friday morning. And even though it was on the front page of Slate.com for half the day, unfortunately, the user base only grew to a few thousand. Then, something incredible happened. Because Slate is serious media, it attracted the attention of Claire Duffy at CNN. She reached out and asked for a pre-interview to see if there was a story to be told, and after speaking with her for about half an hour, she was in. We filmed the interview a week later, but again, nothing. A week went by, and out of curiosity, I reached out and asked when it might be released, thinking this was going to be another website article with some video. But to my surprise, she said she was going to release it first thing Monday morning and wanted to be on air all day talking about it. Amazing, right? This idea I had and was pushing via blue sky social media posts was going to be on CNN. It was crazy. She did exactly what she said she was going to do, and everything changed. It went viral almost immediately, and even though ICE had refused to comment on the story before its release, Todd Lyons, acting director of ICE, issued a written statement condemning IceBlock. At the noon White House press briefing, a reporter asked Caroline Leavitt about it, to which she responded in true Trump administration fashion, without having any knowledge of the app, that this was obstruction of justice and they were going to look into me. Tom Homan was on Fox News talking about it, Kristi Noem threatened me live on camera, and Pam Bondi told Sean Hannity that I, quote, better watch out. I mean, seriously, who could have asked for better press than that? So within a few days, we had over 30,000 users, but it just kept garnering more and more attention. For the next 2 weeks, I was doing between 6 and 8 interviews a day, and within a few weeks, we had grown to 800,000 users. It had become a global media phenomenon. They were talking about it in China, Poland, the UK, and I was doing interviews all over the world. Today, I am so proud to announce that we have officially crossed the 1 million user mark, and it's growing by around 10,000 users every day.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, of course, the press coverage is what catapulted IceBlock to the top of the App Store charts. But I firmly believe that it's the design of the app that has caused it to stay relevant and continue growing. My number one concern was anonymity. My number two concern was being able to deliver this to everyone free of charge. And my third was to make this easy to use and understand. So let's talk about each. My hope is that all of us here today are concerned with user and data security. But this goes a bit further, because even though both developing and using IceBlock is completely legal and protected under the First Amendment, this administration doesn't seem to care about such things. And the last thing I would want is for them to subpoena the database and be able to identify each individual that has installed the app, or even worse, target those who report a sighting. It's for these reasons we store very little data in the database, and absolutely no user identifiable information, including metrics, are ever stored. If the government were to issue a subpoena and we were forced to turn over the database records, it would be a complete waste of their time. Even the latitude and longitude of the reported location is stored in a custom packed decimal, and the notes are stored in a compressed binary format. Only having the source code of the app would allow them to unpack those values, and even then, they would have nothing more than a point on a map and what optional notes may have been included about a sighting. So again, 100% anonymous. Now, I'm sure some of you are saying nothing's 100% anonymous because Apple knows who has installed which apps on their devices. Sure they do, but that has nothing to do with IceBlock. That's the same as you installing any app, because that's how Apple determines what updates are available to you. The point is, any information you could suggest Apple may have, they already have without you installing IceBlock. Plus, in multiple situations, Apple has gone to court to fight for the privacy and security of their customers. So let's talk about concern number 2, delivering this to everyone free of charge. We are often led to believe, and rightfully so, that if a piece of software or a service is free, you are the product. One of the only times I can think of where that is not true is IceBlock. Not only is the app free to download, but there are no ads, no in-app purchases, no upsells, no donation buttons or GoFundMe campaigns. This is truly free. It was so important to me that even though I've been offered contributions, both monetary and otherwise, I have always refused, never wanting to be seen as profiting off of other people's suffering or somehow grifting. Fortunately, I'm able to solely fund IceBlock and will continue to do so as long as I can or as long as it's needed. And finally, making IceBlock easy to use and understand. When I started sketching out ideas for the app, I had a long list of possible features and cool interface designs, but quickly realized this was not about bells and whistles. This was about keeping people safe in the most stable and secure way possible, which also meant that a tech-savvy teenager and an 80-year-old grandmother must equally be able to understand and use the app. It's for this reason that the entire thing is a pretty simplistic main page and a few sheets. All of the heavy lifting is done behind the scenes, transparently to the user. So here we are, a little over 4 months after the initial release, and IceBlock has become part of the vernacular. I still receive threats and hate speech, but I have an amazing legal team ready to pounce if anything were brought to bear at my doorstep. Like anything that ruffles the feathers of an authoritarian regime, it wasn't all good. The right was and still is up in arms about it. I started receiving death threats via phone calls and emails, and I was doxxed on X with my home address, photos of my house, and more made public to all. My wife, Carolyn, lost her job with the Department of Justice. She worked for almost a decade with the Office of the U.S. Trustee, which is a subset of the DOJ, kind of like the watchdogs of the bankruptcy system. She's a forensic accountant and was beloved by everyone in her office. After realizing that threatening me was getting them nowhere, Laura Loomer doxed Carolyn on X, writing all kinds of hateful things about her and claiming to have informed Tom Homan that she was a DOJ employee who needed to be fired. Homan went on Newsmax and said he met with the DOJ, which obviously meant Pam Bondi, and 24 hours later, in an email she received on Friday afternoon, she was terminated. They claimed lack of candor, which basically means lying via omission, though no specifics were given. With IceBlock's popularity, the media began reaching out to her for interviews and, of course, asked the DOJ for comment. Now, here's the crazy part. Normally, the DOJ doesn't comment on anyone's termination, especially some auditor in the Office of the U.S. Trustee in Austin, Texas. But to the journalist's shock, their request for comment was answered. The DOJ had prepared a written statement about Carolyn and responded to every single journalist who reached out within minutes. Interestingly, they never mentioned lack of candor. Here's what they told the press, and this is their exact quote. For several weeks, the Department of Justice inquired into this former employee's activities and discovered she has a sizable interest in All You Chart Inc., the company that holds the IP for IceBlock. IceBlock is an app that illegal aliens use to evade capture while endangering the lives of ICE officers by disclosing their location. This DOJ will not tolerate threats against law enforcement or law enforcement officers. Obviously, none of that is true. She owns a 20% share in All You Chart Inc., which is the company I started when I began working on the healthcare app that I've been entrenched in for the last 4.5 years. In fact, I started the company because I needed an Apple developer account while I was coding and wanted to have a company own the account instead of just me personally. Her ownership has nothing to do with anything other than being able to take over and wind things down should I pass away or become unable to perform my duties. She never marketed the app, talked about the app, or had anything to do with IceBlock in any way. But still, they ended her career in government service. About a week later, some right-wing nutjobs thought it would be cute to send a bunch of pizzas to our home under the name Theodora Kaczynski, a female version of the name of the Unabomber. basically letting her know that they know where she lives. But here's the thing. They can say whatever they want about me because it's not about me. It's about helping people. I refuse to live in fear. And as long as they keep subverting the rule of law in our Constitution, Ice Block will remain. I firmly believe that no human is illegal, and it is our immigrant friends and neighbors that make this country great. We often look at the world, seeing the injustices perpetrated on its citizens, and think to ourselves, what can I do about it? As much as we may want to help enact change, it is often such an insurmountable hurdle that it seems out of reach. But I'm here to tell you it's not. Whether you choose to do something small or large doesn't matter. The skills you possess can be used for the betterment of society, and even the tiniest action could vastly alter the course of someone's life. Now, what you don't want to do is copy something someone else has already done. They may have risked more than you could ever imagine to get it out there. Come up with something new that perhaps no one else has yet considered. It's with these innovations that you can make a significant impact. You have the power. Give no quarter to those who try to divide us. You have the knowledge, the skills, and the capability to do something amazing and bring real change to those who need it most. We all need to do our part, and yes, it's sometimes scary, especially when you end up going head to head with an authoritarian regime who consistently calls for your head and goes after your family. But like I've always said, if they're that upset, you must be doing something right. When we were kids and we learned about World War II and what happened in Nazi Germany, many of us were posed the question, what would you have done if you were there? And the unfortunate reality is this: whatever you thought you would do, you're doing it right now. Be the change that we all so desperately need and help make this world a better place for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So if anyone has questions for Joshua, I'd like to invite, if it's okay with you, I'd like to invite you up so you can see him and wave and talk to him for a second and ask your question so we can get an answer. If you're watching this remotely, I am paying attention to Matrix, and I'm in here right now, so I guess we'll start with anyone. Yeah, come on.
Did you want me to talk here or go up there?
Do you want to come up and wave and say hi? If it's okay with you, Josh.
I'm fine.
You are welcome to do whatever you'd like.
Come up. Yeah, come
Okay.
up. So take these stairs. Yeah. Just one, two at a time or so. No. This way. Go that way. Thank you. So we'll take a couple questions. Yeah. Yeah. So here, and there's a camera. Wave.
Hello.
Hi.
So thanks for putting so much effort in protecting people against fascists. So I work with a local ICE watching group, like mutual aid group that has a rapid response hotline. And so when people see an ICE sighting, they text or call this line, and then there's a big volunteer network that goes to verify that it's true. And so what I've noticed is that when there's actually an ICE raid, the whole community starts freaking out, and then the number of people who are contacting, like saying that there's an ICE sighting, skyrockets. And so there's basically like almost all of them are false positives. And so, people see like a bunch of, sheriffs doing something and they think it's an ICE raid, or there's, a smog check and they think it's an ICE raid because it looks like a checkpoint or whatever. And so with my local group, they put a whole lot of energy into verifying every single report before spreading information about it. And I guess my question is, how do you know that ICE Block isn't just full of false positives? And have you done any user research or work with local immigration groups to figure out how reliable this is, how much it's actually helping people versus causing panic?
Well, first of all, great question, and I'm happy to address all of it. But let me just say thank you for being a part of that. That's an incredible thing to be doing and helping people. So Well done, you. As far as IceBlock, I'm going to kind of do this out of order. So the answer is no. We do not do any user data or metrics, which I mentioned because it wouldn't be anonymous that way, right? I mean, people ask me all the time in interviews, where are the majority of your users located? I don't know. Or, how many sightings do you get per hour? I don't know. Because we don't track those things. The more we would track, the less anonymous it becomes. So none of that is tracked. But as far as false sightings, let's talk about that because it's an important issue. I'm not going to tell you there's no false sightings in IceBlock. Of course there are. That's what nefarious users do. They think it's really funny to scare people and hurt people. But there are safeguards in the app. And here's a few of them. So you can only report one sighting every 5 minutes. You cannot report the same sighting twice, not just you, but any user. So only one location can be reported at a time. All sightings are deleted every 4 hours. And that's mainly because if ICE shows up somewhere, they might be there for an hour or two, probably not 3, most likely not 4. And in the highly unlikely circumstance, they are there more than 4 hours. Somebody else can just report the sighting once it's been deleted. It also has to be a real address. So you can't just type in 123 Main Street, or somebody in New York can't report in LA or whatever. You can only report within your own 5-mile radius. So when you see people talking about how IceBlock is just full of spam and false reports, you can kind of see where that's not true. And a lot of those accounts on X that I've seen have precisely like 3 views on a post or something like that, where no one's even watching these people. They just think it's funny, I guess, to post something like that. Like I got a big laugh out of one guy who was like, I reported 100 sightings this morning. And all I'm thinking was, you spent 500 minutes in your mom's basement doing that? So it's not possible to do this. I mean, you would have to have serious willpower to sit there and report a sighting and then wait 5 minutes and report another sighting and wait 5 minutes and report another sighting. And by the time you're done, sightings have already become deleted, right? So in an effort for user anonymity, the decision was made that if there are false sightings, the worst case scenario is that those people simply stay away from that location for a few hours. Much better than having user identifiable data that could come under government subpoena. So I hope that answers your question and kind of alleviates those concerns.
Hey, thank you for building the tool and giving the talk. I just had a question about your decision not to provide an Android version of this. I read your what you put up as your reason being that. I'm sorry, what? No, you're good. Okay. Yeah. Hello again. Yeah, I read what you posted online about that being, Android notifications, to do that, to handle that, you would need to store device IDs. That doesn't sound true to me. You can do device-side tokenization, so you can send an encrypted blob asking for specific things from the device side, and then the device can choose to push the notification. So have you considered talking to an Android developer, someone more familiar with that? Thank you.
Sure. So I knew I was going to get the Android thing. The way the app initially worked when it first came out used push notifications to update sightings. The app no longer works like that. So I don't have anything to announce here today, but I can tell you that my brain is churning, and definitely Android is something that I am looking very heavily at. It goes much further than just, can you do it? There are, let's just say, quite a bit of costs involved, quite a bit of infrastructure involved. But my thinking cap is on, and I'm not saying no.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to just move to the matrix really quick. Question is, how do you handle hosting? Do you have fear that political pressure on the domain registrar could result in a revoked domain, which may result in data either going to a black hole or to a honeypot that's taken over by the government?
That's an interesting question. I have honestly never considered that, but we registered the domain with a good registrar. I have received no notices that is a thing. The website has been up, and the service is rock solid and stable. So no, I don't think that's a concern at all.
Hi, and first off, thank you for this talk and for jumping in front of excellent questions from everyone so far. I'm curious. I'm an attorney working in the cybersecurity and digital rights space. I enjoyed the discussion around sort of the, let's call it, architectural anonymity. But I'm curious if IceBlock either currently or has intentions to implement something like a warrant canary or other method. And more generally, whether you have received any things like search warrants or all writs act requests or anything else, sort of around things like more intrusive means of obtaining information from IceBlock, things like requests for live interception, which would be authorized under a search warrant, and if you have a sort of response plan in place already for those.
That's an awesome question. So no on the warrant canary, because it would probably require some sort of user data to do that. But beyond that, when you have extra features in an app like this, such as what you're describing, and all of these are amazing suggestions. I've gotten so many incredible suggestions, over the course of the app's lifespan so far. But I keep coming back to sort of what I mentioned in the talk, which is the more you put into it, the more features that are there, the less it becomes this really simple to use early warning system. It becomes something much greater than that. And when you think about photos, for example, or videos, then that's been a big request. The amount of storage that would take on the back end is tremendous. So that's kind of off the table. Even the optional notes field, to be honest with you, I had set it initially at 400 characters, and no one used anywhere close to that. So in the next version, it's going to be limited to 180 characters because there's just no purpose in that. But the simplicity is intentional because, again, we want the non-tech savvy grandmother who's walking around her neighborhood to be able to report a sighting, right? We don't want her to have to go through, what does this button do and what does that button do and this flashy thing over here or whatever. But there are some cool features that I implemented. It has nothing to do with your question, but I think it's cool to mention is, there's a translate feature now on the notes field. So when you tap a sighting, the device automatically detects if the notes are in your phone's language, which is pretty cool, I think. It doesn't always get it right. I mean, it's the built-in translation features from iOS. But if it detects that there's a foreign word in there, you can tap the translate button and it will translate it into your language. So if the notes are in English and your phone is set to Spanish and the app will then show up in Spanish, you hit translate and it will translate English to Spanish for you so you can read the notes. But other things like adding major features like that, not so much. And specifically, you're an attorney. When you do predictive algorithms to kind of see where ICE will go next, that kind of falls under obstruction of justice and could be a very, very difficult thing to overcome in a courtroom.
Sorry, let me rephrase the second part of that question because I think you answered a different one.
Sure.
What I'm curious about is in the event of, for example, law enforcement arriving with a court order either under the All Writs Act or under a search warrant that says, we need you to implement this live surveillance of users on the app. What is IceBlock's response to that?
Totally different question.
Sorry, I heard like halfway through your answer was like, I think I asked this wrong. Let me rephrase.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm sure it was just my misunderstanding. The answer is I just told them to go fuck themselves.
Thank you very much.
You're good. I'm just sitting down because my feet hurt. So here you go.
To be fair, my first answer was far more engaging.
Josh, one more time. What did you say?
I just said, to be fair, my first answer to that was far more engaging.
Oh.
Well, I commend you on your effort and taking action to help your immigrant friends and neighbors. I would implore you to reconsider the idea that youth types of action are necessary in order to help our friends and neighbors, our immigrant friends and neighbors. A lot of them already have strong local support networks to think about these sorts of issues that they're facing currently, as this is not a new issue. And I am wondering, I think someone asked earlier, if perhaps in the design of Ice Block, or even now, are you currently working with immigrant communities to figure out what resources they need?
That's a fantastic question. So the first way I would answer that is, let's talk about the language support in the app, because there's like 18 or 19 different languages that are now supported. So whatever your phone is set to, the app shows up, whether it's Spanish or simplified Chinese or Italian or German or a number of other languages. So that's the first way that I thought about that kind of support. But your question goes to community organizations, and there are fantastic community organizers all over this country doing incredible work. The issue has been, and it's not that I am against this at all. In fact, I am all for it, and I would love to meet with these people. I have offered to do personalized training on Ice Block for them. But what they have in place today is very trusted by their community. And it's usually a small community that they represent, at least from my experience and what I've heard. So they're very wary of any other technology. And so I was really happy that people like TechCrunch and the EFF independently verified that I am doing exactly what I say I'm doing with this, where it is 100% anonymous. I am not tracking your location. I am not storing any user data. But they are still hesitant, to be honest with you. And so I would love to see it adopted. One of the issues that has been brought up, and this has been brought up, I think, 3 different times by different community organizers, is can you make the app do what we do? Like, this is the way that we do things. Can't you make the app like we do it? And the answer is, yeah, you could, but then I'd have to do a version for you and a version for this guy and a version for that guy and a version for that guy, because everybody's got a different way of doing things. And so the way Ice Block is developed is so that it works for everyone very simplistically. So it can just be added as a tool in their arsenal. And I think that's kind of the best way to do it, but I would love to get more community organizers on board. And I'm certainly happy to be involved. If you would like to get my information, if you're involved in those organizations, to reach out directly, and I will be more than happy to help.
I have another virtual question that just popped in. Yeah, I can walk a step, sorry. So from the Matrix chat, have you considered a more favorable country for something like this? Some nice EU country, maybe?
I'm sorry.
Oh.
Can you say that again, please?
Would you consider having your domain hosted in a more favorable country, such as somewhere in the EU?
So just so that we're on the same page here with these domain questions, we don't have like some service that we pay to host the website. I built the server, I own the server, and it is highly secure.
Yeah. But I think the question was more about like domain revocation, because I believe the current TLD is .app, which is owned by Google right now. At least that's what I'm getting.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just a TLD. It's just,
Yeah.
you know, I mean, it's just a registrar that you do it through. And .app is actually kind of cool because it mandates HTTPS. You can't even have a port 80 over a .app. It doesn't respond. So, right there you have full TLS, and so, yeah, I'm not worried about domain revocation. I think we're good on that one.
Okay. All right, next person. So, cameras are here.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. So I have 2 things to say. One is to point out, and I don't want this one to become extended because I do realize that it would complicate the application, but I just want to point out generally that ICE attacks essentially constitute something similar to a supply chain. And you have created a way to report and gather First Amendment protected speech and retransmit it for one specific phase of that, which is the appearance of ICE officers performing arrests. Actually, there's also a later stage, which is deportations that involve airports. There is an earlier stage, which is ICE officers getting redistributed across offices, and a second stage of their coming out on missions in groups from those respective offices. All of these are potentially things that can be observed by people and legally reported, and information on this is useful and of public interest. Of course, that kind of more complex data would make things more complicated, but it's something that maybe we all need to think about. In countries like Germany or Sweden, where the civil and criminal laws around having a conversation with airport staff or crews on aircraft about the fact that their plane or their airport is being used for a deportation, such that they voluntarily on their own decide to take or not take certain actions within the scope of their job, is a thing that happens frequently in those countries. And that is something that we may want to consider becoming part of our protected speech acts that we choose to take in this one. My second question is this one. I think you've recognized that you're under a great deal of pressure from the administration and that this could escalate. You've mentioned having a well-thought-out succession plan with your partner, but there have been a number of questions here about the prevention of false positives, about so-called warrant canaries, which are a very easy-to-implement non-technical task. And also a question about choice of jurisdiction. You have mentioned that you are hosting the server physically yourself, which of course gives Fourth Amendment protections, but those are not, okay, got it. But this is not respected by the current administration.
I just said I built the server. I didn't say I hosted it in my
Nice, okay. But, excellent. But this is, of course, they have overwhelming firepower, right? And the question here is this. Can you share whether, or continue thinking about, whether you would have a mechanism for collaborating carefully and selectively with vetted people with particular skill sets in the hacker community to provide you with additional advice, help you with feature development, and make sure that you have a safe succession plan for this service, because right now, the most tremendous asset that you have provided to the world and to the country is your domain name and a functioning service, and no one here wants it to be the case that increased pressure and repressions on you cause this service to fail.
First of all, what do you say about that? He's amazing. Okay, that's a fantastic question. The first part, I mean, he's absolutely right. All the things that you said about reporting the other things that are going on are incredibly important. It's not what ICE Block is designed to do, and I think it would overcomplicate the app, but yes, of course. I mean, we all should know about that, and yes, it is protected speech. Anything from a public official that you can see for your own eyes is 100% First Amendment protected, and you should absolutely report that. I don't think ICE Block's the right platform for it, but, you know, good notes, right? As far as the second part is concerned, here's the issue. I've had, to say, a tremendous response from developers and people with technical expertise wanting to be involved and wanting to help is an understatement. In fact, you probably get 3 or 4 people a day that are highly qualified to do this. Here's the issue. I don't know, right? And how do you vet somebody that could be working secretly for the CIA or for the FBI or for any, government, department, all right? They might seemingly have this great innocuous day job, or, they're all in because this is all they want to do. But it's incredibly difficult to seriously vet somebody if you haven't known them for a very long period of time. And so with my safety, my family's safety, my home at risk with all of this, believe me when I say I would love help, okay? I'm supporting over 1 million users myself. There's not some giant company behind this. But it's really, really hard for me to put my trust in somebody and share the source code and share the access to this. I mean, rightfully so, what you said is the biggest commodity is the domain name and the app service, right? So if I were to choose incorrectly, not because I didn't do my due diligence, but because there was no way to know, and somebody did something that hurt all of these users and put them at risk, that would be catastrophic. So I got to just say, so far, the answer is I'm just not the trusting person. So no, I haven't entertained having anybody else involved with it.
Another one from the Matrix chat. Have you received any legal demands or requests from the Trump administration yet, or anywhere on a federal level, or has this all been hot air so far?
Great question. So the answer is it's all been hot air. They love to get in front of a mic and they love to make threatening comments. And the reality is they have never even reached out with an email, let alone somebody knocking on my door. But again, I've been extremely fortunate that some very, very high-powered attorneys have wanted to take this case on, even though there is no specific case yet because nothing has happened. But they're there in case something does. And I now have, very, very thankfully, a full pro bono legal team of some of the finest legal minds that I have ever come across.
Awesome. Great. All right, next. Go ahead. Right here, and the camera's here.
Okay. Hey, dude. Thanks a lot for building this app and your perseverance, especially, given all the stress and pressure that comes with it. I was just curious about when you first decided to build it, if you had any other ideas, or if this was one of many ideas and you chose this here, and if you've seen any other people building stuff that you're interested. And also on the flip side, I think other people might be inspired on the adversarial side, and if you have any thoughts about that. So like people building stuff that reports instead of ICE agents, reporting, like developers around the states making an app that would report an immigrant, for example, that they see in a similar fashion that your app does. If you have any thoughts about us as a hacker sort of group addressing developers like that. And also one last question, if you may. If you have any architectural...
You gotta write these down.
Oh yeah, sorry. You can answer it, or you can put it off for another time.
Do you have multiple questions right now?
One last question.
So can let Joshua...
Can we just do one at a time? Can we do one at a time?
Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Ask the next one?
Yeah, you can ask multiple times.
Well, I mean, can you just real quick, repeat the first one, I'll answer it. Repeat the second one, I'll answer it.
Yeah, sorry. The first one is if this was one of many ideas that you had.
Right on.
And if you've seen any other...
Yeah, so the answer is when, in fact, on the night Trump was elected again, my brain started going crazy. I was thinking, what can I possibly do? How can I use any of my talents? Do I write a song? Do I put out a new album? Do I, start doing public speeches? What do I do? Right? I had to do something. And there were a million ideas that were going through my head, not really all from the software end of things, to be honest with you. It's not all a tech thing. But I kind of settled on what's the most important issue to me personally, and it was the targeting of individuals in this country that have done nothing wrong, right? People who are going about their day in some of the most unthankful jobs that this country has to offer, and they're being demonized, right? I mean, the only reason they're doing it is because if you give poor people somebody to hate, they won't realize that you're taking all the money away from them, right? I mean, that's a very old playbook. And so that was what I settled on, and that's what I came up with Ice Block. I hope that answers it for you.
Yeah, thanks. And also on the other side, if you have any thoughts about So you
the
built
developers. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember. Okay. Here's what I will say to that, and this is gonna be short, sweet, and to the point. Anybody who uses their talents to hurt people, fuck you.
And just as a developer myself, if you have any documents or references that you use to make architectural decisions for such a security-focused and anonymous app that other people might be able to use?
That's a great question. The answer is no. I didn't use anything. I spent 3.5 months thinking and charting and refining and just going over it and over it and over it in my head. I mean, even when I'm doing like the next revision right now, which I've been furiously working on for weeks, every little thing that's brought up, like for example, I'll give you a perfect example. So some users say, well, since we can't have Android, can we have a web page that shows a map? You can't report a sighting, but can we see where all the sightings are in the country, right? And then we can, click on them and get whatever data, it's the address or any notes that were entered. And as I'm doing this, I'm going, is this even possible to be anonymous, right? Can you do this? Yes, you can say, okay, we don't have server logs, but then if something goes wrong, how do you do anything about it, right? And so if you do have server logs, then you're logging every IP that comes automatically. And if you take the IPs out of the equation, do you know what I'm saying? Like it just spirals. So there's so many people. And when I was on Off the Hook a few weeks back, Emmanuel and I were talking about this exact question because so many people say, it's so easy to do Android. All you have to do is this, this, and this, and it'll work on Android. Yeah, not really, because there's like 15 other things that you have to consider too, and the monetary costs for doing it, right? And then you say, okay, but this is not 1,000 users or 100 users, right? This is now over 1 million users just on iOS. And yes, there's a 56-44 split in the US between iPhone and Android, okay? With the heavy on the iPhone, by the way. 56% is iPhone, 44% is Android. But it's the immigrant community, it's the people who don't have as much money, they buy the cheaper devices, which are Android, right? iPhones are very expensive. I know this, right? But there's so many differences. It's not just, can you develop for Android? Yes, I can develop for Android. But Android allows side loading. There's no review process. Like you have to go through app review with Apple, right? They make sure that you don't have malware being installed on a phone. But Android doesn't have that. You can download from a website and install it on an Android device. So how do I know, even if I were to bring IceBlock to the Android, that there's not an app that will be developed that will circumvent all of the protections that I put in place with IceBlock? Or, somebody reverse engineers it and figures out this, this, and this and puts out something else. There's a lot more to be considered. And when you are talking about millions and millions of users, I mean, if you have 1 million on iPhone right now, when you bring it to Android, maybe you add 3, 4, or 5 million more just on the Android side of things, because those are the people who need it the most, right? And so now you have how many requests coming in, because I can't push to a phone, right? I would need a device ID to do that. I would need some kind of an identifier. So if the device queries and we keep users up to date, let's say you query, even if something as horrible as every 5 minutes, okay? Which would keep no one safe, by the way. But let's just say, we'll use 5 minutes as an example. If you query every 5 minutes and there's 5 million users using this, that's a lot of queries. That's a lot of bandwidth. That's a lot of data. Who's housing that data? How much does it cost to serve that data to people? Who's funding that? Remember, I'm solely funding IceBlock, right? So you can't just go to somebody like Cloudflare, for example, and go, hey, I'm going to use 10 petabytes of data every month. They're going to go, great. So that'll be like $50,000 or $60,000 a month. I got money, but I don't have that kind of money, right? And so there's a lot more to think about than just the simplicity of, can I build this for a platform there was a way that it was done with iOS, and it's not a secret, it's backed by iCloud, right? That's where this database is. And so as an iPhone or an iOS developer, iCloud is installed with every user of any Apple device has an iCloud account. It's free, right? So with iCloud, I can have one public table for my app, and I don't pay every time there's a request, right? Now, they rate limit, and there's a whole host of other problems with Apple, okay? And I'm working on it. But there's a monetary side to this too, right? Unless we're going to start charging people, which I will never do. I will never charge somebody to do this or to use this app. You have to consider more than just the code. There's a lot of stuff with how the database works. How many requests can it handle? What's the server processing power, right? If you have a 4-core CPU with 8 gigs of RAM, can it handle 1 million requests every hour? No, it can't, right? You'll overload it, you'll crash the server. So how do we keep it stable? And I can go on and on and on and on and on. But trust me when I tell you, I think about everything to the nth degree.
Thanks.
All right, next one. Okay. Microphone here, cameras here.
Great. Hi. Thanks so much for doing this. My question is actually about like a web service, and you answered
Sure.
I think the technical side of that, which sounds like there are considerations and it's hard, and curious to think more about that. The other side of it I was thinking about is, I guess, just the data access side of it. Like, obviously, it's good for people who need to watch out for ICE to be able to have more data and like see all the data points and see a map, et cetera. Is there a disadvantage in terms of ICE having that data? Like, is there a reason that that would be a negative, or is it purely kind of a technical question?
No, that's a fantastic question. And so this is kind of what I was getting at when I was giving the speech, is the way that I've structured the data is in such a way that even if they were to bang down my door, issue a subpoena, I was hauled off, and they got everything from the database. This is, you guys are technical. I'm going to tell you exactly what it is. This is what they get. They get a created timestamp. They get a modified timestamp. They get a custom packed decimal that, if they even knew how I packed it and they could unpack it, would give them nothing more than a 5 decimal latitude and longitude. That's all it is. They get a marked for deletion Boolean column. That's it. Oh, yeah, there's one other. I can't disclose that, but it has nothing to do with anything that you would care about. But yeah, that's it. There's nothing there. So even if they got a hold of everything, this is what they know. We were here. That's it. We were here.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
All right, so we're going to switch back to the matrix really quick. I'm sorry. So have you considered a collaboration with the EFF or the ACLU, who have decades of facing off directly against the government?
The answer is I have EFF on my legal team and ACLU on my legal team. So the answer is yes, they are both supporting me.
Awesome.
And by the way, EFF, one of the security analysts there is one of the people who did a reverse engineer on the app and wrote a report on it, which then became an article for some media publications. And he called me up and said, I reversed engineered your app. Here's what I think it's doing. Correct me if I'm wrong. And he got darn close. I'd say he got about 90% of what it was doing. So he was very, very good. But he was able to track and verify that there is nothing that leaves the device. In fact, one of the things in the help file that I state, and I had a really hard time writing this because it goes against my core beliefs, to be honest with you. We have to, according to Apple's guidelines as a developer, allow both when in use and always location permissions. I wanted to do this only with always location permissions because that's how you can keep yourself the safest. That's how it updates the greatest number of times and tracks all the location. But it only tracks it on device. That data is never captured by the app nor sent anywhere, okay? But because we had to do that, I ended up doing a full rewrite before the initial launch to implement when in use authorization as well. And the difference is when in use, you have to travel 500 meters or switch cell towers in order for your location to update when the app is not in the foreground. With always, we can track as you walk, right? And that's what's going to keep you the safest. But I was able to implement some stuff that made when in use work pretty well as well. So, you know, it was hard for me to tell people, you know, don't, or that you have this choice, and that I would never normally recommend using always, ever, by the way, for any app, because they're all tracking you. Not Ice Block, of course, like I've told you, but every other app that's out there, as far as I know, if you set it to always, they're tracking your movements. And so I would steer away from that as far away as I could. But I had to write this thing in the help file that said, I wouldn't recommend this normally, but this is how it's going to keep you the safest. And I think it scared some people until these independent verifications were done. And now I think people understand that the app doesn't do anything nefarious.
Awesome. Thank you. Right.
Hey, so I've got a question that dovetails nicely with that. So there's a lot of secure software that probably people in this room work on that is developed in the open and that is used primarily by at-risk users, including things like Tor, Signal, Secure Drop. And so that's great because it makes it easy for folks to contribute. Maybe you don't want that. I understand that could be hard, but it also makes it easier for people to audit and gain assurance that the app is doing what you claim without having to have, you know, EFF reverse engineer it. Would you be open to making the app open source?
Oh, everybody's going to hate me for this answer, but absolutely not. And not for the reasons that you might think. It's not about that I don't want it to be open source and I don't want to share this with other people. I don't want anybody from the government to have their hooks in how I'm doing what I'm doing. And once you go open source, everybody has access to it. So I'm just going to keep the code base private at this time.
What would the government learn that you're concerned about in the app?
Well, I'm not going to answer that.
Because they can reverse engineer too, I'm pretty sure.
They can, but they can't get everything from reverse engineering it, much like the EFF couldn't get everything from reverse engineering it. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm finding this very concerning, but I guess okay.
Hi, I have a really quick question, actually. It's about whether or not there will be an Android version of the app, and okay, sorry.
I mean, you can ask
then
that.
I just also wanted to follow up. There is kind of alternative push notification, kind of open source push notification architecture called Unified Push. You don't have to use Firebase cloud messaging because I know there's some concerns about tracking through that. So just wanted to put that out there. Thanks.
I wouldn't use Firebase anyways. No, I get it. Like I said, I'm thinking about Android. I'm trying to figure out how to do it, and I'm very hopeful that someday it will happen. I'm not stuck on iOS for any other reason than all of the things that I've already discussed that were advantageous, to the iOS platform versus an Android platform. But I'm looking into it. I got my thinking cap on.
Hello, I'm Man Chicken, and I have 27 years of professional software and security experience, several years before when I was a wee lad. And I have 3 questions for you today. The first one is, I'm going to bang these all out real quick, and then I'll walk off and you can answer them however you like. Question 1, how is what you're describing distinguishable from security by obscurity, which is always a lie? The second one, you say your servers are hardened, but why do you think that's the case if you haven't engaged the hacker community? And then the third question, and I do apologize, I genuinely mean this and I do not mean any offense or insult. Do you think that it is problematic that you're making decisions for a whole community all by yourself? Thank you.
Interesting. Let's start with the server one. I don't think I've ever said that I haven't engaged anybody else to test the security of what I do. There are certainly people that I have known for many, many years. I've been in the tech world for over 25 years. Just because I haven't made it public to the hacker community doesn't mean that the server isn't secure. As far as do I think it's problematic that I'm making decisions for an entire community, I developed an app. It just happened to get incredibly popular and be seen as something that was really helpful to people all around this country. So I don't make decisions for anybody. I make decisions for IceBlock and how the software is going to move forward because it's my app. So I'm not really sure how that works. And I'm sorry, I forget the first question that he asked.
Do you remember the first question, Matt Check-in? I could ask. Okay.
Sorry, I'll restate the first question. I should probably pull it back out so I don't have to try and remember it from memory. All right, so how is what you're describing with regard specifically to the software?
Oh, the security by obscurity, I
yes.
remember.
How is it distinguishable from security by obscurity with your
You're
packed
100%
custom
right. Security
decimals
by
and all that?
obscurity is terrible. I don't do any of that. There's nothing like that happening in the app or anything else I do. In fact, anytime that's even suggested when I'm bouncing ideas off of people that I trust, I absolutely say, I would never do that. That's so stupid. Just because you name something John instead of password doesn't mean it's any more secure. Security by obscurity is ridiculous. So no, of course that's all a lie.
Yeah, come back up.
Wait, didn't you just say just a minute ago that you don't want to share bits of what data is being stored in the database and how the apps work, and you can't share it, and that the government can't reverse engineer it and stuff? That's security through obscurity.
My friend here has absolutely captured the meaning of my question, and apologies, I did not word it very well.
No,
Joshua?
Liz, you have to repeat.
Yeah, because of how the signal is, you actually have to be up here for him to hear you. So.
That's okay. Hey, Liz, you heard it. Just tell me. Just
yeah,
ask.
I
It's okay.
kind of missed half of it. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I'm running. Run faster.
Give me a second, ran faster. So specifically what I'm talking about, and again, I apologize if this seems pointed because I do not mean it that way and I can't express enough that I do not mean
It's
it
okay.
that way.
It's okay.
Oh, there's the camera.
Yeah, hi.
So, hi. You talked about the packed decimals and all that.
Yeah.
I'm an old school perler. We had a whole function called pack, right? It was a whole thing where people thought they were doing cryptography when all they were doing. Well, hold up, let me finish.
That's not what I meant.
Let me finish. So when you take those types of values and you pack it in there and say the government's not going to figure it out, they have a literal army of cryptographers that will figure it out. They're better at math than all of us, and they've got economies of scale on that you and I will never see or even probably understand unless we were feds, which if anybody in here understands that, you might be a fed. That's kind of my question is, that is the definition of security by obscurity in my professional opinion. And I'm just wondering how this is different from that.
No, listen, that's fair. And perhaps I misspoke because in no way was I suggesting that the packed decimal was a security thing. I'm not suggesting that at all. In fact, the packed decimal is because a 5 decimal latitude and a 5 decimal longitude just take a lot more space. So I packed it down. All I was saying is that, sure, their people could crack it or they could get access to the source code of the app or something if they seized all my tech equipment and my hard drives or something, and then they would know how to unpack it. My point was simply that there's nothing there. they would only see the latitude and longitude of where they already know ICE was. That's all I was saying. I wasn't talking about security at all.
Okay, yeah. I agree with you that like oftentimes the data collection itself is the vulnerability, so I do applaud the fact that you're paying very close attention to collecting as little data as possible. I would very strongly encourage you to consider open sourcing and engaging the hacker community. I understand that you are making very reasonable threat assessments with regard to your family and your home. And as a father of 3 myself, my heart breaks with the difficulty you're going through. But the safety that you want for yourself, your family, and your project is better in the hands of the whole community, where the sun can shine, where we can all see it, where we can all verify that this is safe, that this is trustworthy. And then if the government decides that they want to come in and fuck around, you've defanged them. Okay, you've already put the app out. They can't say they've confiscated the app, reverse engineered it, and then found 10 gigs of kiddie porn in your database or some crap. They could we could audit that, right? Like, we could audit that as a community. We could all be there. We could all sure, the government would have it, but like, to your point, there's no dangerous data there. If there's no dangerous data there, then it doesn't matter if the threat actors get it, even if the threat actors are the people who are supposed to be serving and protecting.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's something that I would have to seriously think about. I'm not going to commit to you today that's going to be something that's going to happen. But you know what? You never know what might happen in the future.
Okay, no problem. I'm a hacker, so I'm going to always want everything to be out in the sunlight, and that's just who I am. So I appreciate it.
I totally get it. I totally understand.
Do some virtuals real quick?
What?
I have a couple more virtuals.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, because they've been waiting a minute. I'm sorry. So in terms of your server, why choose a US-based company that allows easier access to warrant requests as opposed to a server in another non-Five Eyes country or a bulletproof server?
Because I've had the server for 20 years. It was there, to be honest with you. That's why. If I need to move it, I'll move it. It's just a website. It's not, I mean, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, I think that's pretty reasonable. Another question from Matrix. Is there a risk that Apple could cave to legal pressure and delist the app from the App Store?
I think there's always a concern that could happen, but I will tell you that when the app was first submitted to the App Store, it was initially denied. And it wasn't denied for any other reason than Apple went, I don't know what to do with this, because nothing has ever been done like this before. I mean, any kind of social networking app has a moderation team in place, has user accounts in place, has all kinds of safeguard things in place. And they're also usually collecting data or they're monetizing it in some way. And so I went back and forth with Apple's legal and Apple's higher ups in app review for 3 weeks before this app was released. And we had meetings on almost a daily, if not every other day basis for 30, 45 minutes at a time, where they were asking me, like, what do you mean you're not collecting data? What do you mean you're not monetizing this? What do you mean you don't have a moderation team in place? And what? It's like, once I explained it to them, they got it. Their legal looked into everything and said, no, this is absolutely protected speech. We're good. And we're going to sign off on going ahead with this. So it's very, very difficult for me to believe that Apple will now all of a sudden reverse course, especially now that, you don't have the White House press briefing talking about it or Kristi Noem, going on Fox News every day talking about it. So I think the fanfare has died down a little bit while the user base has grown exponentially. So no, I don't really see Apple doing much of anything.
Okay. All right. And one more question, one more Matrix question, then we'll go back to in-person. What feelings do you have about the people taking advantage of the incentives and massive budgets to get hired on at the inside of ICE?
Oh, I see. No, I see what the question's saying. You were talking about the bonuses now that they're offering to sign on. You're $50,000 if you sign on to be an ICE agent. They did away with the age requirements. Now somebody as low as 18 can become an ICE agent. And what was it, 4 weeks of training or something stupid like that. Yeah. This is the Nazi playbook, right? I mean, that's as pure and simple as we can put this. This is the same thing they did. This is Hitler Youth, right? So you get them young, you get them, onto your side, and we have a constitution that makes sure that the U.S. military cannot be deployed on its own citizens. So instead, what they did was they went around that, and this is all part of Project 2025, where they said, okay, you know what? We're going to take ICE. We're going to give them $170 billion. Now we can build concentration camps all over this country, and we're going to hire tens of thousands of more agents. Well, now we have a paramilitary force in this country controlled by an authoritarian dictator. So, we now basically have his own private army, and as young as they get, that's what they want.
All right. I guess one quick one. Did you watch that South Park episode about ICE?
I sure did.
Awesome. What'd you think of it?
Awesome. I love train that.
Go ahead.
Hello. I guess, so about the security by obscurity thing, so if you're not actually making money off of the app, but it's still proprietary, and there's no security by obscurity, then I don't actually understand the rationale for not making it open at all. But if you didn't want to make it open, I guess but you still want to be transparent and show that you're not doing security by obscurity, I think it would be really helpful to publish a detailed white paper that explains your threat model, explains the data flow, explains exactly what all of the threats you think there are and what your mitigations are and how you're going about doing that. And then that will be at least transparent. And other proprietary, so iMessage, Apple makes it, it's proprietary, but they publish detailed schematics of how everything works exactly, specifically so that security researchers can understand it. So I think it'd be cool to, if you did that for your app too. And also, you might want to consider a professional security audit from a company like Cure53. There's definitely resources and funding for getting these for free for open projects, but that will be really helpful too, and you can get a pen test and then publish the report.
Fair enough. Something to consider.
Hi, it's me again.
Hey.
Hi. So.
Are there 4 people in the room and you guys are just rotating?
Oh yeah, there's you have a huge audience. I just,
I can't see any of these wonderful people. Turn the camera around. Let me see the audience.
One sec. Is it okay if I turn the camera on y'all? I'm not going to give...
Does anybody object to the camera getting turned on you? That's more important.
I'm not hearing a yes. Yeah, I'm really
There's
shaking.
no no, so I think that's the more important.
I can't.
You can't do it?
Everybody hold up your government-issued driver's license. No.
Yeah, no, there's a decent crowd in here. If it's okay at
Cool.
the end, I'll
Yeah.
swing it around. Well, I'm in charge of that, don't worry. Yeah, so yeah, you can.
Okay.
I've just been staring at Liz's beautiful face this whole time. So.
Hi. So basically this, I don't agree with your model of trust, but let me say why, right? I have the feeling that, no offense.
You have a shit on me fest.
But it's not personal, right? We have a shared mission. So
no, it's personal. It's only my livelihood.
No, look, I wish you and your family the best of health, which is less than I can say for my wishes for certain public officials. But the point here is this. I have the feeling that threat modeling in certain security domains may not be your strength, which is perfectly reasonable because you provided a great service to society and you've used a strength that you do have. I personally, in my criticism here, don't have any issue with you continuing to have sole access to all credentials and all infrastructure for perpetuity. But what I am encouraging you to do is to take advice, which you do, but to take advice in a systematic input format that you can then vet and decide which of that to implement, and to make that more accessible and coordinate with the programmer and hacker community. Just like in an open source project, you don't have to trust who's submitting the code, you just read the code. You also don't have to trust who's helping you design that succession plan that you can hand to your childhood friend, or your uncle, or your mother, right? We are not asking for your trust to give us control. We are asking for you to allow us to use our various domains of expertise to help you ensure that you or someone you trust continues to be able to maintain this tool to fight the administration and protect these people, as is our common interest.
That's completely fair. I want to ask you a question. How do you suppose that I do that?
Right.
Without making the app open source, without making the code publicly available.
Could you repeat that last part, please?
Yeah. Without making the code open source, publicly available, how do you suggest that I do exactly that?
Sure. I find the premise strange because, again, like the previous question asker speaker, I don't understand. I don't understand why you wouldn't make the code open source, or maybe you pick a few people to review that you are public figures that have a consistent track record of fighting fascism and adhering to NDAs, and maybe they vet it first to make sure that your publishing it won't immediately result in some sort of adverse consequence. But aside from my not believing in the premise that you shouldn't open source, let's start with that. Even if you don't open source your code, you can still take advice that is not in code form. For example, earlier, an attorney came to stage and asked you whether you would implement a warrant canary. Unfortunately, your response indicated that you may have a different sense of what a warrant canary is, even on the second reading, than what was being suggested and its standard definition. I'm not sure how exactly, but there could be a portal where you allow folks whose background you can vet to give you suggestions, and you back and forth with them until you understand the concept and decide of your own volition a bite-sized piece that you can or cannot implement if you insist that you do want to be doing all the work yourself. Currently, this is the only forum where we can get through to you and sort of give you that input. Make yourself accessible in back and forth conversations with people who can contribute in other ways. And by the way, some of the people who came up, just not myself, I'm like very private and no one knows who the fuck I am, but like some other people who came up here and spoke to you are verifiable public figures who do have that track record. And so the general assessment that you can't decide who to trust, good to have that tight, but the idea that you can't trust someone's advice is different, because you can be trained up to figure out whether to trust a given piece of advice. And we would love for that to happen because you have made a great product.
Okay. Well, that's extremely fair, and thank you for saying that. As far as this is the only forum that you can reach me on, that's not true. So I'll just give you guys where you can reach me. I'm on Blue Sky. I am accessible. Okay, I respond all the time to people.
People are taking out their phones right now to immediately message you, by the way. That's the look in this forum right now.
Okay, here are the following accounts. I'll tell you exactly the account. @iceblock.app is the official Iceblock account on Blue Sky. And at joshua.stealingheather.com is me. So you can follow both of those. My DMs are open. I don't always respond. I'm really, really busy, as I'm sure you can understand. But I often do respond. Certainly the Iceblock account, when people post questions, as long as it's not when's an Android, version coming, which is like 700 of those, you can't respond to all of them. But if it's like a legitimate thing, perfect example is there was a bug in 2 releases ago, and a user on Blue Sky posted a comment, said, I can't do this. This isn't working. It was working in the last revision. And I said, that's weird. I know we tested that. Responded to them, commented back and forth a couple of times, found where the bug was, fixed it. So absolutely, this is not some secretive organization. This is, you guys can follow on Blue Sky. You can comment, you can DM. Like this is very much, something that you will receive a response most likely.
Continue to remain the only person with right access to the ultimate infrastructure and the only person with control, but I would encourage you to reduce yourself as being the bottleneck in the development aspect of this product.
Okay. So we have a couple more. I think they were already gone over. So we're going to be closing up. Any questions basically now. Joshua, do you have any final thoughts? So.
I don't know if anybody wants to hear any more of my thoughts.
I mean, like,
No.
well, do you want to talk about like the future of IceBlock? Anything that you have in mind that you want to bring to our audience here at Hope and those watching globally?
Yeah, I mean, look, I'll say this. I want to thank the hacker community. I want to thank you guys for having me. What you guys contribute to the public community is phenomenal. Just because I shy away from this specific scenario of making it open source right this second does not mean I don't respect what you guys do or your knowledge or any of that. I do. I have tremendous respect for all of you, and there are plenty of smarter people out there than me. Okay. So I just want to say thank you for having me. Thank you for listening. Thank you for having a civil discussion about some things that you might not agree with. But yeah, I really, really enjoyed the questions. I really enjoyed being with you all today. And yeah, I think that's about it.
And I want to speak on behalf of like Hope and our community. We want to help you. We want to make sure this succeeds. So, we ask you the hard questions because we allow it here, not like a DEF CON where they're doing shots on the stage with, who was it, the head of the NSA? Whatever. Yeah. I heard there was a nice rep from Jeremy Hammond earlier. So I'm just seeing if there's any last things. No, that's it. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
because there was a little bit of a thing. Okay, all right. Well, we're just waiting one. They're good. We're just waiting on car. Back for the sound.
Hello. Hi, everyone. The big problem was that slide said July 17th up until a few seconds ago. Nobody gets it right, not even us. That took a while to figure out how to do it. Every talk started on time except this one, so I guess it's time to finish. Thank you, everybody, for being here this weekend. It was a magical time. We've heard nothing but good things. So many people met new people and saw incredibly interesting and diverse talks. And I sincerely hope we can do this again next year and make it an annual event. Maybe not so late. This is the latest Hope ever. The first Hope was August 13th and 14th, 1994. And since then, it's either been early August or July. And this one, August 17th, is the latest it's been. So I don't think we can get that late again. But I just want to thank everybody for making the conference such a success. This place is incredible. St. John's University is an amazing campus, so much space. And they love us, too. Believe it or not, they say we're the best crowd they have. And that's all you guys being polite, considerate, and friendly. And it's just such a good tone to set for the whole hacker community. I want to thank everybody who put in so much effort and time, the AV crew, my God, Jolie, and of course our security team, our volunteers. You're going to hear from a bunch of them here, and we would love for you to join us in helping to organize the next one. Hope@hope.net is an address you can use to become a part of the Hope family. Feedback@hope.net to let us know what you think about what happened this weekend, what we can do better, what you liked, that sort of stuff. A lot to, I'm kind of out of it myself, but what we're going to do now is go to the NOC, and they're going to give some interesting highlights, and then you'll hear from some people here, including a good friend of ours who couldn't be here this year. So I'll turn it over to the NOC.
Hey everybody. Let's see, am I gonna get some slides?
You gotta like move it over
oh,
to.
It's going.
It's weird.
There we go. Woo! So, I'm Alex with the NOC. So we definitely saw what you did there, and the network remembers everything. So our mission in the NOC is to provide open, fast, and watched network connectivity. We see your sins, but we let them happen anyway. Some of the real numbers, so we had just under 1,700 devices. It's probably jumped over this since around 2 o'clock today. Y'all visited 104 countries via 200 plus unique AS numbers. And we detected 847 network anomalies. So overall, you guys didn't do too bad of a job. So in terms of the traffic stats, we did just over 2.5 terabytes of data transfer. And about 600 gigs of that was internal, the rest going out, with about 3.7 billion packets processed. Just wanted to do a quick comparison of Hope against DEF CON. So y'all definitely pushed more bandwidth at Hope than DEF CON, and we had the capacity to pull it off. So good job. The packet sniffers on the crew, so Alex, myself, James, and Jesse were the core team behind the NOC, but we had many volunteers drop by this year, which was really appreciated to help crimp cables in preparation for next year's conference, since a lot of our cabling was damaged due to water damage. We were hiding in Tobin 211, so we had plenty of FBI sandwiches, donuts, and shot glasses waiting for you guys. The secure infrastructure that we were running this year, I would love to call it a honeypot, but you could have cracked the password in about 0.3 seconds. Good stuff. The network architecture, so we had a 10 gig handoff from the university. They're really wonderful to work with. We terminated that onto a Cisco switch within the NOC, which then went into a FortiGate 90G. It was just monitoring the traffic. We weren't blocking anything. We then had a wired VLAN for all of the AV teams, and then obviously the wireless network for you all. It's what the hardware stack looked like in the NOC, very small footprint. I was able to fit it in my backpack and bring it along, so not too much. We were able to leverage all of their wireless connectivity infrastructure that they have on campus. So really a great effort on the part of the local IT team. So in terms of what that looked like, so we had 10 gigs delivered via Cat6a, again, to a Cisco 3560CX, went into a FortiGate 90G. We were doing NetFlow analysis this time, which is new at St. John's. So we were forwarding that off to FortiMonitor and actually reviewing all of those logs. We only had one outage as a result of trying to actually deliver uninterruptible power to the network. Caused more of an outage than it saved. So we built a real-time dashboard to feed information to you all about what was going on the network this time. So we utilized automation triggers in FortiOS. We sent hourly updates to the NOC website. So it automatically parsed out DHCP leases, bandwidth, and threats. Again, we weren't blocking anything, so we were just giving statistics around what we were seeing. The Hall of Shame. So y'all need something and a firewall. We had 47 devices beaconing to China every 30 seconds. We detected T-Syndicate, which is not great software running on one device. So if that IP address is yours, seriously do something about it. We had 12 people using password 123 for SSH. Multiple bot infections phoning home, and about 14 people tried to ARP poison the default gateway, so great job. The Hall of Fame for host names.
Do you want to read a few of your favorites?
A few of my favorites. I mean, D's Nuts is back this year, so yeah. We had some really good ones in there. Anonymous, obviously. Mega Frame, big packets only. Some awkward truths. So we built that fancy dashboard and provided the real-time data throughout Hope. Only 43 of you actually bothered to visit. A lot of you tried to hack it, but it's literally PHP. So save your 0 days, please. Some of the potentially unwanted apps that we detected. So obviously T-Syndicate was a big one. We had five hits on that IP address. But it was also the most infected device. It had multiple pieces of PUA on it. So again. How you bypassed our monitoring this year. So we saw a significant portion of traffic actually using VPNs. So very good job there. Sending some traffic to some interesting places around the world. Definitely a lot to China in terms of those callbacks. But yeah. I think NSA has entered the chat. Definitely some traffic to bulletproof hosting providers and some suspicious ASNs. Obviously, a lot of that being VPN, but definitely some interesting destinations. We detected 847 anomalies. We had 712 UDP floods, a bunch of WireGuard interesting traffic, and ironically, NFS going out directly to the internet. Pushed about over 10 gigabytes of Kerberos traffic and 10 gigabytes of ICMP. Y'all are wild. We did get an external complaint this year. So we had some drama on the network. Somebody said that we were attacking DNS servers, and our response was send PCAPs or it didn't happen. We found no evidence of this attack, by the way. Yeah, so I mentioned the countries, so 104 countries connected. What your traffic revealed. So 32% of the traffic was still using unencrypted HTTP in 2025. 14 people were logging into banks. Some were still using IRC, respect. We had some failed attempts to download totally not malware.exe. Some debugging console logs over HTTP, and people are still playing Doom. That's cool. What hackers really care about. Yeah, we definitely had some after dark traffic. Bandwidth Hall of Fame, so whoever's at .149, you pushed 103 gigabytes, so that was 120 million packets. Great job. Were you touring the entire Library of Congress? Yeah, probably. Just to summarize, the services we provided, the high-speed Wi-Fi when it worked. IPv6 is a myth, so we only provided IPv4. We resolved some DNS traffic to wherever we wanted it to go, and we had that firewall in monitor mode, so see evil and allow evil. Yeah, you're on your own. Some stuff that went wrong. So we had, again, 1,700 IPs divvied out. 847 is this normal moments. We had 2 volunteers quit cable crimping because it's really hard. Yeah, we drank a lot of coffee too. The NOC was protected this year. We had 24/7 audio-visual surveillance, as well as St. John's public safety team. We locked the doors and magic, people didn't get in. It was great. We did have some after-hours visitors detected though. Bandwidth consumption, so on the wireless we peaked at 1.2 gigabits a second. In the wired we were just under a gig, so pretty solid. Normal conference patterns. And I want to give a special thanks to the St. John's University IT team, their public safety team. Without them, couldn't do it. As well as to Fortinet that sponsored the firewall, and to Excelix for a lot of our analysis infrastructure. Yeah, so. So what we really accomplished this year was pretty solid uptime. We built a bridge to Beijing unintentionally. We became an unwitting C2 relay station. We discovered many of you really have a desperate need for security training. We had a lot of fun reading your packets, and we made friends with T-Syndicate, which wasn't our choice. So network will self-destruct after this message, but seriously, check your systems, and if you're around, please help us with teardown. Uh-oh.
Did you want to introduce? Just some mild technical stuff. Don't worry. Close your eyes. They'll be over in a second. That's a really important sign. Okay. Okay, we're just starting up our slides again. Did it break? Sorry, everyone. One moment. I'm a professional, I swear. I do this for money. Okay. Okay. Do this. Oh, we went too far. Sorry. All right, so, E? Do you want to introduce? E? Do you want me to talk, or? Oh, okay. So do you want to do our friend who's joining us remotely?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So many of you have asked us both at the info desk and at security where Greg Newby was this year. Unfortunately, he is he is here now attending remotely. But we have him here to just say some nice words. Let me just try to get him over. This is really complicated, guys. Okay, all right.
This shit is
I
hard.
swear, I'm a computer professional, really. Can everyone say hi to Greg?
That is Greg Newby, who actually is the guy responsible for finding St. John's when the hotel looked doomed. He is somebody that we could not have done this without. And apparently, well, it's a good thing he's on mute, isn't it? Because we're talking over each other.
No, I'm plugged in.
Can he hear me?
In. Greg, can you unmute yourself?
Yeah.
I'm taking the cable out. So 3, 2, 1. So there you go.
He's in Whitehorse in Yukon, and
Okay.
unfortunately he can't join us.
There you go.
Okay.
Greg, can you hear us?
Greg, can you hear me? Yes. Nod yes or no. He can hear? Okay. I have it plugged in, AV. I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
So audio
Can you
is the
patch him
next step.
through? Greg, just unmute yourself. Are you unmuted? You're not muted. I'm really good at reading lips. You're not muted. Okay.
I see a thing that says mute mic.
Yeah,
Right there.
AV, I need help. I'm sorry.
I thought we tested this.
Oh, maybe it's me. Greg, how about now? Hi? Can I need...
We just did a
Yeah,
panel
mine's
the
at
same way,
max.
so this should work.
Okay. I see the camera, my mic's not muted.
No?
Is your volume turned up?
Oh.
So you feel headphones, that's fine, that's fine.
Yeah, speakers.
Speakers? Okay.
Yeah. Go back.
Greg, okay, speakers. Oh, HDMI splitter.
There you go.
Greg, say hi. No.
Split? No. It's because it's the
Exit out.
So it's
Exit out.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
You have to close it.
What about now?
There he is.
There we go. Sorry. Oh, wait, what?
That's my input level.
Oh, thank you, that's all we needed. Look, it worked
did
once,
the
we can
splitter
make it work
go?
again.
Like,
It worked for a sec.
No, it's just because that's...
What about now? I'm on a different.
Yes, it works now.
Hey.
Nobody touch a fucking thing. All right.
let's hear you.
You hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow. That was weird. But good. We've done, we did Hope in 2020 and it was all virtual. A lot of people attended that. It was 9 days of Hope and we had such good, we tuned ourselves so well for the two-way teleconferencing because, the MC was in one room, the speaker was in another location. We had recordings. It was all very complicated. And we got it to work really pretty well perfectly. The only time it wasn't perfect was I went out for an afternoon jog one day and everything crashed and burned when I was exactly the furthest point away from being back online. So we know how to do remote stuff, but we didn't do very much for this conference because we don't have to. We can be in person. So hi, everyone. I think I've met a lot of people over the years at Hope. I certainly saw me wandering around with academic robes. You saw me wandering around with a zoot suit and other recognizable apparel. So it's sad for me not to be there this year. And disclosure, the situation is bad. It's the big C. I have pancreatic cancer, and it's not looking all that good. I haven't given up, and we're pursuing treatments. And I'm actually going to be consulting with there in New York with Memorial Sloan Kettering Cancer Center, but I'm getting excellent care up here where I am in Canada as well. So yeah, so I'm sick. It's very sad, but I'm not sick enough to not be able to sit at a computer and manage some, emails and help out with the tasks. So I think a lot of people that were volunteers this weekend interacted with me with emails and so forth. Yeah, and that's working with volunteers. I mean, I'm a volunteer. We're all volunteers. Everyone you're looking at here is volunteer. No one's getting paid for this stuff. But working with volunteers is just incredibly fulfilling, and I think it is because what I hear after the session every time, after the conference every time, is how life-changing it is to be part of Hope and to be part of the conference and to especially to step up and be a volunteer at the conference. So if you haven't yet done that, if that hasn't been part of your gig so far at Hope, do consider it for the future. It's a great way to meet people. I mean, almost all of us have some level of introversion. Some of us are pure extroverts, but even the ones that are more on the pure extrovert side still have an introverted side, and it's sometimes hard to meet people. It's sometimes hard to know, where's your tribe, where are some people with similar interests, and volunteering is a big part of that. So I don't want to babble on. We have some slides that we'll go through with thank yous to particular groups. I think maybe Liz and I will tag team those or however we decide to do it. Yeah. But I think for me personally, the message is thank you for all the enthusiastic support of me and my situation. I know for some of you didn't know anything about it. You just knew I wasn't there. But now you know what the deal is. But even so, the support for me has been tremendous. And I hope that I'm also providing the excellent support that you need as attendees, ticket holders, volunteers, all these other places I've been trying to be helpful. So I think that's it for me, Liz. However you want to proceed with the next couple slides. I understood we might have had a guest
So
guess
I couldn't
for
figure out how to do these. Well, maybe I could just like minimize you and then we just look at the Google Slides page together and read it that way. Because it's.
Are we having, is Johannes offering words, or is that a little later?
A share screen option? This one? Oh, it's on the call. 1 second. Okay. So, thank you. Share. Oh. Okay. It's not. Why is this not working? Jesus Christ. This is what I get for buying a Mac. It's not. It's actually not clicking. That's so weird. All right. All right. I don't know what to do. How about we just do it this way, and you guys can see Greg, and that's pretty important. And then you guys can kind of see the slides. That works. Look at us. Perfect. Is that good enough?
Yeah.
Just close that. All right. So, all right. Do you want to talk about the web team and do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. You want me to work through this? I'm sorry. For some reason, I thought Johannes was offering some remarks. Is that not happening now?
We could invite our special European guest star first, but I'd have to do some stuff with the audio first. Let's do that.
We should. It's okay. So we should just do this first because we're already connected.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Yeah.
let's.
Yeah. These are just some basic slides. We wanted to make sure we thanked all the different groups. So we'll zip through pretty quickly. I'm going to call up the slides so on my screen.
Yeah,
so behind the scenes, we do a lot of work, a lot of setup work. There's a web team that set up the website, obviously, but also the matrix, the chat bot, all that stuff, and it just worked. That's one thing that's you've heard us say is really nice about doing it this year, and we did it last year. Is not nearly as much entropy is set in as when we have it every 2 years. So this is only a subset of the different types of things, but we did have the technology setup team, and also we had committees that selected speakers, workshops, villages, vendors, performances, and all the other crazy stuff that we did. And these folks started working back in January, basically. That was when the call for participation first came out. And then submissions started being accepted. So this was great. It worked out really well. A lot of returning crew there. And if this happens to be your gig when you send in feedback or when we're gearing up for the future session, express yourself if you might want to be part of the advanced team. We do find that's hard to do. It's easier for a lot of people to volunteer on site. We get a lot more volunteers on site than in the weeks and even months leading up to Hope. So if that might be your thing, let us know. We could always use a couple of those different types of help. Okay, so thanks very much to them. Next slide here is thanks to our host, St. John's. Emmanuel mentioned already, we had, it's just become a warmer relationship over time. It's been amazing. And I think if anyone talked to like the public safety people, or there's a couple of other St. John's people running around helping out, they have their AV staff, they have their network operations center staff. They just give tremendous coverage, and they really do seem to like us. And hopefully that isn't just because they liked me, because because we might have someone else in this role next time around. But we're really grateful to St. John's. They've been a tremendous host. They bent over backwards. Emmanuel mentioned this is a later date, and so we aligned. We looked at when DEF CON was, realized that's a little inconvenient for some people, especially those that caught the coronavirus at DEF CON. So we know this maybe isn't totally ideal, but we were, as far as I know, intended to be the only group on campus. And we've had, in the last couple of years, we had not conflict at all, but limitations on shared resources. So there wasn't enough of everything to go around in terms of dorm rooms and stuff like that. But this year we were the only event on campus other than returning students and graduate students. So St. John's has been wonderful to work with. That is the message here, and I think we do intend to keep working with them. They have multiple different groups. I listed some of them here. Of course, that's transparent as a Hope attendee. Things just work. It's just magical. But there are a number of different groups, and they were all super helpful and kind. So that's St. John's. Next page is about scholarships. I think people saw the email blast about this, and scholarships were an idea that we've had for a long time. Many people have brought it up. It wasn't like one person's idea at all. It's an idea we've had for a long time. And we never quite had the inspiration to pull it off because it is another program. We're doing all these reviews and stuff of talks and workshops and doing all the logistical planning. And adding an additional thing was kind of a tough ask for us. However, it helped because it brought in more ticket revenue. And as you saw, if you read the email blast, ticket revenue is how hope happens. We get some income from the vendors that we'll mention later. We don't get direct income from the sponsors, who we'll also mention later, but we do get a boost from vendors for income. But most of it is from ticket sales, and this is different than most other conferences that you might attend. Certainly, it's very different than a lot of the IT conferences you might attend, and we believe it's pretty different from DEF CON. We don't know their finances in any great detail, but it's pretty clear that they have other income streams, not just ticket sales. So, so thank you to the scholarship purchasers that I sort of got to a digression there. The scholarships were tremendously successful, and the people that made donations of tickets through the scholarship, they're really appreciated. And I think actually, Liz, why don't you just jump ahead to slide 8, because we have a slide that thanks those folks explicitly. And these are only the people that offered to have their name public. So I think there's about twice as many, and a number of people wanted to be anonymous. So that's the.
That's on the next slide. Next slide, security. So I don't have that here.
It's slide 8 in my deck.
Oh, slide 1. Okay, I can count. Oh, here we are.
There it is. There it is. Yep. So these are the people that I said. Yeah. Fantastic. And of course, as often is the case, it takes a little while to dream up what this program is going to look like. But then once you do it, of course, it's not really all that bad. And so I anticipate we'll be doing scholarships in the future. They worked out really, really well. And I don't know what people think. This is something for feedback at hope.net. Send in an email if you are a participant in the scholarships, so we know what your experience has been. I think probably if we do this again with scholarships, we'll need to do it just a little bit earlier, because knowing the week before Hope that you're going to Hope is maybe a little bit unkind for people that need to do all the logistics and travel and stuff like that. And it was after it was even after the dorm room reservation deadline. So anyway, scholarships were great. They worked out really, really well. Thank you to all the scholarship donors, and thank you to all the participants who wrote in with their proposal. Okay, carrying on. Interrupt me if needed. The next slide was slide 5. You can bop up to slide 5 again. Security team. We didn't cover this in the opening ceremonies like we did the last 2 events here at St. John's. But some of you might remember, if you were at those events, we have a tripartite model here, sort of a 4-way model, really, because the first line of defense in security is the attendees, people that are maybe spotting a problem of some sort and then raise it to the appropriate venue. But other than attendees, we have a tripartite model. One is the security team, who you saw running around in their different colored shirts during the event. That's the Hope folks that are keeping track of making sure everyone has their badge showing, stuff like that. Helping out with any emergent issues. If we had like a fight or a fall or something like that, they're likely to be first on scene. So that's our Hope security volunteers. We also, though, had Operation Hammond. Excuse me, I have hiccups due to my treatment. Yeah, Operation Hammond in the past has sent several people, and this time, unfortunately, we conflicted with some other events they were committed to. Excuse me. So we only had, I think it ended up being something like 1 1/3 people. We had one person who we thank deeply. And then there's another person that was here just for part of the time. So thanks to Operation Hammond. They are the code of conduct team. So and we had very few code of conduct issues this time around. I didn't see if there was a count, but it was low, possibly none. But I think probably not none, but it was quite low. And Operation Hammond is trained. Their personnel are trained in things like de-escalation. And so they're really, really great to have around. And so that was the second leg of the stool of our three-legged security approach. And then the last one is St. John's University Public Safety. And these are the folks, if if there's an ambulance coming, if there's someone that needs to be escorted from campus, if there's again a fall, they might be the first people on the scene. They're also keeping track of the rooms, locking up rooms, stuff like that. So thanks to all three of those. They did a tremendous job. We think, as far as I can tell, I wasn't there in person, of course, but they always seem to be very, very gentle, very knowledgeable, kind. They're there to truly help. So thanks to all of that security stature.
Next slide is workshops.
I don't know, is Mitch on the stage there? Because maybe we should ask him to talk about workshops.
Do you want to talk about workshops? Sure. Do you want to come over here and say hi, or? Okay, yeah, that works.
Mike? Yeah, hi everyone. How many people here have never soldered? Nobody? Everyone soldered before?
No, there's.
We need to change that. The people who haven't soldered need to come to a workshop and learn to solder. It makes life wonderful. It makes life better. Soldering cures all ills. So anyways, there were a lot of people who gave workshops, and we had a full schedule of that, 3 at once, and many in a 4th track, and it was really wonderful seeing it so busy and so many people engaged. So thanks to all the wonderful people who gave workshops, and thanks for participating in workshops. It's really fun.
I think this one's me, Greg?
The back-end team?
Yeah. This
or
one's,
the...
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
So the back-end team does all the work to make our web site look wonderful. Our matrix rooms, connected and able, and all the fun stuff. Colin McCarthy set up our pre-talks, which is what we use for our scheduling. Without that, the Hacker Tracker app wouldn't work. Our website wouldn't have the schedule on it. Mel was our main matrix admin and element bot creator. Anytime I had an issue, I was able to reach out to Mel, and he was on it really very quickly. Aesthetics, Chris and Greg worked on the website, hope.net, and Toasty Cookies did schedule entry. So thank you, all of you. Okay, next slide. And that's the donors again. And
Yeah, we talked about the scholarship donors.
Yeah, we did that, right? Yeah, we did. So vendors. Want me to?
Well, I can mention briefly. You see the logos here. We put those in the interstitial slides in the talks as well. We had a very good response from vendors. And probably there are a few that are still there. So feel free to talk with them if they're still there. But the vendors are here because they like Hope, because they want to talk to you and have interaction with the Hope attendees. And they all get sort of vetted to make sure that they're in sort of the general big tent hacker space. So we're really happy with them. And I think I'll highlight, these are all worth highlighting, but I think I'll highlight EFF as we often do. EFF, the Electronic Frontier Foundation, truly sees themselves as a partner of Hope and 2600 Magazine. So they are just wonderful to work with. As you saw, they sent a whole big crew. They're happy to talk about just about anything. The regular cautions about legal advice apply, but they're really, really talented and helpful. So I want to highlight EFF, but all the vendors were wonderful, and we thank them for being here. The next slide is a separate tier, sort of. These are the sponsors. These are organizations. The Hacker, just to give you an idea, the Hacker table is like $550 for the weekend. It includes 2 free passes. So in other words, it's barely more expensive than buying 2 tickets, or it's about the same as buying 2 tickets to Hope. With sponsorship, those come in at a higher level of either cash, or I think in all these cases it wasn't cash, it was what you call in-kind, which means they loaned stuff, they provided infrastructure, that sort of thing. ISOC is Internet Society, and ISOC Live is the streaming group. A lot of you might have met, I'm sure he's in the room in the back there, Jolie, who is our ISOC contact. So that was the streaming, the live stream that a lot of people are watching now. Fortinet, Alex already mentioned for security infrastructure. Excellax also mentioned for security infrastructure and some of the virtual machines. And then JCI, John Companies, they actually run they donated the systems that we use for the scheduler and for Angel System, which is the system we use for volunteers. So highlighting those. This next one is Hope's host, and we sometimes forget this, I think, and I think it's good to be reminded. So the finances, the checks are written by 2600 magazine. Hope is not currently operating as its own organization. That may change in the future. We're basically all part of the 2600 umbrella. And 2600, I'm sure everyone in the room knows, is the Hacker Quarterly. It's been around for quite some time. FRAC has also been around for quite some time, and they had a great celebration. So there's a tradition of these hacker magazines out there, and it's tough to do. As someone that's seen the inside and behind the scenes, this is a challenging environment, being a in-print publisher and plus a digital publisher. Very challenging environment. And it's challenging because you got to do what you got to do to turn out a magazine, solicit articles, do the review, do the editorial work, all kinds of stuff like that, but also extremely fiscally challenging. And we see in the editorial of 2600 regularly, like at least once or twice a year, it seems, something made it even more challenging. Often it's related to distribution or costs. We had this crisis with Amazon changing their approach, which we got around by writing our own software. Some of you might recall we talked about it a year ago for distribution and explicitly avoiding the Amazon store as the only way of doing this type of thing. So it's challenging. It's a really challenging environment. And the fact is that when you buy your ticket to Hope, or if you buy a scholarship to Hope, or if you sign up as a vendor to Hope, that also is helping 2600's finances. And meanwhile, 2600 is actually paying the bills for Hope. So basically anything that's good for 2600 is good for Hope, and to a large extent, vice versa. Anything that's good for one is good for the other. So I wanted to highlight those, and I want to also say a special thanks to the 2600 editor and publisher, Emmanuel Goldstein. They're on the stage. Marvelous. Thank you. So Liz, I think we're turning it over to Johannes now, and then the last slide is just a feedback slide, so I'll mention it because we may or may not manage to get it up on the screen again. But please do send feedback. This is really, really helpful. And you can be critical. It's okay. You can be, you don't have to, and you can be short. You can be terse. Anything's good. And email that to feedback@hope.net. And I think we'll see at least probably one more email blast that goes out to the Hope Announce list, inviting that feedback. But that's really sincere. We read it all. It's not that much. It's not, it's not beyond the capability of the organizing group to read all those comments. And in the past, we've published those in the magazines that you can also see publicly, what some of the feedback has been. So please do send your input, your feedback. And I think those are all of my remarks, and we're going to turn it over to Johannes.
Yeah, our special European guest, yes. All right, so let me just I'm gonna, there you go. Good luck. I'm done with this. Yeah, right.
We'll see.
I don't know.
Shit, I'm blind.
That's the right one. Yeah,
That's the right one.
It's headphones? HDMI. This is, yeah. Oh, I gotta move. HDMI.
Where is it?
That's that
It
key.
is this one.
That's,
What?
that's
How
here.
does-
I don't know.
I can move it over.
Yeah, you gotta move it.
Ah, that's great. Jesus Christ.
I'm trying a second laptop at home.
Can I unplug this? This is a hacker conference, and like nobody knows how to work that shit. I'll just like. There we go.
No. Good night.
There we go. Yes. My God. So where's all the? It's a little bit complicated because the special European guest is not me. I'm part of this for 19 years now, so I'm not very special. The guest I'm trying to get on stage is it's a fragile creature. Let's try to make this happen. Set Just a second. The pressure.
No pressure. No pressure.
There. Does the microphone work? Yes, it does. Does the microphone work? No. It does. It does. Okay. So, I have a very special European guest here with me. My little friend, the frog, who is not related to Pepe. So there's nothing there. Just they're sharing species, I guess, but nothing beyond that. Our frog here was very, very interested in many of the talks here. So he attended many of the talks and listened to many conversations and in general tried to get a grip of what America is and what it stands for. Because of that, he prepared a little song. So first of all, that's his presentation here. And he wants to present a little song for you, and we'll see how that works. I hope that the sound is turned up, because there will be a little sing-along with the frog. What? Do you need a third hand? I always need a third hand. I also need a third leg and other third things, but okay, we'll see that. Let's try it. There should be music. No, there should be music. I did everything I could. The poor frog. Fuck up that shit.
And that is exactly why we emphasize that this is a volunteer-run conference. We're not professionals.
I don't give a shit. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. Dear American friends, we will sing this together without the music. It will be a strange kind of... What? There, I plugged it in. They plugged it in. There. Looks good to you. Looks good to me. What the fuck is happening? Let's do that. No, I tell you what, it's a way more special moment. We're trying to do it a cappella. Why not? Let's do that. So, there is a song that you know. It's called The Rainbow Connection. Do you know it? Yeah? Let's try to hum it together. La 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 la. La 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 la. Why are there so many American fascists shouting their hate in the street? Marching with torches and buying more rifles, dreaming of whom to mistreat. I'm just a small frog minding my e-business, but I'm not the troll they adore. I sing in the moonlight, I dance in the meadow, but fascists, I can't take no more, so I wanna hit them with sticks. I wanna hit them with sticks. Sweet little frog voice, but hear my choice. I wanna hit them with sticks. That's more like, I guess, a fair, like, improvisation. Let's go on. They rant about freedom, but only for white men. The rest of us don't make the grade. They follow their strongmen, but echo their slogans. But all of it feels so afraid. This is a disaster. Hackers are laughing. The wires are buzzing. We know how to deal with their tricks. We'll prank them and punk them and mean them to pieces and sometimes just hit them with sticks. I wanna hit them with sticks. I wanna hit them with sticks. Soft froggy smile, but all the while, I wanna hit them with sticks. Ribbit, I'm gentle and green, but fascists made frogs very mean. Croak, ribbit, what should I do? Smack them with sticks till they're blue. And here is my business, getsomesticks.com, yeah, e-business, whatever. Thank you. He's a special frog. I like him a lot. Thank you so much. Keep hitting bad people with sticks.
So, I guess, are there any final words from us up here? Rich, Lindsay, Greg?
I must say one thing.
Yeah, good. Chris.
So I'm Chris, and I was trying to be Greg this year and help speakers get what they want. And I was kind of joking around earlier saying I'm about 1 over pi Greg, but I realized I'm about 1 over pi squared Greg if I'm lucky. So it was great working with you all and all the volunteers.
Greg's here. Greg's still here.
What? Hi, Greg.
You see him? Greg, he's still here. Oh.
Hi. Yes.
What happens is there's a. Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. We have now.
Okay.
We now have a microphone to the laptop. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
there's these different phases of having cancer. There's denial phase and sad phase and stuff like that. And I'm in the mockery phase. So any poking fun at death and dying is okay with me at this point. Of course, we're hopeful that won't be the outcome. But I like to say.
So I'll relay. Greg said he's been through all these phases of grieving and through dealing with cancer, but now he's in the mocking phase. Any kind of mockery of cancer and dying is totally fine with Greg. And he's
That's right. Fuck.
and he's waving.
What?
I was just saying, all I wanted to, my last remark here is feedback at hope.net. We really love to get feedback.
Actually, before you go, Greg, I know you're short on time. Is it okay if we show you the crowd? Is everyone all right with that? So Greg can say hi? Show it for you. One more time, louder. We wish you the very best, Greg. Cancer's hit a lot of us personally. My mom's battling it again. I've lost friends in the past couple of years. It sucks. Absolutely 100% fuck cancer, and we're here rooting for you. And I think we have an empty chair waiting for you for when you come back. You're expected back here.
Thank you.
No problem. Love you. Yeah, actually, I'll do that now. Does anyone have any last thoughts? Final E? Nothing?
I was going to say one thing.
Yeah, only one thing. Give me.
2 things.
2 things now. This is like 3.
And I was going to talk about teardown too.
Okay, yeah. I'll let you handle that. Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Fully.
Yes. All right.
As Greg said, feedback at hope.net, really important and a crucial resource for us going forward. I also want to talk about post-hope stuff. Please keep talking about it. There's this thing with conferences, sometimes people kind of crash. You get this high of like hanging out with people, personal thing. You're around a lot of people, you're social, and then you go back. So I think an antidote to I fall victim to this. I'm not going to get into personal stuff too much, but I felt it last year a lot. There was a lot of calamity, a lot of things hitting us, and it compounded many times. And I just think the antidote is really keep talking about hope in your lives, enroll your friends, tell people about your experience, and do all of the kinds of things that were advised in a lot of these wonderful talks over the weekend. That would be my kind of paraphrasing of sentiments. So absolutely, and additionally, fuck cancer. And for all of the teardown stuff, I think we're going to be sort of meeting around Infodesk in Marillac Terrace, and we can take all hands on deck. That's
Seriously.
it. Yeah.
Many hands make light work. If you're interested in volunteering next year, please send an email to volunteers@hope.net. I get those emails. I'll be very happy to talk to you Tuesday, please. But even if you decide next week, the next month, whatever, we get those emails. And again, feedback@hope.net. It's crucial. I heard some things this year that actually made me a little sad. Someone was going to write an email, but they felt it was going to be too sad and depressing, and clearly they know nothing about my personal life. So, you know, trust me, it won't ever be that bad. Yeah, we want all the criticism, all the good, all the bad, the things you didn't like, the things you did, but mostly the things you didn't like, so we can make them better next year. That's pretty much it.
And Liz, I want to thank you for all of your tireless work.
And now, you're saying tireless? I'm exhausted. I'm going to bed when I go home.
And Lindsay, all the registration, the answering all the emails. I don't know how you did it.
I never want to see another email again.
That's healthy.
And so many others. But mostly you guys, you made it possible. If you weren't such magical people, we couldn't do this. We didn't want to do this. So we hope we see you next time. We hope there is a next time. We hope that it continues to grow and that we, you know, we all help build a better world because, boy, you know, we're being kicked around a lot lately, but I'm optimistic. So, anything else?
No, that's it for me.
Get home safe.
Yeah, get home safe or stick around, help us pack up.
Yeah, pack up and get home safe.
You can lose your badge now.
You can finally lose your badge.
If you must.
Thank you. All right.
Any lost badges were there?
Does anyone want to come over and say hi really quick?
Pretty good.
You have like 5 minutes before you had to go. So.
It was very good. I used it right.
All right. Thank you so much, Greg. We'll see you soon, okay?